Summer, heavily pregnant, pushes through the dense green forest, her every step heavy with exhaustion. Fear etches deep lines on her face as she stumbles, her breath catching in ragged gasps. Sunlight filters weakly through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that dance around her. The undergrowth snags at her worn clothes, each rustle amplifying the growing dread. Baying hounds echo ominously through the trees, their pursuit relentless and closing in fast. She presses on, driven by a primal instinct to protect the life within her, despite the encroaching threat. Summer heat shimmers through the dense trees, baking the forest floor. She stumbles, a gasp escaping her lips as she falls heavily to her knees. Her hands clutch desperately at her stomach, knuckles bone white against her skin. The relentless sun beats down, amplifying every ache, every shadow. A silent scream contorts her face, a mask of agony etched in the harsh sunlight. The forest watches, an indifferent witness to her pain. A blinding emerald flash explodes, scattering earth and leaves as raw power surges through the forest. Melina appears, her eyes burning with otherworldly light, a beacon of fierce determination. She moves with unwavering resolve, a shield forged in defiance, ready to protect. Melina stands between Summer and the lingering energy, a silent vow etched on her face. Deep in the forest, Melina's power surges, and she unleashes a torrent of magic against her pursuers. Her hands weave arcane patterns, each movement precise and deadly. As trees fall like dominoes, soldiers are sent flying amidst splintered wood and swirling leaves, caught in the wake of her raw power. Despite her strength, the strain is visible on Melina's face, a grim reminder of the cost of her abilities. Her eyes blaze with determination as she prepares for the next wave, the forest echoing with the sounds of battle. Each fallen soldier marks a step further into darkness, etching worry onto Melina's determined features. From the dense forest, soldiers emerge, their armor catching the sunlight, a silent threat materializing from the shadows. The glint of steel pierces through the thick canopy, hinting at an encroaching danger. Melina's eyes dart to Summer, a silent, desperate plea for courage etched in her gaze. A wordless exchange, a shared understanding of the impending conflict, passes between them. Pale and exhausted, Summer struggles to stand, her breath catching in her throat as the forest watches. Deeper into the dense forest they retreat, Summer and Melina, their footsteps swallowed by the undergrowth. Each step is a battle against the encroaching darkness, as the ancient trees loom like silent sentinels. The forest closes in around them, a labyrinth of shadows and secrets, as Summer and Melina seek refuge. In the dense forest, sunlight filters through the canopy, as Summer suddenly cries out, doubling over in pain. Her hands clutch at her stomach, a clear sign of intense agony. Melina reacts instantly, her face a mask of worry as she rushes to Summer's side. Concern etches deep lines into Melina's features as she reaches out to support Summer. The forest's serenity is shattered by Summer's cries and Melina's frantic movements. The air hangs heavy with unspoken fear as they face this unexpected crisis together. In the heart of the forest, Melina's hand rests gently on Summer's belly, her touch tender yet filled with unspoken apprehension. Melina's brow furrows with concern as she attempts to connect with the life growing within, a silent battle against unseen forces. A palpable tension fills the forest as Melina closes her eyes, her senses heightened, detecting a sinister presence at play. Her face clouds with worry, reflecting a grim realization. I sense the dark magic twisting the pregnancy. The air around them seems to darken, the forest holding its breath as Melina confronts the unseen evil threatening Summer and her unborn child. Inside the hidden cave, Summer lies prone, her feverish face illuminated by the flickering light, a stark testament to her weakening state. Melina kneels beside Summer, her face etched with worry as she begins weaving spells, her hands a blur of motion in the dim light. Her brow is furrowed in deep concentration, each gesture precise as she battles the encroaching corruption, threatening Summer's life. The air crackles with unseen energies as Melina's magic clashes against the darkness, a silent battle waged in the heart of the cave. Tendrils of light emanate from Melina's hands, a desperate attempt to heal Summer, pushing back against the shadows that seek to consume her. The fate of Summer hangs in the balance, dependent on Melina's strength and the power of her ancient magic, a solitary beacon in the night. Deep in the cave, Melina's hands glow with emerald light. Arcane words spill from Melina's lips, each syllable a spark. The very air vibrates with raw, untamed magical energy. Summer coughs weakly, her breath shallow in the mystical air. Emerald light pulses, illuminating ancient symbols on the cave walls. Melina's eyes blaze, fixed on an unseen point beyond Summer. Inside the cave, shadows dance around Melina, her grim face reflecting the flickering torchlight. Melina pauses, her gaze shifting to Summer, a complex blend of pity and fierce resolve in her eyes. The air grows heavy with anticipation, the silence broken only by the echo of dripping water. Melina's voice cuts through the stillness, a warning and acknowledgement. The magic, it's strong. The cave seems to pulse with unseen energy, a palpable sense of power humming in the darkness. Deep within the echoing cave, Summer's eyes are shut tight, her face a mask of anticipation and fear. A solitary tear escapes, tracing a shimmering path down her cheek, reflecting the faint, ethereal light. The silence of the cave is broken only by the soft sound of her breath, each inhale a quest for courage. In this moment of raw vulnerability, a silent revelation dawns within her. She braces herself, a whisper escaping her lips. The truth is near. In the heart of the cavern, shadows dance around Melina, each flicker amplifying the weight of her words. Echoes ripple as she speaks, her voice a solemn messenger in this ancient, stone sanctuary. They speak of half-breeds, Melina begins, her tone painting a vivid picture of beings born of legend. The damp air grows heavy with her next revelation, beings of celestial blood intertwined with the ancient draconic lineage. A beat of silence then, a prophecy foretells a cursed bloodline, she warns, her eyes reflecting the cave's dark depths. The prophecy hangs in the air, one that could shatter the balance of our world, a chilling omen whispered in the echoing cave. Inside the cave, torchlight flickers across Melina and Summer's faces, casting dancing shadows that hint at hidden truths. Melina's intense gaze pierces the dimness, her voice echoing with conviction. We are sisters, Summer. Her words hang in the air, charged with the weight of destiny. Bound by blood, by destiny. A revelation dawns as Melina reveals a hidden lineage. Our mother, she was no mere mortal. High above, a majestic dragon dances in the sky, its emerald scales shimmering under the sun. The dragon spirals, a graceful ballet against the azure canvas, initiating an unbelievable change. Scales recede, its mighty form contorting, a magical metamorphosis unfolding in the open air. A blinding flash illuminates the peak, signaling the final stage of the transformation. Where the dragon once soared, now stands a beautiful woman, wind weaving through her hair. She stands on the mountain's edge, a silent sentinel where magic and reality intertwine. Inside the dimly lit cave, water trickles down the stalactites, each drop echoing in the vast, silent chamber. Shadows twist and writhe across the cave walls, mimicking unseen creatures in the flickering light. The air hangs heavy with moisture and ancient secrets, a palpable sense of mystery filling the space. Melina's voice breaks the silence, a shocking revelation hanging in the air. Our mother was a dragon, cloaked in human form. Deep in the forest, an unnatural tremor begins, shaking the very ground beneath ancient trees. The trees sway wildly, their leaves rustling like desperate whispers in the rising wind. A sudden, ominous shadow engulfs the forest floor, plunging the vibrant green into an unnatural darkness. The air grows heavy, charged with an unseen presence, as the forest holds its breath. An unsettling silence descends, broken only by the creak of bending trees and the rustle of unseen wings. In a forest clearing bathed in sunlight, a dragon mother descends, her scales shimmering like 1,000 emeralds. Her presence commands the forest's attention, the trees seeming to bow before her might. Her eyes, ancient and cold, survey the scene with an unreadable depth. A silent warning hangs in the air as the dragon mother lands, her shadow engulfing the forest floor. Sunlight catches the dragon mother's scales as she dominates the forest clearing, a primeval force of nature. Her massive head rises, a storm gathering in her ancient eyes. A deafening roar explodes from her, shaking the very foundations of the forest. Leaves tremble and scatter like frightened whispers before her fury. Her voice, a terrifying declaration, echoes through the trees. The bloodline ends here! In a forest clearing bathed in moonlight, Melina stands defiant, determination etched across her face. Magic crackles around her outstretched hands, illuminating the ancient trees with an otherworldly glow. Her eyes blaze with fierce resolve, reflecting the raw power surging within her. She prepares to defend her sister, her stance firm and unwavering against the encroaching darkness. The air hums with magical energy, a palpable force radiating from Melina's very being. A beacon of defiance against the encroaching shadows, she stands ready to unleash her full potential. In a forest clearing, a fierce battle erupts. Emerald energy clashes violently, illuminating the ancient trees. Fiery breath scorches the earth. The air crackles with raw power. Leaves swirl in the chaotic winds of the conflict. The fate of the forest hangs in the balance. In a forest clearing, the Dragon Mother stands, weakened but radiating raw power. Her eyes blaze with fury, a storm of anger directed inward. A tremor runs through her massive form, a visible manifestation of her inner turmoil. The very air crackles with the intensity of her self-directed rage. She is a wounded beast, turning her wrath upon herself in a display of tragic strength. A blinding light engulfs the forest clearing, signaling the end of an era. The Dragon Mother dissolves, her ancient form fading into pure energy. The Dragon Daughters feel the chains of fate shatter, their long captivity ending. Freed from their bonds, they stand as the last of their kind under the open sky. In the heart of a silent forest, Summer gently cradles her newborn, a serene tableau against nature's stillness. Echoes of destiny fade as the forest holds its breath, every leaf suspended in anticipation. The wind whispers secrets through the trees, carrying away the last vestiges of a forgotten fate. Even the birds hush their melodies, as if revering the profound bond between mother and child. Sunlight filters through the canopy, casting a golden glow upon Summer and her baby. The forest stands as a silent guardian, protecting the newborn and its mother, a promise of peace. Summer gazes down at her child in the heart of the forest. A soft glimmer of hope shines in her eyes, reflecting the warm sunlight filtering through the trees. The ancient curse is broken, its shadow lifting from their lives like the morning mist. A new future awaits them, filled with promise and the gentle rustling of leaves in the forest. In the bustling town square, young Xavier stands alone, a figure of awkwardness amidst the crowd. Laughter erupts around him as townspeople point, their cruel amusement directed squarely at Xavier. Mocking words fill the air, each syllable a stinging blow to Xavier's fragile resolve. He tries to block out the jeers, a mask of forced indifference hiding the pain in his eyes. Xavier sits alone in the dim light of his room, shadows dancing on the walls, an introspective aura surrounding him. His gaze is fixed on his reflection, a silent battle waged in the depths of his eyes. His brow furrows in intense concentration, a visible strain marking his features. Xavier clenches his fists, knuckles white, a silent wish-building within him. Doubt clouds his face, a visible struggle between belief and uncertainty. He seeks to prove his hidden abilities, a destiny yet to be realized. Xavier races through the dense forest, his breath catching in his chest, desperate to outrun his tormentors. Sunlight filters through the canopy as he pushes deeper, the trees blurring into streaks of green and brown. A gnarled root appears from nowhere, sending him sprawling. His body hits the rough forest floor hard. A sharp sting blooms on his knees as they scrape against the unforgiving earth. Tears blur his vision, mixing with the dirt and leaves clinging to his face. Alone in the silent woods, Xavier succumbs to despair. The weight of his pain becomes unbearable. Xavier lies pale in the sterile hospital bed, his weakness a stark testament to his inner turmoil. The doctor's face is etched with concern as he examines Xavier, his touch gentle yet probing. Sunlight streams through the window, casting a somber shadow over Xavier's frail form. The air hangs heavy with unspoken worries as the doctor continues his examination. Each breath Xavier takes seems a struggle, a silent battle against the relentless grip of stress. Xavier stands alone on the dark highway's edge, his silhouette framed by the fleeting headlights. He sticks out his thumb, a silent, desperate call for escape into the night. His eyes search the road, yearning for a sign, a beacon in the darkness. The wind howls around him, whispering tales of rain and the unknown. A solitary figure seeking a new direction, a place to finally belong. Swirling mist guards the entrance to a hidden valley, ancient rocks etched with indecipherable symbols. Xavier stumbles upon the valley, its secrets veiled in an ethereal embrace. A palpable pull emanates from the valley floor, drawing Xavier deeper into its mystery. The air crackles with unseen energy, an undeniable connection forging between Xavier and this place. Weathered rocks stand sentinel, their ancient symbols hinting at forgotten lore and untold stories. Xavier hesitates, sensing the valley's power, a crossroads of destiny and ancient secrets. Xavier enters the ancient temple, shadows dancing across weathered stone, anticipation hanging in the dust-filled air. Ornate figures turn, their faces illuminated with awe and reverence as they behold the prince's return. A ripple of hushed excitement courses through the assembled crowd, a symphony of whispered anticipation. Faces radiate devotion as Xavier steps further into the hallowed space, his presence commanding attention. "Welcome, Prince Xavier. You have returned," the temple elder booms, his voice echoing in the sacred chamber. Xavier sits heavily on the ornate throne, the crown's weight a crushing burden under the sunlit arched windows. Dust motes dance in the radiant beams, illuminating the vast throne room. A mixture of awe and trepidation washes over Xavier as he surveys his kingdom. The distant cheers echo, a constant reminder of his sudden rise and the sacrifices made. Celebrated and respected, Xavier is finally accepted, but the heavy silence prompts a haunting question: at what cost? Xavier sits in the hushed library, lost in the labyrinth of ancient texts and forgotten lore. The soft glow of the lamp illuminates his intense concentration as he deciphers arcane symbols. Understanding dawns, a flicker of revelation in his eyes as he unlocks secrets of his lineage. A sense of awe washes over him, realizing the superhuman abilities dormant within. Sweat glistens on Xavier's brow as he faces skilled warriors, each move precise in the vast training ground. Channeling inner strength, a faint aura envelops his hands, a sign of power surging within him. A warrior cries out, clutching his arm. Xavier senses a new ability, healing through energy. Xavier's hand glows, extending towards the injured warrior, his grimace easing with hope. In the council chamber, shadows flicker on the walls as Xavier observes the ornate table under dim candlelight. Unease settles in Xavier's stomach, mirroring the dancing shadows. Council members' faces are illuminated, each holding secrets. The air grows heavy as the council unveils decades of manipulation. Personal gain, the motive behind their subtle control, is revealed. Xavier shifts, a knot forming as he faces the bitter truth. Flickering torches cast eerie shadows across the dungeon's damp stone, revealing a scene of utter despair. The air hangs heavy with the stench of mildew, a palpable blanket of misery clinging to every corner. Xavier moves with dread between the rows of cells, his face a canvas of growing horror and disbelief. Ragged prisoners huddle in the darkness, their hollow eyes reflecting the dim light, devoid of hope. He reaches out, his fingers tracing the cold iron bars, a tangible connection to the suffering within. Xavier's world shatters, revealing a foundation built on lies, stark and unforgiving in the dungeon's gloom. Sunlight illuminates dust in opulent chambers. Xavier stands, hurt etched on his face, betrayal hanging heavy in the air. Lyra paces, regal in fury, eyes blazing with cold fire, the room thick with unspoken accusations and simmering rage. Xavier's hands clench, faint blue energy flickering, revealing the depth of his suppressed power and inner turmoil. "Did you really think you could waltz in here and take what's rightfully mine?" Lyra's voice cuts through the tension. On the scarred battlefield, Xavier leads his forces towards the clash, a figure of determination against the smoke. Lyra's army stands firm, a wall of defiance awaiting Xavier's charge amidst the chaos of war. Explosions tear through the earth, and energy blasts light up the sky. The air crackles with raw power. The battle begins, a maelstrom of steel and energy, as two armies collide with unyielding fury. Dim light paints long shadows as Xavier bursts into the cluttered room, finding Elias slumped against the wall. Elias's breath comes in ragged gasps, blood staining his robes, a stark testament to a hidden battle. Weakly, Elias beckons Xavier closer, his eyes holding a weight of untold secrets and impending doom. "Xavier, it's time you knew the truth," he whispers, his voice strained with the effort. "Your origins, they aren't what you believe," Elias reveals, his words hanging heavy in the dim air. "Remember, trust no one," Elias gasps, his voice fading into the shadows, leaving Xavier in turmoil. Xavier stands silhouetted against the sky, wind tearing at his cloak, a lone figure on the jagged cliff's edge. Below, a sprawling battlefield unfolds, a chaotic vista of smoke and carnage stretching to the horizon. His gaze sweeps across the fallen, faces frozen in silent screams, the weight of loss etched on his face. Revenge whispers in his ear, a dark, tempting promise of retribution for the devastation below. But forgiveness beckons, a harder path towards peace, a glimmer of hope against the backdrop of despair. Sunlight floods the throne room as Xavier addresses his people, his figure framed by the towering windows. His voice echoes with conviction, each word carrying the weight of his vision for a unified future. "We stand at a crossroads," Xavier proclaims, his open hands inviting his people to join him. "Let us cast aside our differences," he urges, his gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd. "Let us embrace empathy," Xavier passionately declares, his words resonating with hope and determination. "Together, we can create a world where justice prevails," he concludes, his voice filled with promise. Years later, Xavier stands on Earth, his gaze sweeping across the horizon with newfound authority. The world stretches before him, a canvas of possibilities under the bright, hopeful sun. Gone is the ridiculed boy. In his place stands a confident leader, ready to shape destiny. A subtle smile plays on his lips, reflecting the weight of knowledge and the promise of tomorrow. Xavier enters CATCH headquarters, a hub of high-tech activity. Teenagers dash around, their faces etched with anticipation. The air buzzes with nervous energy, a prelude to battle. Xavier observes the scene, his expression calm and assessing. "I am here to offer my guidance and support," Xavier declares. His words cut through the tension, a beacon of resolve. Sunlight floods the training room as Xavier guides the CATCH teens, ready to summon divine armor. Nascent energy crackles, their faces etched with determination and uncertainty as they focus intently. Xavier gestures, urging them to wield their faith not as a mere shield, but as a potent weapon. The air thrums with anticipation as they prepare to unleash their spiritual might. Neon lights bleed across rain-slicked streets as rival gangs ignite a furious battle. Amidst overturned cars and shattered glass, the city pulsates with raw, untamed energy. Hawk, a figure of shadow and malice, leads the charge, his presence fueling the chaos. Streetlights flicker and die, casting long, ominous shadows as the conflict escalates. Bathed in soft, stained glass light, the CATCH teenagers gather in the solemn church, their faces etched with worry. Heads bowed and hands clasped tight, they seek solace in prayer, their hopes whispered in the sacred silence. Xavier stands resolute among them, a beacon of calm in the gathering storm. His reassuring presence offers a fragile shield against the unknown. "Remember the power of your faith," Xavier says, his voice echoing in the sacred space. "It is our shield and our sword." Under the relentless desert sun, the CATCH teens confront the monstrous Leviathan, a legend come to life. Dust devils dance as they activate the armor of God, shimmering light radiating to meet the ancient evil. The light strikes, and the Leviathan visibly weakens, its immense power challenged by divine force. A defiant roar tears through the desert, the sand trembling beneath the Leviathan's rage and the teens' resolve. Teenagers move through the dimly lit underground lab, shadows dance on the metallic walls. They reach the central chamber, monitors displaying schematics and alien symbols. A massive containment unit hums ominously in the center of the room, a silent threat. They discover Hawk's insidious plans to unleash Wormwood. Narration echoes, a chilling revelation. Against the backdrop of towering mountains, the CATCH team stands firm. Before them looms the Behemoth, a legendary titan of unparalleled might. Xavier's brow furrows with intense focus, the weight of responsibility heavy on his young shoulders. Energy crackles around him as he weaves a shimmering shield of protection. The ethereal barrier rises, a beacon of hope against the impending danger, a desperate stand against a creature of myth, their courage tested in this epic confrontation. Inside the virtual reality simulator, CAT teens move with uncanny precision, bodies alive in the digital world. The air vibrates with digital projections, each scenario designed to challenge their limits. They hone their skills, preparing for the inevitable showdown with Hawk. Each movement, each decision, sharpens them into weapons of precision and strategy. The virtual world becomes their training ground, their minds forging unbreakable bonds. Under the moon's gaze, the battle unfolds amidst city ruins, dust swirling with each earth-shattering blow. Eerie shadows stretch across the desolate cityscape, silent skyscrapers watching the destructive clash. The CAT teenagers face Hawk, their silhouettes stark against the ruined skyline. Debris dances in the air, each impact sending tremors through the shattered ground. The night amplifies the desolation, turning the ruins into a stage for a desperate fight. Under the cloak of night, the CAT teens approach Hawk's towering skyscraper headquarters, a fortress of steel and glass. Silently, they scale the first wall, their movements precise and practiced against the cold, unyielding surface. Inside, shadows dance in the dimly lit corridors, each step measured as they navigate the labyrinthine halls. A glint of metal, a laser grid, quick reflexes are needed to evade the piercing beams. They bypass security cameras with ease, their faces grim, determination etched in their young eyes. Deep within the heart of Hawk's headquarters, they stand ready, the final confrontation imminent. The control room pulses with light as the CAT team fights against time, their faces illuminated by the screens. Fingers fly across keyboards, a symphony of clicks echoing in the tense atmosphere as they work to break Hawk's control. Lines of code cascade down the monitors, each keystroke a step closer to averting disaster, hope flickering in their eyes. The team's focused energy intensifies, a united front against the looming threat of Wormwood. A triumphant surge as Hawk's systems fall, victory sparking in their weary faces. Relief washes over them, the weight of the world momentarily lifted as they celebrate their hard-won success. In the echoing throne room, Xavier faces Hawk, the cold grandeur a stark reminder of Hawk's hidden world. Xavier's voice, calm and measured, cuts through the heavy silence as he attempts to reason with the unyielding Hawk. Hawk stands unyielding, his eyes burning with an intense, palpable hatred that fills the vast chamber. Tension fills the air as Xavier attempts to bridge the gap between them, his words hanging in the balance. High above, on the skyscraper rooftop, Xavier and Hawk stand silhouetted against the glittering cityscape below. The wind howls, a fierce, unforgiving sound that mirrors the tension between them. Distant city lights twinkle, oblivious to the drama unfolding on the edge. Xavier and Hawk face each other, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. The air crackles with unspoken challenges, a silent prelude to the impending showdown. In the sterile hospital room, a wounded CAT member lies pale, ensnared by wires. Xavier stands vigil, his brow furrowed, a beacon of hope in the sterile setting. Golden light spills from Xavier's hands, enveloping the injured man in warmth. Monitors beep, a rhythm of life responding to Xavier's healing touch. Xavier's healing power mends the injuries. Sunlight streams through the forest canopy, illuminating CAT members in diligent training. Xavier observes with calm authority, his presence a steadying force amidst the activity. He gestures, offering corrections and encouragement, sculpting potential with careful words. Each trainee absorbs Xavier's guidance, their determination echoing in the rustling leaves. Inside CAT headquarters, a festive mood fills the air as teenagers celebrate their hard-won victory. Empty pizza boxes and scattered soda cans bear witness to the joyous celebration. Xavier stands slightly apart, his expression thoughtful amidst the revelry. A moment of reflection etches across Xavier's face, hinting at the battles yet to come. "Remember, the fight for justice is never truly over," Xavier says, his words carrying weight. From space, Xavier gazes upon Earth, a beacon of hope shining in his eyes. His face is etched with resolve, knowing young heroes stand guard. The vibrant blue planet swirls beneath him, a world worth saving. He reflects on the CATCH teenagers, Earth's steadfast protectors. A silent promise echoes in the vastness. The future is in good hands. Xavier walks through the stone corridors, his footsteps echoing through the silent temple. Sunlight streams through high windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air around Xavier. He pauses, gazing at the intricate carvings on the temple walls, each telling tales of the past. A faint smile touches his lips as he reflects on his arduous journey to reach here. His mind replays the trials he has overcome and the profound transformation he has undergone. He thinks, "I've come full circle from a ridiculed boy to a respected leader." Sunlight filters through the leaves, illuminating Xavier in the hidden valley. He stands, bathed in the warmth, a nostalgic smile playing on his lips. Memories flood back, reminding him of the day he unlocked his potential. Gratitude washes over him for the journey and the chances he's embraced. In the heart of the library, Xavier is dwarfed by shelves of ancient texts, each promising untold secrets. The desk lamp casts a pool of light, guiding Xavier through the labyrinth of aged pages. His brow furrowed, he pores over arcane symbols, driven by a deep-seated need to decipher the mystery of his past. Each page turned echoes in the silent chamber, amplifying the weight of his quest. Determination burns in his eyes as he seeks to understand the true nature of his extraordinary powers. The library holds its breath, awaiting the moment Xavier unlocks the secrets hidden within its walls. Bathed in sunlight on a mountaintop, Xavier stands, eyes closed, a picture of serene stillness. A gentle breeze whispers through his hair, carrying the scent of pine and the promise of the open sky. He is a solitary figure, absorbing the Earth's ancient energy, a conduit between the world and himself. Peace radiates from him, a palpable aura of purpose and quiet strength. The world fades as Xavier finds clarity in the silence, a moment of perfect equilibrium. Sunlight floods the training grounds, dust motes swirling as seasoned warrior Xavier observes the new recruits. Xavier's eyes, filled with wisdom and weariness, reflect years of battles fought and lessons learned. He moves with economical precision, his gestures a masterclass in combat strategy and efficiency. Each movement is a lesson etched in the air, a silent testament to his profound experience. Amidst the vibrant city park, Xavier observes the tapestry of daily life with a thoughtful gaze. Children's laughter echoes as they playfully chase pigeons, their joy unrestrained. Couples stroll hand in hand, their bond a quiet promise against the bustling backdrop. Beneath ancient trees, elderly folks engage in chess, their minds sharp and calculating. A gentle breeze carries the scent of freshly cut grass, a subtle reminder of nature's peace. Xavier is reminded of the profound importance of protecting their freedom and safety. Sunlight fills the classroom as Xavier stands before eager students, his smile radiating warmth and encouragement. He shares his story with passion, his animated gestures captivating the young minds before him. The students listen intently, their eyes wide with admiration, inspired by Xavier's every word. "Believe in yourselves," Xavier urges, his voice full of conviction. "Never give up on your dreams." Under the bright, stark sun, Xavier strides toward the hospital, shadows stretching long behind him. Compassion etched on his face, Xavier approaches the patients, a beacon of hope in their weary eyes. With a gentle touch, Xavier places his hand on a patient's shoulder, offering silent solace. Relief washes over the patient as Xavier's gift eases their pain, a quiet miracle unfolding. Inside the shelter, rows of cots fill the echoing room, a haven amidst the city's cold indifference. Xavier, his eyes kind, ladles steam briefly illuminating his weary face in the dim light. The air hangs heavy with disinfectant and unwashed clothes, a stark reminder of lives upended. He offers the bowl to a gaunt man, a silent exchange of gratitude in the shelter's quiet hum. Xavier moves with practiced grace, his dedication a beacon of hope in the shelter's dim corners. Against the prison's cold stone, Xavier stands resolute, a beacon of hope at the imposing gates. His face is etched with determination, a firm believer in second chances and the power of redemption. He is here to offer guidance, support to the inmates yearning for a path back to the light. The prison looms, a symbol of past mistakes, but Xavier sees potential beyond the walls. A promise of change flickers in his eyes, a silent vow to help those seeking a new beginning. Xavier steps forward, ready to face the challenge, his presence a stark contrast to the grim setting. Sunlight paints the church in vibrant colors as Xavier kneels, his serene face a mask over inner turmoil. Dust motes dance in the sunbeams, each a tiny spotlight on his moment of quiet reflection. He rises, a newfound resolve hardening his features, replacing the softness with purpose. Xavier watches the priest, listening to the sermon, a silent vow forming in his eyes. Xavier walks through the cemetery, his footsteps quiet on the dew-covered grass. He pauses, a gentle smile on his lips, remembering the legacy of loved ones. A wave of gratitude washes over him for the lessons learned and love shared. Sunlight warms the silent tombstones as Xavier honors memories in the quiet cemetery. A hazy image flickers. Young Xavier, isolated in a schoolyard, faces a storm of jeers and mocking laughter. The scene intensifies, faces twisting into grotesque masks of cruelty, voices rising in a deafening cacophony. Xavier jolts awake, slick with sweat, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs, the nightmare's grip still tight. Gasping for air, Xavier whispers, "It was just a dream." The remnants of fear linger in his wide, haunted eyes. He pauses, takes a deep breath, and slowly smiles, events of the dream now fading into distant memory. A wave of quiet pride washes over him as he remembers how far he's come, the battles he's overcome. The horizon blazes with the promise of dawn. Xavier watches, his face bathed in the warm, golden light of a new day. Hope washes over him, chasing away the shadows of the night. He knows the world is full of challenges, each day bringing new tests. Yet, in his eyes, a determined glint ignites, fueled by unwavering resolve. He is ready. The sunrise is his strength, his spirit unyielding as he faces the unknown. The world awaits, and Xavier stands firm, prepared to meet it head-on. Under the vast sky, Xavier stands tall on earth, a solitary figure embodying hope. He is a beacon, his presence radiating resilience across the world. His stance reflects forgiveness, a silent promise of understanding. Xavier becomes a symbol, his image inspiring faith in humanity. The world watches him, drawing strength from his unwavering spirit. His very existence is a testament to the enduring power of the human heart.
Amidst the stark ruins, Darius and Ruby sprint, their figures a blur against the desolate landscape. Debris and shattered remnants of a forgotten world litter the broken streets, silent witnesses to the chase. From the shadows, relentless figures emerge, their pursuit a haunting echo in the deserted city. With breathtaking agility, they vault over crumbled walls, their movements a dance of survival. Each leap and bound is a testament to their resolve, a defiance against the encroaching darkness. In an abandoned bunker, dust dances in Darius's flashlight, revealing rusted shelves and damp concrete. Darius and Ruby strain, muscles bulging, as they grip a makeshift barbell of metal and concrete. The clang of metal echoes in the silence, punctuated by their ragged, heavy breathing. Each lift is a battle against exhaustion, their determination etched on sweat-streaked faces. The crude weight tests their limits, pushing them to the edge of their physical endurance. In the dim light, they are warriors, forging strength from the ruins of a forgotten world. Sunlight filters through the dense forest as Darius and Ruby push through strange, rustling foliage. "All right, Ruby, let's keep sharp. Jumping jacks," Darius calls out, his voice echoing in the woods. "Right behind you," Ruby replies, her determination clear as she matches Darius's pace. Darius and Ruby begin synchronized jumping jacks, their breaths visible in the cool air. They continue exercising, their movements a stark contrast to the forest's eerie stillness. Darius and Ruby enter a grand estate, dust swirling in moonlight, their footsteps echoing in the silent, decaying halls. "This place is enormous and eerie," Darius says, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. Ruby responds, "It has character. I wonder what stories these walls could tell." They find a hidden room filled with journals. Darius exclaims, "These journals detail the history of Upfront, a stark, sterile laboratory, cold and clinical, where the air is thick with unspoken tension and hidden experiments. Children with subtle, plant-like features endure invasive experiments, their faces betraying a mix of fear and resignation. Scientists in pristine white coats observe with detached, cold interest their expressions devoid of empathy. Needles glint under the harsh fluorescent lights as they extract samples, their actions precise and unfeeling. The children's eyes, wide with vulnerability, reflect the cold, metallic surfaces of the laboratory equipment. The sterile environment amplifies the sense of isolation and despair, a silent scream trapped within white walls. Under the warm desk lamp, Darius and Ruby pore over documents, a mahogany table laden with secrets between them. Photographs scattered across the table reveal chilling details of experiments and children with unique abilities. Their eyes scan the pages, piecing together the horrifying truth behind the facility's sinister purpose. A palpable sense of dread fills the room, the air thick with unspoken fears and grim revelations. The weight of their discovery settles heavily upon them, casting long shadows in the lamplit room. Darius and Ruby tackle the steep, winding mountain pass under the vast sky. Each lunge tests their strength, their muscles screaming against the unforgiving incline. The thin air bites at their lungs, yet their determination burns brighter. Pushing past limits, they sculpt endurance with every upward step. Flickering torchlight reveals a vast horde in the dragon's lair as Darius and Ruby prepare for battle. The dragon's eyes burn with ancient rage, scales shimmering ominously in the dim light. A torrent of fire erupts, searing the air as Darius and Ruby dive for cover. With nimble agility, Ruby somersaults over a mountain of gold, evading the dragon's jaws. Darius charges, a defiant roar challenging the beast, hoping to draw its attention away from Ruby. The cavern echoes with the clash of strength against ancient power in the heart of the lair. Darius and Ruby wade into the rushing river, their faces tense with determination against the powerful current. With each step, they lift their knees high, battling the relentless force of nature. Cold water splashes around them, a chilling reminder of the river's unforgiving nature. Their bodies strain against the current, a testament to their unwavering resolve. The river roars, a symphony of nature's power, testing their endurance. Forward momentum is key, as they fight to maintain balance amidst the chaos of the flowing water. Darius and Ruby enter the lab, air thick with decay. Dust dances in flashlight beams, revealing rusted equipment. They share a look, a silent pact to uncover the secrets hidden within the decaying walls of the abandoned lab. Deeper in, shadows play tricks, obscuring and revealing the sinister details of Upfront's experiments. They uncover a hidden chamber, the heart of Upfront's dark work now exposed to the stark light. Sunlight floods the Upfront facility, revealing extraordinary children with plant-based DNA. Vines surge to life, growing at an impossible rate under the control of one gifted child. A scraped knee mends in seconds with a gentle touch, showcasing nature's healing power. The facility buzzes with the quiet energy of young lives, intertwined with the botanical. Each child demonstrates unique abilities, blurring the line between human and plant. In the abandoned lab, dust motes swirl in Darius's flashlight beam, revealing corroded machines and shattered remnants. Ruby's focused gaze traces the lines of a faded map, her brow furrowed in intense concentration. The air hangs heavy with the scent of decay and forgotten experiments. A silent determination hardens Ruby's features as she deciphers the map's secrets. The map leads to Bramos's hidden fortress, she declares, her voice echoing in the desolate space. Under a blazing sun, Darius and Ruby push through the desert's heat haze, their figures mirages in the shimmering air. Sweat drenches their hair as they drop, the gritty sand a stark contrast to their determined faces. Each burpee is a testament to resilience, bodies rising against the desert's unforgiving challenge. The sun beats down, testing their physical limits with each breath, each movement a victory. Grit and determination etched on their faces, they embody strength against the stark, endless desert. In Bramos's fortress, Darius and Ruby navigate shadowy corridors, their footsteps echoing softly against the ancient stone. Dim light flickers, casting long, dancing shadows that seem to watch their every move with silent intensity. A sudden rustle breaks the silence, a warning sign amidst the quiet tension of the fortress. Bramos's henchmen emerge from the darkness, their figures blocking the path, a silent challenge. Darius and Ruby halt, their eyes narrowing as they face the unexpected ambush. A tense standoff begins, the air thick with unspoken threats and the promise of imminent conflict. In the courtyard, Darius and Ruby face Bramos's henchmen, A fierce battle erupts amidst the ancient stones. Darius delivers a powerful blow, sending one henchman staggering back. His strength is a force to be reckoned with. Ruby's agility shines as she evades a sweeping attack, her movements as fluid as water. Darius and Ruby fight back to back, a united front against overwhelming odds, their determination unyielding. The henchmen falter, their initial confidence replaced by desperation as Darius and Ruby press their advantage. In Bremos's opulent chamber, Darius and Ruby stand defiant, shadows flickering around them in the dim candlelight. Bremos unveils his scheme with a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with dark ambition. Bremos gestures dramatically, revealing his plan to control plant-based DNA for nefarious purposes. The chamber feels heavy with unspoken threats as Bremos's scheme unfolds. Darius and Ruby exchange a look, their resolve hardening against Bremos's growing menace. Young Darius and Ruby, barely teenagers, are strapped into chairs, their faces showing discomfort. Scientists in sterile lab coats inject serums, adjusting dials on complex machinery around the teens. Their plant-based DNA glows with an unnatural luminescence, visibly manipulated before our eyes. The Upfront facility becomes a stark stage for a horrifying experiment, blurring the line between science and ethics. In Bremos's chamber, the air crackles with raw power as Darius and Ruby stand firm, their eyes burning with fierce resolve. Fueled by traumatic memories, Darius moves with uncanny speed, a blur of motion against the oppressive darkness. Ruby's energy crackles, forming a radiant shield as she prepares to unleash her devastating attack. The chamber awaits, heavy with anticipation, as their combined might threatens to shatter the very foundations. Darius and Ruby begin their ascent up the volcano's steep slopes, their figures small against the vast, stark landscape. They halt, muscles tensing as they drop into squats, their faces etched with determination against the harsh sunlight. The air is thin, the volcanic rock unforgiving under their boots as they continue their strenuous workout. Each squat is a testament to their will, a physical challenge mirroring an unseen inner struggle. The volcano looms, a silent witness to their efforts, its desolate beauty, a backdrop to their resilience. They rise, breathing heavily, ready to conquer both the mountain and their own limitations. Inside the volcano's crater, Darius and Ruby stand defiant, the lava's glow mirrored in their determined eyes. The dragon's deafening roar shakes the ground, a challenge answered by their unwavering resolve. They focus, drawing on their combined strength as raw energy swirls around them, a beacon of hope. Ready to face the inferno, they stand as one, their intertwined power a shield against the coming firestorm. Sunbeams cut through the ruined city, illuminating dust motes and the skeletal remains of buildings. Darius, face smudged with grime, lays a salvaged brick with deliberate, strong movements. Ruby, a vibrant splash of color, mixes mortar, her jaw set with determination. Survivors watch, hardship etched on their faces, eyes flickering with newfound hope. The sounds of hammers fill the air, a symphony of rebuilding as community blossoms. In the family estate, dust dances in Darius's flashlight, revealing a hidden room's oppressive darkness. Ruby coughs, waving her hand, the air thick with dust and the weight of forgotten ages. Shelves overflow with tarnished silver and crumbling scrolls, relics of a forgotten time. Strange, geometric objects gleam faintly, crafted from an unknown, otherworldly metal. A palpable sense of history hangs heavy, clinging to every surface and whispering secrets. The single beam illuminates the room, exposing the secrets of generations past. On a mountaintop, Darius and Ruby prepare for meditation, the wind whispering through their clothes. Their forms flow into yoga poses, mirroring the majestic peaks around them. Each movement is precise, a dance of balance and control against the skyline. Serenity washes over their faces as they center their minds, drawing strength from the heights. The breathtaking view amplifies their inner peace, a union of body and nature. Flickering lights cast long shadows in the abandoned bunker, illuminating concrete walls and a sense of desperate resilience. Darius, hardened and stern, delivers a fierce jab to the punching bag, his movements precise and powerful. Ruby guides survivors through defensive maneuvers, her intensity a beacon in the dim, cavernous space. Sweat glistens as the survivors struggle, exhaustion etched on their faces, yet their resolve remains unbroken. The air hangs thick with determination as they train, a silent promise to survive echoing in the bunker's depths. A sterile room hums with scientific energy, scientists studying complex data on holographic displays. The plant-based DNA offers a unique, regenerative capability, Scientist 1 notes, eyes gleaming. Scientist 2 envisions. Imagine the possibilities, soldiers capable of healing from almost any wound. But the ethical implications. Are we playing God? Scientist 3 questions, a shadow crossing his face. Scientist 1 retorts, we're giving our soldiers an edge, nothing more, dismissing ethical concerns. Flickering candlelight bathes Darius and Ruby in a warm glow, their faces etched with concern. Ancient texts spread before them, their cryptic symbols hinting at a looming danger. Shadows dance ominously on the walls, mirroring the urgency of their quest. A shared glance conveys the weight of their discovery. The world is in peril. The air grows heavy with anticipation as they piece together the prophecy. Sunlight filters through the forest canopy, illuminating Darius and Ruby atop a moss-covered knoll. Darius and Ruby gesture emphatically, their words carrying weight to the assembled crowd. Humans, elves, and dwarves stand united, their faces reflecting a shared resolve. Banners flutter gently, each representing a different community now standing as one. The alliance is forged, a beacon of hope amidst the ancient trees. Fluorescent lights hum over a cluttered workbench where Darius and Ruby examine holographic schematics. Cables snake across the floor, connecting arcane devices in the hidden laboratory. Test tubes bubble with strange concoctions, casting eerie shadows that dance across the room. Darius and Ruby are deep in thought, innovating in the heart of the hidden laboratory. Under a blazing sun, Darius and Ruby lead their allies across the seemingly infinite desert. They push their companions, sprinting then resting, testing the limits of endurance. Each strained breath and weary step prepares them for the trials ahead. The grueling exercise forges them into a force ready to face any challenge. Darius and Ruby burst into Bramos' fortress, grim determination etched on their faces. Steel clashes against steel as they unleash a whirlwind of fury, their movements a dance of death. Hope ignites in the eyes of the oppressed as they witness Darius and Ruby's fierce assault. Seizing their chance, the oppressed rise up, joining the fray with newfound courage. Chaos erupts within the fortress walls, a full-scale battle engulfing everything in its path. The fortress trembles as the oppressed and the heroes unite, their combined strength shaking the foundations. The courtyard explodes into chaos, a maelstrom of clashing steel and desperate cries under the unforgiving sun. Darius, a seasoned warrior, stands firm against Bramos' onslaught, his movements a dance of death and defiance. Arrows streak across the sky like vengeful spirits, each flight a harbinger of pain and destruction. Ruby, nimble and fierce, weaves through the fray, her strikes precise, a whirlwind of deadly grace. The air is thick with the scent of blood and the roar of battle, a symphony of war echoing through the courtyard. Shadows stretch and writhe across the ornate walls of Bramos' chamber, dimly illuminated by flickering candlelight. Darius and Ruby stand firm, their faces set against the looming figure of Bramos. The air crackles with unspoken threats, a silent prelude to their final confrontation. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy as they prepare for battle. The fate of many rests on the outcome of this tense and pivotal encounter. The Upfront facility hums, its sterile white walls echoing with cold indifference as young Darius and Ruby sit on metal cots. Their eyes meet a silent acknowledgement, a spark of defiance against the clinical environment. Small smiles exchanged, a bond forming, a lifeline in this sea of experiments and uncertainty. Darius offers Ruby a piece of smuggled chocolate, a small act of rebellion and kindness. She accepts it gratefully, the simple gift strengthening their connection against the odds. Amidst wreckage, Darius and Ruby stand victorious, the air crackling with fading energy. Bramos lies defeated, his once menacing contraptions now silent, lifeless heaps. The plant DNA, freed from twisted metal, disperses, a green mist in the dim light. Victory hangs heavy, a silent testament to the battle fought and won in the shattered chamber. Against the rising sun, Darius and Ruby stand amidst the ruins, their silhouettes stark against the dawn. Below, the city stirs with renewed life. Survivors work tirelessly, rebuilding brick by brick. Hammers ring out, saws whine, and voices rise a symphony of resilience in the desolate air. Hope flickers in their eyes, a silent promise etched onto faces weathered by the storm. More than just buildings rise, they are forging a sanctuary, a beacon in the wasteland. Each brick laid is a testament to their enduring spirit, a defiant cry against despair. Inside the opulent family estate, a grand celebration unfolds, laughter echoing. Radiating triumph, Darius and Ruby stand side by side, symbols of enduring legacy. Loyal friends and powerful figures gather, united in a moment of shared victory. Warm light bathes the scene, illuminating the intricate details of their world. High on the mountaintop, Darius and Ruby stand as silhouettes against the vast, endless sky. Wind howls around them, carrying the scent of pine, a wild symphony accompanying their silent vigil. Their eyes are fixed on the distant horizon, where adventure and peril intertwine like smoke. Darius and Ruby exchange a look, a silent pact forged in the heart of the wilderness. They steel themselves, ready to face the unknown challenges that await beyond the mountain's edge. Inside the abandoned bunker, flickering lights cast dancing shadows, illuminating the grim determination of Darius and Ruby. Darius practices his strikes, each movement precise and powerful, his face set with resolve. Ruby sharpens her blade, the steel glinting under the harsh light, her focus unwavering. The air hangs heavy with anticipation as they push themselves, knowing the true battle looms. Their eyes meet, a silent understanding passing between them. The fight is far from over. Darius and Ruby enter the forest, sunlight dappling through the leaves. A world of hidden secrets awaits. Their footsteps are muffled by the thick carpet of leaves. They cautiously navigate the dense undergrowth. Eyes scan, searching for ancient artifacts among the trees. The forest holds its breath, guarding its secrets. Neon lights hum over a hidden laboratory, illuminating Darui's intent, soldering wires with grease-stained fingers. Ruby, red hair blazing, attacks a holographic keyboard, her focus absolute in the sterile glow. Sparks erupt as Darui solders, a dance of light and precision in the cluttered workspace. The air crackles with the symphony of technological creation, a testament to their combined skill. Daruis and Ruby work in perfect tandem, their intense focus the only sound above the lab's hum. Under the scorching desert sun, Darius and Ruby squint at the horizon, their faces weathered with determination. Heat shimmers as figures materialize from the haze, their forms gradually sharpening against the blinding light. New allies approach, marked by unique abilities, their knowledge a beacon for Darius and Ruby's quest. Hope flickers in their eyes as the groups converge, a silent promise of shared purpose in the desolate expanse. Shadows writhe on the fortress walls as Darius seeks a hidden passage, his weathered face etched with resolve. Ruby's torch flickers, unveiling a faint inscription, a clue to unlocking ancient secrets. With a grunt, Darius triggers a mechanism, the stone wall groaning as it yields to his touch. The wall slides inward, revealing a chamber bathed in an otherworldly, ethereal glow. Within the chamber, resting on a pedestal of light, lies a powerful artifact. Darius and Ruby stand back to back, a dynamic defense against the courtyard chaos, their determination etched in every move. Darius intercepts a crushing blow, his powerful frame absorbing the impact, protecting a vulnerable ally. Ruby spins with incredible speed, disarming an attacker with a swift, decisive motion, a blur of agility. Together, they are an impenetrable shield, strength and agility combined, a force against the relentless onslaught. Flickering candlelight dances in Bramos' chamber, casting long shadows on ancient tapestries. Darius, a young scholar, pores over a weathered scroll, his brow furrowed in concentration. Ruby, a skilled warrior, stands guard, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. The air is thick with anticipation as they seek to uncover secrets of the prophecy. In a sterile, high-tech facility, scientists gather, their expressions etched with worry under the hum of advanced tech. Lab coats flutter around a holographic projection, casting eerie shadows that amplify the atmosphere of concern. The air vibrates with the low thrum of unseen energies, each pulse a silent harbinger of impending crisis. Eyes dart nervously between the projection and each other, unspoken questions hanging heavy in the air. A palpable tension fills the room, a silent acknowledgement of the gravity of their discovery. The holographic image flickers, a stark visual representation of the instability they are struggling to control. Under a harsh sun, dust devils dance through the skeletal remains of a ruined city. Darius, weathered but resolute, stands tall on a makeshift platform, a beacon of hope. Beside him, Ruby raises her hand, silencing the murmuring crowd with a determined gaze. A flicker of hope ignites in the survivors' eyes, their faces etched with hardship. A sense of community begins to build, a fragile promise amidst the desolation. Warm light spills from the family estate, illuminating aged portraits and whispering tales of generations past. Darius, etched with wisdom, stands beside Ruby, her eyes sparkling with shared knowledge and mutual respect. Their gestures, deliberate and meaningful, draw the attention of young, eager faces gathered before them. The firelight dances, casting long shadows that seem to animate the ancestral home's silent observers. A sense of anticipation hangs in the air, promising a night filled with learning and the passing down of legacies. Against the bright sky, Darius and Ruby stand silhouetted, the wind a constant companion on their mountain ascent. They adjust their packs, a shared glance of resolve passing between them, a silent promise for the journey ahead. The rugged landscape unfolds before them, an untouched canvas of nature's grandeur and untold challenges. Determination etched on their faces, they turn towards the horizon, ready to conquer the mountain's silent challenge. Dust motes swirl in the bunker's gloom, lit by a single ray. Darius and Ruby sit in silence, shadows painting their faces. The abandoned bunker holds its breath as Darius and Ruby share the weight of unspoken trauma. The air hangs heavy, thick with memories binding them together in this desolate place. Their shared history echoes in the silence, as they sit on overturned crates, lost in thought. Under a vast, bright sky, Darius and Ruby emerge, their determination etched against the endless horizon. Their figures are silhouetted, the dawn painting their faces with the hues of hope and defiance. Each step echoes with the promise of a quest, their silhouettes growing smaller. The horizon stretches before them, a canvas of endless possibilities and untold battles. They stride towards the unknown, ready to confront the challenges that await.
In the dim solitude of his room, Darius is surrounded by silent stacks of books, a stark contrast to the lively world outside. A heavy sigh escapes him, the weight of loneliness palpable as his gaze drifts towards the window. Through the glass, faint echoes of children's laughter taunt him, a bittersweet symphony of joy he cannot reach. The air in Darius's room is thick with unspoken longing, each shadow a testament to his isolation. In the sunlit kitchen, Darius stares intently at a solitary apple, his expression thoughtful and curious. He lifts the apple, turning it over in his hands as if it holds the secrets of the universe. Darius begins to speak to the apple, projecting his innermost thoughts onto its smooth, red skin. He imagines the apple as a confidant, sharing his hopes and fears with the silent fruit. From the doorway, his mom watches with a gentle, knowing smile, observing her son's peculiar ritual. In Darius's dimly lit bedroom, a faint shimmer disturbs the shadows. Ruby materializes, a shy ghost, taking form in the quiet stillness of the night. Darius awakens, drawn from sleep by the ethereal presence in his room. Startled yet curious, Darius watches the spectral figure with wide, questioning eyes. Darius beams, presenting Ruby and the apple, now adorned with a childishly drawn face, a display of pure joy. His parents stand nearby, a mixture of surprise and amusement dancing in their eyes, a silent acknowledgement. They exchange knowing glances, a shared understanding passing between them, a moment of parental connection. Nodding in unison, they offer warm smiles, embracing Darius's earnest introduction with heartfelt acceptance. The room fills with unspoken encouragement, each gesture reinforcing Darius's unwavering belief. Darius's validation deepens, his spirit soaring with the unwavering support of his loving family. In the dimness of Darius's bedroom, an ordinary apple begins to glow, hinting at the magic about to unfold. The apple morphs, reshapes, its form twisting into a small, animated character brimming with vibrant life. Ruby, faint and ethereal, solidifies, gaining substance, her presence filling the room with a palpable wonder. Excitement radiates, transforming the mundane space into a realm of pure, unadulterated magic. The carnival entrance blazes with light, a cacophony of sounds and smells filling the air as Darius, Ruby, and the apple arrive. Darius hesitates, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his brow as his gaze darts nervously across the bustling crowd. The scent of popcorn hangs heavy in the air, a tempting invitation mixed with the undercurrent of Darius's anxiety. Ruby's voice cuts through the noise, a bright challenge in her tone. "Come on, Darius, be brave, it'll be fun." The carnival pulses with music and laughter as Darius and the apple navigate the vibrant crowd. Darius throws a dart, hitting the bullseye with newfound confidence. A stuffed animal is handed over, and his smile widens, reflecting the colorful lights. "You did it, Darius!" the apple exclaims, her face lit up by the dazzling scene. Inside the haunted house, moonlight reveals dancing dust motes, painting an eerie tableau of fear. Ruby trembles, her eyes wide, betraying a deeper fear than the others. Darius offers a reassuring smile, gently placing a hand on Ruby's shoulder. "It's okay, Ruby," Darius says softly. A beacon of calm in the haunted gloom. "Things aren't always as scary as they seem," he adds, his words a gentle shield against the unseen terrors. Before the ancient castle, the trio faces weathered stones, silent witnesses to centuries of wind and rain. Darius tinkers with his makeshift device, sparks dancing as he focuses electricity towards the castle gates. A loud clunk echoes as the heavy gates slowly begin to creak open, revealing shadows and mysteries within. Dust and echoes greet the trio as the gates swing wide, beckoning them into the castle's depths. The air grows heavy with anticipation as they prepare to step across the threshold into the unknown. The castle library is filled with towering shelves, the air heavy with the scent of aged paper and leather. Ruby carefully extracts an ancient tome, its cover etched with arcane symbols. "Incanta levitato libris," Ruby reads aloud, her voice echoing in the vast space. Books begin to float, swirling gently, as if animated by an unseen force. In the castle dungeon, shadows dance on the damp walls as they venture into the unknown. Darius leads, his bravery shining amidst the chilling darkness and echoing drips. Each step echoes, amplifying the silence as fear battles courage in Darius's eyes. The air hangs heavy, thick with the weight of forgotten stories and looming dread. Moonlight paints the deserted ballroom as dust motes dance in the silence, hinting at the grandeur of balls past. Ruby, radiant in a shimmering gown, twirls with Darius, her laughter echoing in the vast, empty space. A genuine smile graces Ruby's face, lighting up her eyes with a joy she's never known before. In this fleeting moment, Ruby feels a sense of belonging, her heart swelling with a happiness that defies the shadows. Soft lamplight paints Darius's room as Ruby sits opposite him, vulnerability etched on her face. It wasn't always easy for me. People didn't understand, Ruby confesses, her voice heavy with past struggles. Darius leans forward, his gaze intense with empathy. Misunderstood? How? They saw the exterior, not the heart, not the intent, Ruby reveals, a flicker of pain in her eyes. Darius's brow furrows with concern. And that hurt? He asks softly, his voice full of compassion. More than you can imagine, she whispers. But it taught me. Acceptance starts with yourself. In a sun-drenched park, Darius, Ruby, and Apple lay a checkered blanket on the vibrant green grass, preparing for a picnic. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting a golden glow on their smiling faces as they unpack a feast from the overflowing basket. Darius gestures expansively, his voice ringing with generosity. Let's share our feast. There's plenty for everyone. Ruby's eyes twinkle with warmth as she echoes. A wonderful idea! Sharing is caring after all. Apple nods enthusiastically, adding, yes, food brings people together as they invite the park's visitors to join their joyful gathering. Darius sits alone. A sea of unfamiliar faces surrounding him in the bustling school cafeteria. He inhales deeply, gathering his courage like a shield against the unknown. With a hesitant but genuine smile, Darius begins to speak, his voice a gentle ripple in the ocean of noise. Laughter erupts around the table as connections spark, transforming strangers into friends. The cafeteria's cacophony fades into a comforting symphony of acceptance and belonging. Sunlight dapples the forest floor. As they venture deeper, their senses alert to the symphony of unseen life around them. Eyes dart, observing the intricate dance of nature, from the smallest insect to the towering trees above. Each step is a discovery, a silent acknowledgement of the vibrant ecosystem enveloping them. They are immersed in the forest's embrace, becoming one with the myriad of plants and animals in their home. Sunlight floods the grand museum hall, motes of dust swirling in golden beams. I wander amidst towering exhibits, each a silent echo of forgotten lives. Ancient artifacts whisper tales of different cultures, spanning across time. Each display offers a fleeting glimpse into the hearts and minds of those long past. Under the soft glow of a lamp, Darius sits across from Anna, the air heavy with unspoken words and cooling tea. Darius clasps his hands, a deep breath preceding his heartfelt apology. Anna, I wanted to say I'm sorry about earlier. Anna's tense posture softens slightly. It's okay, Darius. I was being stubborn too, she concedes. No, really. I value our relationship more than winning some silly argument, Darius admits, his sincerity palpable. A tentative offer hangs in the air. Friends? Anna asks, hope flickering in her eyes. Friends? Darius confirms, a smile returning. Under the bright day, neighbors gather, their faces lit with smiles, as they assist an elderly woman. A colorful cascade of grocery bags fills their arms, a shared burden turned into a joyful task. Friendly chatter rises as they walk towards the cozy house, a symphony of community spirit. Each step is filled with warmth and camaraderie, strengthening the bonds of neighborhood. The simple act of carrying groceries transforms into a powerful display of human kindness. In his room filled with toys, Darius listens intently as his mom speaks, a thoughtful expression blooming across his young face. Understanding dawns. He nods, grasping the simple kindness of making someone feel welcome in a new place. With a spark of joy, he gathers his favorite action figures, a playful smile hinting at adventures to come. He prepares a warm invitation, ready to turn a new kid next door into a friend through the magic of play. Hikers ascend the steep mountain, each step a testament to their unwavering determination. With each upward stride, the air thins and the path steepens, testing their resolve. Integrity dawns as they understand the importance of sticking to their values. The panoramic view from the mountain top rewards their perseverance. Dim light reveals Darius in his bedroom, a teenager consumed by determination. He throws fierce jabs at a punching bag, his focused energy filling the small space. Darius visualizes a bully's face, his own contorted with resolve and anger. Sweat glistens as he practices a swift block, preparing for a counterattack. He mutters to himself, refining his fighting technique with unwavering focus. Driven by a fierce loyalty, he trains to protect his friend from further harm. They arrive at a beach marred by scattered trash, the scene a stark contrast to nature's beauty. Undeterred, they begin to clean up their actions, a silent testament to kindness and care. Each piece of trash collected is a lesson learned, their bond deepening with every step. The beach transforms, reflecting their inner growth and the tangible impact of their actions. The room is dimly lit, rap legends watching over Darius as shadows dance across the walls, reflecting his inner turmoil. Darius sits on the edge of his bed, head in his hands, a newfound understanding dawning in his eyes. Images of friends flash through his mind, a montage of battles fought, victories won, and losses endured. Loyalty, it's more than just a word. It's sticking by your friends through thick and thin, Darius declares, voice thick with emotion. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, Darius, Ruby, and the apple share a peaceful moment on a grassy hill. Laughter dances on the breeze as they watch the vibrant colors paint the sky, their bond deepening with each shared smile. Darius, no longer alone, finds solace and joy in the company of both his real and imaginary companions. The sunset reflects in their eyes, mirroring the unbreakable friendship that shines brighter than any star. This imaginative story follows a young boy named Darius on his 8th birthday as he journeys to a fantastical realm called the Land of Chopped. Accompanied by personified foods like banana, nana, and apple, he traverses an alphabetical landscape of fruits and vegetables to find a sense of belonging. Throughout the adventure, the characters overcome internal conflicts and rivalries, such as the tension between fruits and vegetables through dance and celebration. The narrative serves as a coming-of-age allegory where Darius learns the value of friendship and community despite feeling forgotten by his peers at home. Ultimately, the story concludes with a magical return to his family, suggesting that his whimsical experiences have reshaped his reality. These excerpts emphasize the overarching message that everyone can fit in when they support one another. Darius, 8, walks alone, head down, the image of loneliness on a sunny day. Empty sidewalks amplify his solitude on this otherwise normal suburban street. Identical houses stretch into the distance, each a silent witness to his walk. It's his birthday, yet no decorations hint at any celebration or joy. The sun casts long shadows, mirroring the weight of his unspoken feelings. Each step echoes in the quiet, a stark reminder of his solitary journey home. In his room, Darius sits at his desk, a single cupcake illuminated by a lone flickering candle. He pauses, eyes closed, a hopeful concentration etched upon his face as he prepares to make a wish. A silent plea escapes his lips, a wish for a friend to share his world. With a puff of breath, he extinguishes the candle, sending a wisp of smoke curling into the air. For a fleeting moment, an ethereal glow fills the room as if his wish is taking flight. The faint light fades, leaving Darius in hopeful anticipation. Beneath Darius, the old floorboards glow, an ethereal light seeping from the aged wood, hinting at the unknown. Cracks of light spread like spider webs, consuming the room in an intense, otherworldly radiance. The room transforms into a vortex of swirling colors, pulling everything into its luminous core. The air shimmers, distorting reality with fragments of forgotten memories and dreams. Darius lands softly in a produce patch. A vibrant world of giant fruits and vegetables surrounds him, alive with curiosity. Oversized tomatoes glisten under the sun, their skins reflecting a world of wonder and unknown adventures. Towering corn stalks sway gently, their leaves whispering secrets in an alien tongue. Giant pumpkins rest like ancient monoliths, their surfaces etched with strange, unknowable patterns. The oversized garden watches Darius with silent, watchful eyes, its fruits and vegetables poised and ready. Each vegetable pulses with a strange energy, a silent invitation to explore this surreal, bountiful land. Sunlight filters through the leaves, painting shifting shadows on the damp earth of the produce patch. A banana, peels fashioned into a skirt, saunters playfully toward Darius. The air is thick with ripe sweetness. Banana Nana approaches her movement, a joyful sway in the dappled sunlight. "Greetings, Darius. I am Banana Nana," she announces, her voice as sweet as the surrounding fruit. Banana Nana's eyes twinkle. "You have been brought here by your birthday wish." Banana Nana guides Darius through an apple orchard, sunlight dappling through laden branches. They halt before a gathering of apples, their forms vibrant against the green leaves. A cacophony of voices erupts as the apples engage in a fierce, boastful debate. Darius observes the bizarre spectacle, his brow furrowed in confusion and disbelief. The air vibrates with the apples' claims, a strange symphony of fruity arrogance. In the apple orchard, Darius proposes a shine-off, a mischievous glint in his eye, sparking the apple's competitive spirit. A comical competition erupts, each participant comically striving to outshine the others. Perched regally, Banana Nana acts as the stern but fair judge of the bizarre spectacle. The scene is punctuated by the slapstick of discarded apple peels underfoot, adding to the chaos. Under the bright sun, a berry bush overflows with vibrant, ripe berries, each plump and bursting with color. A soft, fruity murmur fills the air as the berries engage in lively chatter, their voices blending in harmony. Isolated and forlorn, a smaller, paler berry droops, excluded from the joyful gathering. Darius approaches the bush, his gaze thoughtful, as he observes the scene before him. "Hey everyone, let's make sure we're including everyone. Every berry counts," Darius says, his voice filled with warmth. Under the sun, a field of carrots stands aligned, a regiment of green and orange stretching to the horizon. A stern-looking carrot barks commands, his leafy arms waving, drilling the ranks with unflinching discipline. Each carrot stands at attention, unwavering, a silent army awaiting orders in the vast field. Darius observes the scene, his brow furrowed, a hint of doubt in his eyes, as he watches the rigid drills. "I question the need for such strict order," Darius remarks, his voice a low murmur against the backdrop of the field. In the carrot field, Darius orchestrates a series of light-hearted games. He unveils the sheer delight of embracing spontaneity. Darius encourages the carrots to relax, inviting joy into the moment. Laughter echoes through the field as the carrots begin to enjoy themselves. A sense of carefree fun washes over the group, led by Darius's playful spirit. A sea of green dill plants sway in the gentle breeze, their delicate leaves whispering secrets under the warm sunlight. Bathed in golden light, they stand together, yet a sense of isolation permeates the dill patch. Darius, with a rustle of leaves, voices an existential question. "Sometimes I just feel so alone." The unspoken weight of their fleeting existence hangs heavy in the air. "What is our purpose, really?" Darius asks, his leaves trembling slightly. The question lingers. "We just sit here, growing, waiting to be harvested." A vibrant array of colorful painted eggplants compete for attention under the bright daylight. Darius stands amidst the chaos of colors, a figure of calm in the visual storm. He raises a hand, silencing the crowd, his presence commanding attention. His voice cuts through the air, a soothing balm amidst the colorful frenzy. "It's not about the outside, people," Darius proclaims, his eyes scanning the crowd. "It's about inner beauty," he concludes, his words hanging in the air, a challenge. Beneath the dappled shade of a wise old fig tree, sunlight paints the ground in shifting patterns of light and shadow. The fig watches with thoughtful eyes as life teems around him, a silent observer in a bustling world. Darius, a cucumber with a determined air, approaches the fig, his eyes gleaming with hope. "Oh, wise fig, I seek your guidance," Darius says, his voice carrying on the gentle breeze. "Our patch is divided, and I wish to unite us all," he pleads, his gaze fixed on the ancient fig. A dense cluster of grapes, plump and ripe, hangs heavily, stubbornly avoiding touch. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the juicy fruit. Darius approaches, his silhouette a looming presence against the bright backdrop. His fingers gently part the leaves, revealing the tightly packed grapes in their verdant nest. Darius looks intently at the grapes, a playful glint in his eyes, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "Come on, you guys. Don't you think it is time to branch out a little? Meet some new people?" Sunlight warms the herb garden, a vibrant tapestry of green where each plant stretches towards the sky. Fragrant aromas mingle, creating a symphony of scents as the herbs compete for dominance. Darius, a wise old sage, observes the garden's fragrant battle with a knowing smile. "Why compete, my friends?" Darius asks. "Together you could create something truly unique." A sea of green and red jalapenos basks under the sun, convinced their fiery nature makes them unlovable. Darius, a beacon of bravery, approaches the patch, his eyes reflecting curiosity and determination. He carefully plucks a ripe jalapeno, its skin glistening, and bravely pops it into his mouth. A thoughtful chew, then a smile, revealing his mission: to show them their worth, not their shame. Verdant kale leaves sway, towering above the garden. Kale gestures, convinced of superior health benefits. Other vegetables watch with fear and annoyance as kale tries to force them to eat it. Darius objects. But everyone has different tastes and preferences. What's healthy for one might not appeal to another, Darius says, standing up to kale. Under the sun, a leek field shimmers, but a heavy sorrow descends as each leek weeps dewy tears. Amidst the weeping, Darius stands tall, his roots firm, a beacon of strength in the verdant expanse. His voice resonates with determination, cutting through the sorrowful atmosphere. Remember, every part of the patch plays a crucial role, Darius declares, his words a rallying cry amidst the weeping leeks. Sunlight filters through the mango grove, dappling the ground in shifting patterns of light and shadow. A vibrant, flamboyant mango struts into view, his colors gleaming in the tropical sun. Darius, less ostentatious, quietly attends to his own affairs under the green canopy. Mango spots Darius, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Well, well, well, look what we have here, Darius, isn't it?" Mango booms. Mango's challenge rings through the grove. "I challenge you to a dance battle." Beneath the canopy of the mango grove, a dance battle ignites, the air thick with anticipation and rhythmic energy. Mango bursts into motion, an explosion of dazzling footwork and fluid grace, captivating all who watch. His body moves as if unbound, a whirlwind of passion and skill set against the stillness of the trees. Darius, initially stunned, scrambles to find his rhythm, the challenge etched on his determined face. The grove pulsates with the beat, a vibrant arena where skill and spirit collide under the watchful eyes of nature. Sunlight dapples through the mango grove, casting an ethereal glow on Banana, Nana, and Darius. Banana Nana smiles warmly, her hands gesturing with lively encouragement. "Remember to express yourself, Darius. Have fun with it," she calls out. Darius focuses, a new confidence blossoming within him under Banana Nana's guidance. His movements begin to flow, finding a natural rhythm amidst the mango trees. Darius embraces the dance, the mango grove echoing with newfound joy and expression. Sunlight filters through the lush mango grove, a vibrant stage for Darius's unique performance. With graceful movements, Darius begins his dance, incorporating the essence of the mangoes around him. He weaves in elements from other fruits, each gesture highlighting their distinct textures and colors. His dance celebrates the harmony of the grove, blending each unique offering into a seamless whole. Darius's final pose captures the vibrant spirit of the mango grove, a testament to nature's artistry. Sunlight dapples through the leaves of the mango grove, a symphony of greens and yellows. Mangoes sway, their sweet scent mingling with the earthy aroma of the grove. A vibrant dance begins as other fruits and vegetables join the mangoes in a joyful celebration. Colors explode in a kaleidoscope of unity, the grove pulsing with life and laughter. In the lush mango grove, Mango hesitates, watching the others. The collective energy of the dancers begins to sway his resolve. He steps forward, drawn in by the rhythm and joy. Mango joins the dance, his initial reluctance melting away. He moves with newfound freedom, embracing the shared celebration. Mango's eyes meet Darius's, acknowledging his victory. Under the sun, a vibrant gathering of nectarines gleam, their fuzzy skins radiant with life. Each nectarine meticulously examines the others, a silent competition of smoothness and color. Darius, a wise old nectarine, steps forward, his wrinkled exterior telling tales of time. A gentle smile graces Darius's face as he prepares to impart his wisdom. "My dear nectarines, why do you focus solely on the surface?" Darius asks, his voice soft. Sunlight floods the onion orchard, the eye-watering aroma causing farmers and visitors to tear up. Darius surveys the scene, his kind face thoughtful amidst the pungent air. He approaches a group of swaying onions, their leafy tops rustling softly. "There must be a way to help you control your odor," he muses gently, his voice full of empathy. Unripe pears hang heavy, pale green against a riot of ripening colors, burdened by their slow journey under the sun. They seem to wilt slightly, each tiny fruit a silent testament to time's relentless march. Darius gazes at the pears, a soft smile gracing his lips as he senses the unspoken needs of the trees. "Patience, little ones. Your time will come. Embrace your own pace," he whispers to the waiting pears. The quince quarter basks under the sun, heavy with uninviting fruits. Darius walks among the trees, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. He reaches out, his fingers brushing against the rough skin of a quince. A grimace twists his face as he quickly retracts his hand. The radishes huddle underground, hiding their vibrant colors in fear. Darius watches them, his expression a mix of concern and determination. He steps forward, a beacon of encouragement in the dim, earthy space. "Embrace your uniqueness," Darius urges, his voice echoing with conviction. Strawberry Square bursts with life as vibrant plants jostle for sunlight, their leaves shimmering. Agitation ripples through the square as a heated argument erupts among the strawberry plants. Darius watches, his brow furrowed with concern, a thoughtful expression on his face. With a gentle smile, Darius begins to devise a plan to ensure equal sunlight for all. Sunlight drenches the tomato terrace, a vibrant garden bursting with ripe red fruit. A cacophony of voices rises as the tomatoes engage in a heated argument. Tiny, leafy arms wave wildly, punctuating the air with their passionate gestures. Darius steps forward, his voice cutting through the noise, seeking peace. His expression is firm, yet gentle, as he pleads for understanding. "Enough. Labels are meaningless. What truly matters is what we share," Darius declares. Under the dim overpass, misshapen ugly fruits huddle in shadow, their bumpy skins a stark display of their shame. Dejected, they shrink from the world, their unconventional appearance a heavy burden. Among them, Darius emerges, his vibrant colors a beacon of defiance. Darius steps forward, confidence radiating from him like the sun breaking through the clouds. His voice rings out, a challenge to their self-doubt. Beauty comes in all shapes and sizes. Darius's words hang in the air, a seed of hope planted among the downtrodden ugly fruits. A vast valley unfolds, vibrant with every vegetable imaginable, a landscape of edible dreams bathed in sunlight. Broccoli florets form a verdant fortress, barricaded from the vibrant orange of the huddled carrot sticks. Darius stands on the precipice, his silhouette stark against the bright, bountiful horizon. Determination hardens his features as he surveys the valley, a glint of resolve in his eyes. The air is thick with earthy scents, a promise of harvest and the quiet hum of nature's industry. Each vegetable cluster pulses with silent life, a silent testament to nature's quirky order. Under the sun, watercress plants wither, their leaves drooping, a silent cry for life in the parched landscape. Darius, young and determined, steps into the scene, his eyes reflecting resolve and a heart full of hope. His searching gaze sweeps across the dry terrain, seeking a hidden source to quench the thirst of the land. Each step he takes is filled with purpose, a silent promise to restore vitality to the failing waterfall. The fate of the watercress plants rests on his shoulders, a heavy burden carried with unwavering spirit. In the arid landscape of xerophyte Xing, the hardy plants stand starkly against the vibrant surroundings. Darius approaches, his eyes set with a gentle resolve, ready to connect these isolated xerophytes. He steps forward, a determined silhouette against the backdrop of sun-baked earth and resilient flora. His purpose is clear: to weave these xerophytes into the rich tapestry of life in this harsh terrain. The air shimmers with the promise of transformation as Darius begins his work. Yams lie still, buried in cool, dark earth, disconnected from the sunlit world above. Darius, stout and resolute, feels the silent call of the surface. His voice, a low rumble, echoes through the soil, urging others. A silent plea, reach for the surface, fills the dark earth. A collective yearning stirs beneath the soil, a silent push upward. Giant zucchinis dominate, their shadows stealing sunlight from the other plants. Darius surveys the overgrown garden, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. He kneels, his fingers testing the soil, seeking answers in the earth. An idea sparks in Darius's eyes, a solution to the garden's imbalance. He begins to prune, his movements precise, a dance of control. Darius carefully trims, nurturing balance, allowing life to flourish. Sunset bathes the produce patch in golden light. Darius and Banana Nana watch from a high vantage point. Below, fruits and vegetables celebrate together. Harmony reigns over the once divided patch. A vibrant tapestry of unity unfolds. Peace has finally settled upon the produce patch. Amidst rows of vibrant produce, Banana Nana stands, her gaze both gentle and resolute. Darius meets her gaze, his eyes reflecting a blend of gratitude and deep-seated apprehension. Sunlight bathes the produce patch as the scene unfolds. "Your wish has been fulfilled, Darius," Banana Nana says, her voice a soothing balm. A heavy silence hangs in the air as Darius processes her words. "It's time for you to return home," she continues, her expression unwavering. Darius awakens in his room, the darkness pierced by the soft glow of the moon. His eyes flutter open, adjusting to the familiar surroundings of his bedroom. The room is normal, posters on the wall, clothes scattered on the floor. But a subtle shift in the air, an unknown feeling, washes over Darius. He sits up, a sense of disquiet stirring within him. The ordinary room now feels alien, a stage for an unfolding mystery. Darius enters the kitchen, the aroma of breakfast filling the air, a comforting start to the morning. His mom stands at the stove, her back to him, humming a cheerful tune, a stark contrast to recent days. A subtle smile plays on her lips as she flips pancakes, her movements lighter, more carefree than usual. The kitchen, usually tense, feels warm with an unfamiliar joy, a sense of peace settling in. Under the bright morning sun, Darius walks alone, his backpack slung over his shoulder, the image one of solitude. A figure joins him, breaking the isolation. Alex steps into frame, matching Darius's pace. Darius glances sideways, a flicker of surprise or curiosity in his eyes as he acknowledges Alex. Side by side, they walk. The suburban street transforms from a path of one to a shared journey. Sunlight glints off their faces, highlighting the unspoken connection forming between them. The school looms ahead, no longer a destination faced alone, but approached together. Under the bright sun, Alex and Darius share a hearty laugh, their camaraderie lighting up the schoolyard. They stroll into the bustling schoolyard, their easy banter a familiar soundtrack to the morning. Smiles and waves greet Alex and Darius, their popularity radiating through the lively scene. The schoolyard buzzes with youthful energy as Alex and Darius continue their cheerful walk. Their friendship is palpable, a beacon of warmth amidst the schoolyard's vibrant chaos. Alex and Darius, inseparable, embody the spirit of youthful joy as they enter school. Sunlight streams into the classroom, illuminating desks where students are engrossed in study. A sense of calm pervades. Darius and Alex sit side by side, their heads bent over notebooks, sharing notes and hushed laughter. The air buzzes with the quiet energy of shared secrets and inside jokes, fostering a sense of intimacy. A subtle smile plays on their lips as they exchange glances, a silent acknowledgement of their connection. The classroom fades into soft focus, the world narrowing to the space between them, a haven of belonging. For the first time, a profound sense of acceptance washes over them, a feeling of finally being home. In his room, Darius gazes at the night sky, a subtle smile revealing his inner thoughts. The stars twinkle back at him, mirroring the newfound light in his eyes. His smile deepens, a silent acknowledgement of the journey he has embarked on. The room is bathed in soft moonlight, casting gentle shadows around him. A quiet sense of peace settles over Darius as he reflects on his transformation. The window frames his silhouette, a solitary figure against the vast night. Beneath a starlit sky, the produce patch comes alive, each fruit and vegetable glowing with soft, festive light. A magical celebration unfolds as the garden twinkles, a vibrant display against the tranquil night. The darkness is punctuated by the joyous illumination of the produce, their lights dancing in harmony. An enchanting flashback reveals the lively fruits and vegetables, their tiny lights painting a whimsical scene. In the quiet of his bedroom, Darius closes his eyes, a serene smile lighting up his face. A magical birthday wish granted him not just a friend, but a profound lesson in the beauty of inclusion. Gratitude fills his heart, a peaceful end to an unforgettable day. The lessons learned linger in the stillness of the night. The schoolyard buzzes with life as children play, their laughter filling the air. Darius and Alex, side by side, share a moment of carefree joy amidst the lively chaos. Darius, once isolated, now moves confidently, fully immersed in the camaraderie. He is no longer the lonely boy, a transformation complete in the vibrant schoolyard. In the quiet of his room, Darius closes his eyes, his breathing growing steady as sleep begins to claim him. Soft shadows dance across the walls, enveloping Darius as his mind prepares for the journey ahead. A vibrant world begins to form, rich with colors and brimming with the promise of friendly encounters. He dreams of the vibrant colors and friendly faces. A voice whispers, guiding him into the dream. The sentient produce patch comes alive, a whimsical landscape unfolding before Darius's dreaming eyes. Darius is drawn into the heart of the dream, where every vegetable has a story and every color sings. Darius and Alex stroll down a sunny suburban street, their laughter echoing in the calm air. Each step carries them forward, the weight of the school day lifting with every shared story. The mundane path transforms, imbued with the promise of future adventures and shared dreams. Houses line the street, each a silent witness to their blossoming friendship. A sense of belonging washes over them, erasing the loneliness that once haunted the avenue. The street now pulses with life, a canvas painted with the vibrant hues of camaraderie. Moonlight paints the dusty attic as Ruby, a ghost, drifts through forgotten memories, her form barely visible in the gloom. Cobwebs veil Ruby's translucent figure as she navigates the cluttered space, a whisper of sorrow in her silent passage. Her ethereal gaze falls upon a faded photograph, a flicker of longing igniting within her spectral eyes. The captured smiles of a human family draw her in, a bittersweet echo of a life she can no longer touch. In the quiet stillness, Ruby's wistful expression speaks volumes, a silent yearning for connection and belonging. Darius jolts awake, a shiver piercing him as a cold breeze whispers through his room. He squints, his gaze settling on Ruby, who hovers ethereally near his bookshelf. Her form shimmers faintly in the dim light, a spectral vision in the quiet night. Fear grips him as he snatches a baseball bat, knuckles white against the wooden grip. His heart pounds, a silent scream trapped in his chest as he confronts the unknown. Darius's parents burst in, faces tight with worry. His mother brandishes a broom, ready for a fight. His father grips a frying pan, a grim determination in his eyes. Ruby stumbles back, eyes wide with surprise and fear. A lamp crashes to the floor, shattering the tense silence. Outside Darius's house, the family gasps, the night's terror etched on their faces. From afar, Ruby watches, her spectral form cloaked in a shadow of deep remorse. Darius, conquering fear, feels a surprising pang of sympathy for the lonely ghost. The house looms behind them, a silent witness to the night's haunting event. Darius's room, dimly lit, a haven of quiet. He gestures Ruby inside, a silent invitation into his personal space. Offering a glass of warm milk, he presents it as a gesture of reconciliation. Ruby's presence is ethereal, her form a whisper in the dim light, a delicate balance of seen and unseen. With hesitant curiosity, Ruby reaches for the offered piece, her spectral fingers extended. A moment of stark realization as her translucent hand passes through the glass. An impossible touch. The milk remains untouched, a silent testament to the barrier between them, an unbridgeable divide. Sunlight floods the library, illuminating swirling dust motes as Darius pores over ancient texts at a large wooden table. His brow furrows, a deep line etched by intense concentration as he seeks answers within the brittle pages. He scans for mentions of ghosts, his quest fueled by the desperate hope of regaining human form. Ruby watches Darius, her eyes wide with a mix of fascination and concern for his consuming task. The weight of centuries presses down as Darius races against time, the library's silence amplifying his search. Each page turned echoes with the silent plea for salvation, a desperate whisper lost in the vast archives. Darius and Ruby find a hidden portal in the woods, guided by a cryptic clue from an ancient book. The air shimmers, crackling with unseen energy as the portal pulses with an otherworldly light. Hand in hand, they exchange a look of nervous excitement, a silent agreement passing between them. Together, Darius and Ruby step through the shimmering gateway, venturing into the unknown. They enter Sunscare Gardens, a world of vibrant, otherworldly beauty under the warm sun. Strange, luminous plants pulse with a soft, ethereal glow, bathing the garden in an otherworldly light. The air hums with the energy of 1,000 unseen wings, a symphony of nature's secrets. Curious creatures with iridescent wings flutter among the glowing flora, adding to the surreal. Every corner of the garden seems to whisper tales of forgotten magic and hidden wonders. The very essence of Sunscare Gardens is a dream made real, an escape into the fantastic. Ruby and Darius venture into crystal caves, walls shimmering with rainbow light. Crystals cast ethereal light on their faces as they move deeper. The air vibrates with unseen energy. Colors swirl. Ruby pauses, a look of surprise crossing her face. She glances at her hand, now appearing less transparent. Her spectral form grows more solid in the crystal light. The Sunscare marketplace explodes with exotic sounds, smells, and bizarre wares under the bright day. Vendors hawk magical trinkets, bubbling potions steam from stalls, overflowing with otherworldly objects. Ruby navigates the crowded aisles, her brow furrowed, struggling to interact with the overwhelming reality. With each step, her powers wane, the vibrant marketplace pressing in, testing her resolve. At the ancient temple, weathered stones whisper tales of forgotten ages under the sun's gaze. Perched atop a crumbling pillar, a wise, talking owl observes their arrival with knowing eyes. The owl's voice cuts through the silence, foreboding in its tone. Ruby, your wish to become human is slowly draining your ghostly essence, the owl warns solemnly. Sunlight streams through stained glass, illuminating dust motes in the ancient temple chamber. Casper materializes, his ghostly form shimmering with an otherworldly urgency. His seasoned appearance hints at the gravity of his spectral warning. Ruby, you must understand the consequences. This path you're choosing is irreversible. Moonlight, paints eerie shadows in Sunscare Forest as Ruby and Darius stand beneath an ancient, gnarled tree. Ruby nervously fidgets, her worry a tangible presence in the whispering breeze and dancing shadows. Her voice soft yet filled with fear. I'm scared, Darius. Scared of losing myself, of not being who I'm supposed to be, of disappointing them, my family, Ruby confesses, her eyes shadowed. The Sunscare Inn glows warmly, a haven for the weary and the strange. Ruby and Darius stand at the entrance, taking in the inn's patrons. Pip, a tiny pixie, zips around them, her laughter like tinkling bells. Bulda, a gentle giant, nurses a frothy drink at a nearby table. Pip flits closer, her curiosity piqued. Well, hello there, new faces. Boulder's kind face smiles. Welcome to the Sunscare Inn, friends. Beside Sunscare Riverbank, Ruby strains, her spectral hands pushing against a massive rock. Her translucent form flickers, a visible sign of her weakening state as her strength wanes. She grits her teeth, a display of sheer will, but the rock remains stubbornly unmoved. A close-up reveals beads of spectral sweat forming on her brow as she focuses intently. The river flows by, indifferent to her struggle, as her ethereal body wavers. A silent realization dawns. I am starting to weaken faster than I thought. Sunlight floods the Sunscare library, illuminating dust motes swirling around Ruby. Towering shelves of ancient tomes surround her, knowledge and secrets. Hunched over a large, leather-bound book, Ruby's brow is furrowed in concentration. Her fingers trace faded ink, ancient symbols whispering forgotten truths. Desperation etched on her face, she seeks a way to adapt to diminishing powers. She discovers references to grounding techniques, a flicker of hope in her eyes. In Sunscare Village, Ruby practices, each step a challenge on the ancient cobblestones. A stumble, a near-fall Ruby struggles against a body that feels foreign and uncooperative. A small wooden ball slips through numb fingers, echoing on the stone. Frustration etches lines on Ruby's face as coordination proves elusive. Fists clench. A silent battle waged against physical limitations in the sunlit square. Sunlight paints the potion shop in vibrant colors as Pip watches Ruby. Ruby grinds shimmering stardust, each grain catching the light. A bubbling blue concoction swirls in the mortar, promising magic. Shelves overflow with strange and wonderful ingredients. The air smells sweet, hinting at the potion's blueberry charm. The potion tastes like blueberries and stardust, the narration whispers. Against the monumental backdrop of Sunscare Mountain, Ruby and Darius begin their arduous climb, their forms dwarfed by nature. The steep trail winds upwards, testing their endurance with each step. They reach the summit, gasping for air as the world unfolds beneath them. A breathtaking panorama reveals itself. Valleys painted in verdant hues, distant peaks crowned with snow. The vast landscape stretches into infinity, a testament to nature's grandeur. Inside the cramped hut, sunlight weakly illuminates Ruby before the wizened hermit arcane objects surrounding them. The hermit advises, "Embrace your human emotions, child. They are not a weakness, but a source of great strength." Dusty tomes line the shelves, hinting at forgotten lore and powerful secrets. Find strength in your relationships, Ruby. Love and friendship can overcome even the darkest of magic. In sun-kissed Sunscare Meadow, Ruby and Darius spread a checkered blanket, laughter echoing. Sunlight warms their faces as they unpack a picnic basket, joy radiating between them. Darius throws a frisbee. Ruby chases, her hair ablaze in the golden light, carefree and radiant. Breathless, they collapse back onto the blanket, grins wide, savoring their shared bliss. Bathed in sunlight, they simply enjoy being together, a perfect moment suspended in time. In the echoing Sunscare training grounds, Boulder observes Ruby across the cavernous room. Ruby strains, sweat glistening as she lifts a barbell loaded with heavy plates. Her muscles bulge, showcasing her raw power and intense focus. She transitions seamlessly to rapid punches, each strike precise and forceful. Her kicks follow, a whirlwind of controlled energy and newfound strength. The training room reverberates with the sounds of her dedication and discipline. The Sunscare Festival bursts with light, laughter, and the aroma of roasted grains, filling the village square with warmth. Amidst the carefree celebration, Ruby awkwardly shuffles, trying to blend into the swirling mass of dancers. She forces a smile, attempting to socialize, but her movements feel stiff and unnatural. The joyous atmosphere only accentuates her loneliness, a stark contrast to the surrounding revelry. Ruby's forced smile falters, revealing a deep longing for genuine connection amidst the festive chaos. Ruby is besieged by vibrant costumes, each promising a different escape, a different identity. Sequins flash under the bright lights as she discards a gown, the fabric whispering against the metal rack. A tough leather jacket tempts, then is rejected, with a shake of her head, a silent search ongoing. Her fingers brush against a simple dress, its unadorned elegance sparking a subtle intrigue. Holding the dress, a faint smile graces her lips, a sense of calm amidst the chaos. She grabs worn shoes, heading to the dressing room, a transformation subtly beginning. Under the moonlit sky of Sunscare Garden, Ruby and Darius share a peaceful silence on a stone bench. The night-blooming jasmine releases its fragrance into the gentle breeze as Ruby reflects, "It's hard to believe. We've come a long way from where we started," Darius replies, his voice soft in the night. Ruby wonders, "Do you ever think about what would have happened if we hadn't met?" Sunlight paints the temple in vibrant colors as Casper drifts in, his translucent form shimmering in the light. Ruby meditates, bathed in the temple's glow, her face serene. Casper watches Ruby, a silent understanding passing between them. "Ruby, I understand your choice. I accept it," Casper whispers, his voice barely audible. "I want you to have this," Casper says, his spectral hand extending towards Ruby. A ghostly amulet shimmers with ethereal light as Casper offers it. Ruby and Darius face the shimmering Sunscare portal, a bittersweet farewell hanging heavy in the air. Ruby's voice softens with emotion. "We'll miss you guys." Darius nods in agreement. "Yeah, we'll definitely stay in touch." Pip's hopeful plea cuts through the silence. "Promise you won't forget about us?" Boulder's booming voice echoes with warmth. "Come back and visit soon." Darius's bedroom reappears, ordinary and still, a world away from Sunscare's wonders. The mundane details of his room stand in stark contrast to their recent adventure. Sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the familiar space. Everyday objects seem alien after the extraordinary landscapes they witnessed. The transition is abrupt, grounding them back in reality. Ruby nervously enters Darius's school, a sea of unfamiliar faces swirling around her. The crowded hallways echo with the hurried footsteps of students. She struggles to understand the complex social dynamics, feeling lost in the crowd. Ruby takes a deep breath, steeling herself to navigate this new world. Sunlight floods Darius's classroom, illuminating rows of eager students, ready to soak in new knowledge. Ruby fidgets with her pen, a wave of self-consciousness washing over her in the bright classroom. She glances around, realizing she's struggling to keep up, her unease growing with each passing moment. Darius notices Ruby's discomfort and offers a reassuring smile, hoping to ease her worries. "Don't worry, Ruby," Darius says kindly. "We all learn at our own pace. I am here to help if you need anything." Ruby sits at the bustling lunch table, a sea of faces surrounding her, each a blur of unfamiliarity. She pokes listlessly at the food on her tray, her appetite lost in the overwhelming atmosphere. Darius and his friends laugh, their words a jumble Ruby struggles to decipher. The food tastes bland, the conversations are confusing. A voice whispers, unheard. Her eyes dart around, searching for a familiar face, a friendly smile, a moment of connection. A wave of loneliness washes over her, isolating her in the crowded cafeteria. Inside Darius's warmly lit house, Ruby sits immersed in books, a furrow in her brow, showing intense concentration. The books are spread wide, their pages filled with dense text, reflecting the challenging material before her. Despite the difficulty, a subtle smile graces her lips, hinting at the satisfaction she finds in the struggle. The atmosphere is one of quiet determination, the shared space illuminated by the soft glow of a desk lamp. Each turn of the page is a testament to her resolve. The challenge is rewarding, her commitment unwavering. Under the bright sun, Ruby and Darius begin their basketball game in the bustling park. Ruby dribbles, her movements awkward at first, then gaining a surprising fluidity. A shot, an arc, and the ball swishes perfectly through the net, surprising even herself. Ruby's face lights up with a mix of shock and elation, realizing her hidden talent. In Darius's warmly lit home, Ruby lies curled on the sofa, cocooned in a mountain of blankets. Her face is flushed with an alien illness, and she emits a soft sniffle, a sound utterly new to her. Darius hovers with concern, his movements gentle as he adjusts the blankets around her. His hand rests lightly on her forehead, a silent offer of comfort in her distress. I watch as Darius retreats into the kitchen, his brow furrowed with worry and determination. He busies himself preparing a comforting bowl of soup, a small act of care in the face of the unknown. Ruby and Darius navigate the lively town square, a symphony of sights and sounds engulfing them. Ruby's eyes widen, a kaleidoscope of human life unfolding before her. The air buzzes with laughter and chatter, aromas of food and excitement filling the square. Every corner bursts with color and motion, a vibrant tapestry of humanity. Bathed in the soft glow of the television, Ruby sits among Darius's family, the air warm with laughter and popcorn. The comedian's punchline lands perfectly, and Ruby's hearty laugh fills the cozy living room. Comfortable furniture surrounds them, a haven of belonging and shared joy. The aroma of freshly popped popcorn wafts through the air, adding to the comforting atmosphere. A sense of belonging washes over Ruby, a long-forgotten feeling resurfacing in this welcoming space. Under the moonlit sky, shadows stretch like fingers, across the silent cemetery. Ruby, her face etched with the wisdom of ages, wanders among the tombstones. A gentle breeze whispers secrets through the ancient trees, carrying tales of lives past. "It's me, Ruby," she speaks, her voice soft against the stillness. "I'm beginning to understand humanity, to appreciate it," Ruby confesses to the silent witnesses. In Darius's dimly lit bedroom, Ruby gazes into the mirror, a stranger in her own reflection. She marvels at the tangible reality of her human form, a stark contrast to her ethereal past. A tentative smile graces her lips as she explores the contours of her new existence. Her fingers trace the delicate curve of her jawline, a sense of wonder filling her eyes. Gratitude washes over her as she savors the simple pleasure of being truly alive. In the quiet sanctuary of the room, Ruby embraces the precious gift of life, reborn and renewed. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy as Ruby and Darius venture deeper into the woods, their laughter echoing. Pushing through thick foliage, the sound of rushing water grows, hinting at a hidden spectacle ahead. Emerging into a clearing, they discover a breathtaking waterfall cascading into a crystal-clear pool. Darius marvels at the sight, exclaiming, "Wow! I never knew this was here." Ruby's eyes sparkle with delight as she eagerly suggests, "It's beautiful. Let's go for a swim." Sunlight floods Darius's kitchen, highlighting Ruby's determined stance. Amidst a chaotic array of cookbooks, she experiments with human food, her eyes reflecting a mix of anticipation and slight apprehension. A cloud of smoke billows from a scorched pot, a testament to her culinary adventure. Triumph lights up her face as she pulls a flawlessly golden brown cookie from the fiery depths. Under flashing lights, Ruby stands alone, clutching her purse tightly. The swirling dance floor stretches before her like a vast ocean. Her wide eyes reflect a kaleidoscope of colors, mirroring her inner turmoil as she feels awkward and out of place. The music pulses around her, each beat amplifying her sense of isolation in the crowded space. Through the throng, Darius appears, his warm smile cutting through the noise and chaos. His approach is a beacon of light, offering a potential escape from her solitude and self-doubt. "Would you like to dance?" he asks, his voice a gentle invitation to step into a different world. Soft lamplight illuminates Ruby and Darius, the air alive with unspoken dreams and quiet anticipation. Ruby's eyes gleam with wanderlust. "Imagine us in Paris, watching the world go by," Darius responds, matching her enthusiasm. "Or hiking through the Andes with the open sky." Ruby's excitement builds. "We could learn to tango in Argentina," Darius grins. "And I could finally try that street food in Thailand." Ruby, with a hopeful gaze. "The world is waiting for us, Darius. Darius, let's make it happen." Under the radiant sun, Ruby and Darius arrive at the expansive beach, ready for a day of seaside joy. Laughter echoes as they wade into the cool, inviting water, playful splashes punctuating the air. Basking in the sun's golden rays, they stretch out on their towels, absorbing the warmth. Collaborating with shared purpose, they begin constructing elaborate sand castles, their hands sculpting dreams. Shells and seaweed become treasures, adorning their sandy creations with intricate, whimsical detail. Inside Darius's warm house, Ruby sits by the fireplace, radiating peace and contentment in the soft light. Lost in the pages of her book, she finds solace in the quiet solitude of her new life. The gentle crackling of the fire fills the room, casting dancing shadows on the walls around her. A serene smile graces her lips as she embraces the tranquility and comfort that surrounds her. She pauses, reflecting on the simple joys and the newfound sense of belonging she has discovered. In this moment, Ruby is at peace, grateful for the warmth and security of Darius's home. Boots crunch on stone as Ruby and Darius ascend, their figures small against the towering mountain. Breathless, they reach the summit, a shared triumph lighting their faces. Darius gestures awestruck. "We made it. Look at that view." Ruby's eyes widen, filled with wonder. "Incredible. I feel like I can see the whole world from here." The sweeping vista unfolds before them, a silent testament to their shared accomplishment. In the dimly lit room, Ruby sits hunched over a journal, her brow furrowed in concentration. Posters of constellations adorn the walls, casting shadows in the soft lamplight. "I never thought I would experience life like this," Ruby writes, her pen scratching softly. "Darius has been my rock. I am grateful for his friendship," she reflects, a smile gracing her lips. As the sun dips below the horizon, Ruby and Darius stand together, their silhouettes stark against the fiery sky. Hues of orange, pink, and gold paint the sky, reflecting on their faces as they share a silent moment. Their hands are intertwined, a physical symbol of a connection tested and strengthened over time. The setting sun casts long shadows, emphasizing the depth and resilience of their relationship. In the fading light, their bond remains unbreakable, a testament to their enduring love. Soft light bathes Darius's cozy living room, setting a warm, inviting scene for the two friends. Ruby and Darius share a table adorned with cake and cider, laughter echoing in the gentle air. Ruby grins, raising her glass. "I can't believe it's already been a year." Darius chuckles, his eyes sparkling with fond memories. "Time flies when you're having adventures, right?" Ruby laughs, a playful glint in her eyes. "Remember that time we got lost in the woods?" Darius shudders playfully. "How could I forget? I thought we were going to be bear food." Ruby walks through the town, a sense of belonging radiating from her. She smiles, her eyes sparkling with newfound joy and freedom. Each step she takes is a celebration of her embracing human life. The townsfolk reflect her happiness, returning her smiles warmly. The town embraces Ruby, now an integral part of its everyday tapestry. In Darius's room, Ruby and Darius stand silhouetted against the window, bathed in soft starlight. Their faces glow with dreams of the future, gazing out at the vast, silent expanse of the night sky. A quiet understanding flows between them, a bond forged in shared adventures and unspoken hopes. Their journey, illuminated by starlight, has only just begun, filled with endless possibilities.
Morning bathes the whimsical town square in golden light, a hubbub of quirky townsfolk bustling about their day. Beside the Heartchild family's vibrant food cart, Ruby Eliatra stands, her presence otherworldly and luminous. Ruby's form, ethereal and slightly translucent, hints at a story beyond the grasp of mortal understanding. The colorful food cart bursts with life, a stark contrast to Ruby's spectral stillness. The town square pulses with a vibrant, almost dreamlike energy, a world teeming with fantastical characters. Ruby watches the lively scene, her translucent eyes reflecting both wonder and a profound, unspoken sorrow. Inside Heartchild food cart, Papa stacks apple pies as Mama arranges alphabet sandwiches with practiced, loving care. The Heartchild children add colorful stickers to each meal basket, enhancing the food cart's cheerful atmosphere. Ruby assists, yet an anomaly flickers her hands phase subtly through some objects. A slight glitch in the otherwise perfect, cozy scene hints at a hidden layer beneath the surface. Ruby and the Heartchilds walk through a narrow alleyway, a meal basket swinging between them. They approach the peculiar residence of Mr. Abernathy, the reclusive artist. A glimpse inside reveals sculptures crafted entirely from discarded food. The art both repulses and fascinates as they pause before the doorway. The alley is silent, save for the distant city sounds, amplifying the strangeness. The bell chimes, announcing their arrival into the bakery filled with the rich, welcoming scent of warm bread and sweet pastries. Display cases, mostly bare, hint at a morning rush, save for a few lonely loaves. Jasmine, flour dusting her apron, greets them with a practiced smile from behind the counter. Beneath the polite facade, a flicker of rivalry sparks in Jasmine's eyes. Morning. Here for the B is for bread leftovers, I presume. Jasmine asks, her tone a mix of challenge and amusement. Sunlight paints the quiet town street as I deliver baskets, my footsteps echoing in the morning calm. A chill runs down my spine as a shadowy figure emerges in the distance, disrupting the peaceful scene. My heart pounds in my chest as I recognize Fighter, a ghost from a past I thought I'd buried. He lurks, a dark omen against the bright day, his presence a stark reminder of forgotten dangers. A flicker of fear dances in my eyes, betraying the vulnerability I struggle to conceal. I tense, every nerve on high alert, bracing myself for an encounter I desperately want to avoid. Sunlight floods the quaint cheese shop, shelves stacked high with golden cheeses, promising a morning of delights. The group gathers excitedly, their fingers tracing the textured rinds, anticipation sparkling in their eyes. Chester, a jovial cheesemonger, leans forward, a twinkle in his eye hinting at tales untold. Gather round, Chester calls, his voice warm and inviting in the sunlit space. Let me tell you about the legendary cheese-eating dragon of Mount Bree. The group leans in closer, eager to hear the fantastical story of cheese and dragons unfold. Sunlight paints the park in dappled gold as Ruby sits on a weathered bench, her gaze drawn to the children. Their innocent laughter fills the crisp morning air, a stark contrast to the wistful look on her face. A ghostly memory flickers. A younger Ruby, giggling and carefree, chases friends in a sun-drenched park. The echoes of childhood joy intertwine with the present, stirring a poignant longing within her. Past and present merge, a bittersweet reminder of time's relentless passage and the innocence lost. The diner buzzes with morning energy, vintage posters adorning the walls as the aroma of coffee hangs in the air. Dot, a waitress, navigates the red vinyl booths, a coffee pot in hand, her movements practiced and familiar. Her eyes fix on Ruby, a spark of surprise flickering across her face, recognition battling disbelief. Dot pauses, a low murmur escaping her lips as she grapples with the impossible. Ruby, but that can't be. Her voice barely audible. Ghosts. The fish market buzzes. The salty air is thick with the day's catch. Seagulls cry overhead as workers collect stray scraps around the docks. Pungent odors fill the busy market, a symphony of the sea's bounty. A sudden commotion erupts near the docks, shattering the morning routine. All eyes turn toward the docks, drawn by the rising tension and chaos. The scent of fish mixes with anticipation as the market holds its breath. A bustling crowd throngs the docks, their eyes fixed on a massive tank shimmering under the open sky. Inside the tank, a captured mermaid swims, an ethereal figure trapped in a glass cage. Fighter stands tall, a commanding presence, overlooking the spectacle with a stern gaze. The scene buzzes with a mix of awe and morbid curiosity as humanity gazes upon the mythical. Inside Heartchild, steam swirls from pots, a comforting aroma amidst Ruby's brewing worry. Ruby, fiery-haired, sits with family, her brow furrowed by the mermaid's capture. A sense of unease permeates the air as they huddle, discussing the impossible. An unexplainable tug, a strange connection, pulls insistently at Ruby's heart. Her gaze drifts, lost in thought, as she grapples with the mermaid's fate. Determination sparks within Ruby. She can't ignore the call of the sea. Ruby strides, her shadow a bold stroke against the sun-drenched street, a silent challenge in her gait. She halts, an immovable force now blocking Fighter's path, the air suddenly thick with unspoken intent. Fighter looks up, a flicker of annoyance momentarily breaking his composure. Tension hangs heavy, each breath a silent declaration in the charged atmosphere. Fluorescent lights gleam over rows of colorful produce in the bustling grocery store. I carefully select a bunch of grapes, their skins glowing under the harsh lights. Fragments of conversations drift by, whispers of prophecies and dragons. My brow furrows as I strain to hear more amidst the cacophony of the store. A prophecy, a ghost, and a dragon. What are they talking about? I wonder. The bustling town square falls silent as a dark shadow descends, chilling the cheerful atmosphere. From Chester's tail, the cheese-eating dragon materializes, its scales shimmering menacingly. Sunlight glints off the dragon's fearsome scales, an omen of chaos about to unfold. A deafening roar shatters the tranquility, shaking the buildings to their very foundations. Panic erupts as townsfolk scatter, their cries swallowed by the dragon's terrifying presence. "I demand cheese!" the dragon bellows, its voice echoing through the now deserted town square. Sunlight glints off the dragon's scales as it descends, a fiery tempest of scales and rage unleashed upon the docks. Claws tear through wood. Fire engulfs structures as the dragon fights to free the mermaid. Amidst the inferno, Fighter battles to maintain control, his voice a shout against the dragon's roar. Debris rains down, a chaotic dance of destruction, as Fighter dodges, leading his defense. The trapped mermaid awaits, her fate hanging in the balance as the dragon's fury intensifies. A desperate battle against time, fire, and scale. Freedom's price paid in chaos and ruin. Amidst hurried preps for evac, the Heartchild food cart buzzes with chaos. Boxes stacked, ingredients strewn. Ruby stands firm, her resolve unwavering amidst the pandemonium, focused on her mission. Her eyes reflect a compassionate determination amidst the disarray, ignoring the surrounding panic. The food cart is in disarray, but Ruby is unwavering and determined to assist the mermaid. In the heart of town, chaos erupts as a fearsome dragon threatens to destroy everything in its path. Ruby, a spectral guardian, rises to the challenge, her ethereal form shimmering against the backdrop of burning buildings. With a determined gaze, Ruby unleashes her ghostly abilities, a beacon of hope amidst the destruction. The dragon, momentarily bewildered by Ruby's spectral presence, turns its attention away from the town. Ruby, swift and agile, skillfully leads the massive beast away, her every move calculated to protect the town. The fate of the town hangs in the balance, as Ruby continues to lure the dragon away, a silent guardian. Amidst the bustling docks, Ruby works to release the mermaid from her confining tank. Water splashes as the last restraint is removed, setting the mermaid free. The mermaid's eyes shine with newfound freedom as she takes in her surroundings. A silent, grateful connection forms between Ruby and the mermaid. The mermaid's voice echoes in Ruby's mind. Telepathically, "Thank you." A shared understanding blossoms between them, a promise of future friendship. Sunlight warms the cobblestones of the bustling town square as Fighter confronts Ruby, his gaze intense and unwavering. The wind carries whispers of distant mountains, a stark contrast to the ethereal chills surrounding Ruby. Fighter's voice cuts through the noise. "I know what you are, Ruby." His words hang in the air, heavy with accusation and certainty. "You're not who you seem." Fighter continues, his eyes never leaving Ruby's. He presses on, the tension rising. "You're connected to the dragon, aren't you?" A colossal dragon eyes, a giant cheese sculpture inside the town hall, hunger blazing in its reptilian eyes. The dragon lunges, its massive jaws agape, ready to devour the cheesy prize in one swift gulp. In its eagerness, fiery breath erupts, missing the cheese but striking the town hall directly. Flames lick at the building's facade, igniting banners and wooden beams with terrifying speed. The structure is rapidly engulfed in flames, a roaring inferno consuming the town hall. Thick smoke billows skyward, a dark plume against the bright day, signaling disaster. The Heartchilds explode into the town hall, smoke swirling like a sinister shroud around them. Flames dance with ravenous hunger, painting the walls and ceiling with fiery shadows. Their faces are grim, resolute, as they navigate the burning chaos. Each step is a testament to their unwavering determination to save lives. The air crackles with heat and the ominous roar of the inferno. They move as one, a beacon of hope against the encroaching devastation. In the town square, chaos reigns as a fire blazes, threatening to consume everything in its path. Ruby, a mermaid far from her ocean home, rises to the challenge. A magnificent dragon joins the fray, its presence both fearsome and reassuring. Together, an unlikely alliance forms as they wield the sea's power against the flames. Water cascades, steam rises, and hope flickers as they fight to save the town. The sterile hospital air hangs heavy with antiseptic. Doctors and nurses flit through the ward, a symphony of urgent care. Pale faces line a row of beds, the Heartchildren resting in fragile peace under the dim hospital lights. Ruby watches over her friends, a gentle guardian amidst the chaos, her expression soft with affection. A tender smile graces Ruby's lips, reflecting a deep, heartfelt gratitude for the lives around her. The weight of responsibility and love settles upon her in the quiet vigil, a silent promise in her eyes. Under the dim glow of streetlights, Jasmine approaches Ruby, a slice of cake held out like a fragile truce. Long shadows stretch across the town street as the night breeze whispers through the trees. Jasmine's gentle gesture holds the promise of reconciliation under the quiet night sky. The cake, a sweet peace offering, hangs between them as tension slowly dissipates, a silent invitation for forgiveness amidst the tranquility of the night. Under a buzzing bulb in the bare police station, Fighter sits, his silence a palpable force. His bruised knuckles tell a silent story of struggle and resistance. Two frustrated detectives stand opposite, their patience wearing thin in the stark room. Fighter's steady gaze meets theirs, unyielding, a fortress guarding secrets. Ruby's past remains locked, a mystery veiled behind Fighter's stoic facade. The silence stretches, heavy with unspoken words and unresolved tension in the night air. A chilling wind howls through the town cemetery, whispering secrets among the aged tombstones under the watchful moon. Ruby stands before a freshly dug grave, her name starkly etched into the cold granite, a haunting premonition. Eerie shadows dance around her, mirroring the sorrow etched deeply on Ruby's face as she faces her destiny. A profound melancholy washes over Ruby, a soul caught between worlds, as she gazes upon her final resting place. The Heartchild home glows with warmth, casting soft shadows that dance intimately on the walls. Ruby is bathed in the comforting light, a sanctuary found in the quiet of the night. The air is still, filled with unspoken promises and the gentle hope of belonging, a haven where acceptance whispers through every corner, a balm to a weary soul. Narration: the Heartchilds offer Ruby a permanent place in their family. In the tranquil embrace of the Heartchild home, Ruby finds not just shelter, but a family. Against the vast inky canvas of the night sky, Ruby stands in silhouette, her gaze lost in the distant stars. A gentle breeze whispers through her hair, carrying the weight of destiny and prophecy on the night air. Silent and watchful, the telescope stands as a sentinel, guarding her solitude beneath the stars. Her face is etched with contemplation, a mix of awe and trepidation reflecting the mysteries above. She contemplates the cosmic questions, searching for answers in the infinite expanse of the starry sky. Sunlight illuminates dust motes in the library, where towering shelves hold secrets in ancient texts. Ruby, faintly shimmering, glides through the aisles, a spectral presence in the sea of knowledge. Her translucent hand reaches for a leather-bound book, fingers phasing through untouched. A silent quest drives her, a search for answers within the library's silent embrace. She is searching for any clue, any whisper of how she became like this. Sunlight paints the forest floor as Ruby, brow furrowed, parts the ivy. A cryptic clue leads her deeper into the woods, her steps silent. She pushes aside a curtain of ivy, revealing a hidden path. The air is thick with pine and damp earth, the forest holding its breath. Her determined gaze sweeps across the landscape, searching for answers. Each step echoes the weight of ancient secrets, urging her forward. Sunlight dapples the hidden grove as Ruby kneels, her fingers gently exploring the moss-covered stone. She unearths an ancient mirror, its silver frame tarnished with age and secrets. Gazing into the mirror's depths, Ruby sees fleeting images of a life unknown flicker. The mirror reflects a past that haunts her, a silent story etched in silver and shadow. Under the morning sun, Fighter strides down the busy town street, his shadow stretching long behind him. Amidst the crowd, Ruby's vibrant red hair stands out, a beacon in the muted tones of the town. Fighter spots her, his gaze sharpening with determination as he closes the distance. He approaches Ruby, ready to confront her about the secrets she holds. The air thickens with unspoken tension as he prepares to speak, his resolve firm. He seeks answers about her mysterious connection to both the dragon and the mermaid. Inside the Heartchild food cart, organized chaos reigns as they prepare. H is for honey baskets, with practiced precision. Each movement is a small act of defiance, a striving for normalcy amidst the surrounding disarray. Hands work swiftly, placing jars of golden honey and miniature honeycombs into wicker baskets. The scent of honey fills the air, a sweet, comforting aroma, in stark contrast to the world outside. A close-up on a Heartchild's focused expression, determination etched on their face. The finished baskets stand ready, symbols of hope and resilience in a world turned upside down. Sunlight filters through the trees, casting a warm glow on Ruby as she sits on a park bench. Enthralled, the Heartchild children gather around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Ruby gestures expressively, her face alive as she weaves captivating tales. Ghostly, shimmering illusions dance around her, bringing her stories to life. Fleeting images of her past flicker into existence, captivating the children. Sunlight streams into the museum, illuminating Ruby as she wanders among relics of the past. Her gaze sweeps over faded photographs, each a silent echo of forgotten stories. Ruby pauses, her brow furrowing in concentration, before a display of ancient documents. The weight of history surrounds her as she seeks answers in the aged artifacts. Each artifact whispers secrets, hinting at the mystery of her past. Ruby searches for a clue, hoping to unlock the enigma that binds her to this place. Sunlight glistens on the ocean as Ruby sits on the golden beach, lost in thought, her eyes fixed on the horizon. A sleek mermaid emerges, her graceful form cutting through the waves, drawing closer to the shore. Silent thoughts flow between them, bridging two worlds with shared understanding. Ruby envisions the mermaid's kingdom, a world of coral castles and shimmering kelp forests. The mermaid feels the warmth of the sun and sand between her toes, marveling at Ruby's world. The town hall buzzes with nervous energy. Anxious faces fill every seat. Sunlight pierces through tall windows, illuminating dancing dust motes. The air hangs heavy with anticipation, each breath a silent question. Fear etches lines onto worried brows as the townsfolk await their fate. A palpable tension grips the room, a storm brewing beneath the surface. Sunlight warms the cobblestones as Ruby stands in the heart of the town square, a picture of serene concentration. Eyes closed, she inhales deeply, gathering her strength, a whisper of a breeze stirring around her. A soft, ethereal glow begins to emanate from her hands, a testament to her growing power. She focuses intently, fighting to solidify her ghostly form, a battle waged in the quiet of the day. Each breath is a step forward in mastering her spectral abilities, a dance of control and power. Inside the clock tower, Ruby begins her ascent up the winding stairs, her footsteps echoing in the enclosed space. Each step brings her closer to her goal, a higher vantage point, a place to observe the town below. The air grows thin as she climbs, the mechanism of the clock, a looming presence. She seeks solitude and clarity atop the tower, watching the world from above. High on the mountaintop, Ruby seeks solace. The wind, a constant companion. The vast landscape stretches before her, promising answers in its silent grandeur. She surveys the horizon, her expression a mix of hope and solemn contemplation. Nature's embrace offers a moment of reflection, a chance to find inner peace. Sunlight stabs through the gloom of the abandoned mine, illuminating dust motes, and Ruby, a lone adventurer. Ruby's headlamp slices through the darkness, revealing decaying beams and rusted equipment in the mine. She studies a tattered map, her gaze sharp as she searches for signs of hidden treasure. Each step echoes in the cavernous space as Ruby pushes deeper into the forgotten mine. Sunlight filters through leaves, painting the riverbank with shifting patterns of light and shadow. Ruby sits by the river, a solitary figure framed by the vibrant greenery. The flowing current mirrors her contemplative gaze, lost in thought. Her expression is a delicate blend of melancholy and quiet reflection. The gentle murmur of the water complements the stillness of her posture. She seems to search for answers in the river's ceaseless flow. The grand theater hums with anticipation, velvet seats whispering secrets under the dim, expectant light. Alone in the vast space, Ruby settles into her seat, the soft velvet a comforting embrace. The stage awaits, promising a journey to another world. Her eyes sparkle with anticipation, reflecting the stage lights. A flicker of excitement dances across her face as the curtains rise. The night pulsates with energy as Ruby navigates the crowd with grace, her laughter echoing joyously. Bathed in vibrant lights, Ruby dances with the Heartchilds, their faces alive with shared delight. The dance hall vibrates with music as Ruby twirls, her movements fluid and free. Each spin celebrates friendship and unity, a bond strengthened in shared experiences. The Heartchilds' faces glow, reflecting the hall's colorful lights and their collective spirit. Joy permeates the air as Ruby and the Heartchilds move as one, a testament to their enduring connection. In the quiet gallery, Ruby stands, her figure a silhouette against the soft glow of the ambient light. Her eyes trace the delicate lines of Mr. Abernathy's artwork, a silent dialogue between artist and observer. She pauses, captivated by a piece composed of discarded materials. A hidden poetry whispers from the forgotten objects, drawing Ruby deeper into the artist's world. Her expression softens, reflecting an understanding of the beauty found in unexpected places. In the gallery's hushed reverence, Ruby discovers a connection to art that transcends the ordinary. The town street glows softly under the night sky as Ruby walks, her silhouette framed by the warm light. Each footstep seems deliberate, echoing with a newfound sense of belonging and purpose in the familiar street. The night air is filled with the quiet hum of the town, a comforting backdrop to Ruby's introspective journey. Her expression is serene, reflecting the inner peace and resolve she finds in this moment of solitary reflection. Bathed in soft light, Ruby sits, a beacon of warmth, amidst the eager faces of the Heartchild children. Her finger traces the tales of old, each word a gentle invitation into worlds unknown. And so, the brave knight faced the dragon not with a sword, but with an offer of friendship. The children's eyes widen, reflecting the light of Ruby's words, lost in the knight's noble quest. In the quiet of the night, the room transforms into a realm where kindness conquers all. In the town square, Ruby looks up, her silhouette framed against the starlit sky, a gentle breeze in her hair. Stars twinkle like distant diamonds above her, each a tiny beacon in the vast inky expanse. She closes her eyes briefly, the cool night air a soft caress against her skin. A profound sense of gratitude washes over her, a silent thank you for this second chance. The quiet square is her sanctuary, the night sky a reminder of hope and endless possibilities. Sunlight paints the Heartchild food cart. Ruby, brimming with energy, assists the Heartchilds in their morning preparations. Meal baskets are stacked high, promises of nourishment and care ready to be delivered to those in need. Anticipation fills the small space, a mix of hope and resolve hangs in the air. The Heartchilds work seamlessly, their movements reflecting years of shared dedication and quiet understanding. Each action underscores their mission to provide comfort and sustenance to their community. At the edge of town, Ruby's gaze drifts towards the boundless horizon, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She stands at the crossroads of fate, destiny's gentle pull guiding her toward the unknown. A quiet promise of grand adventures whispers on the wind, beckoning her forward. A wave of comfort washes over her, a warm embrace against the vast expanse of uncertainty. The sun casts long shadows, painting the landscape with hues of hope and anticipation. She is not alone. An unseen presence accompanies her on this journey, a silent reassurance. In the Heartchild kitchen, Ruby and Darius glumly wash dishes, shoulders slumped in shared misery. Sunlight streams through the window, highlighting the chaos of dirty dishes and overflowing suds. Mrs. Heartchild watches with a serene smile, humming an otherworldly tune. The contrast between drudgery and serenity fills the kitchen with unspoken tension. In the dim Heartchild basement, Darius sweeps away dust, revealing the cold concrete beneath years of neglect. With each push, the room seems to sigh, as if waking from a long sleep, secrets hidden in the shadows. He pauses, intrigued by a rusty old furnace, its archaic design hinting at forgotten purposes. "Ruby, come check this out," Darius calls, his voice echoing in the cavernous space, a sense of discovery. Deep inside the furnace, Ruby's hand explores the darkness, fingers dancing through soot and ash. A brittle, yellowed recipe card emerges from the depths, a relic from the past. The card is secured in Ruby's grasp, its secrets ready to be revealed. The words are faded but legible. "The furnace cake," the narration whispers. The recipe card tells a story of love and loss. In Heartchild Kitchen, Ruby and Darius stand ready, a complex recipe binding their fates. Their quest begins among pantry shelves, a symphony of unusual ingredients calling. Dandelion roots, plucked from forgotten gardens, promise earthy secrets. Moonflower petals, kissed by starlight, hint at ethereal enchantments. Crystallized honey, golden and sweet, binds the spell with ancient power. The ingredients gather, destiny awaits in the heart of Heartchild Kitchen. In the worn kitchen, the Heartchild siblings stand shoulder to shoulder, ready to create something magical. Flour fills the air as they mix ingredients, their movements creating a cloud of white. A large ceramic bowl centers their activity, holding a batter with a strange, earthy aroma. Codcod, the family cat, observes with wide, curious eyes, perched on a stool nearby. Each sibling adds their touch, the batter transforming under their combined efforts. The kitchen fills with anticipation as the Heartchild's creation nears completion. In the Heartchild Kitchen, an oddly shaped cake cools, a silent centerpiece of uncertainty and hope. Ruby and Darius exchange glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of anxiety and anticipation. The dim light casts long shadows, amplifying the unspoken questions hanging in the air. Every tick of the clock echoes the weight of their shared moment, a breath held in suspense. In the warm kitchen, Darius offers a piece of cake, his hand steady and gentle. Codcod approaches cautiously, eyes gleaming in the dim light, whiskers twitching. A tentative sniff, then a sudden, eager bite. The cake vanishes in an instant. Darius watches with a soft smile as Codcod enjoys the treat, a quiet connection forming. Codcod twitches. An ethereal glow begins to radiate from its small form. Ruby and Darius watch with wide, astonished eyes, drawn in by the strange light. Tiny green shoots emerge, defying reality, sprouting from Codcod's fur. The kitchen air crackles with unseen energy as life blossoms unexpectedly. A silent, wondrous transformation unfolds before them, hope taking root. In the Heartchild Kitchen, strange shoots retract swiftly. Codcod seems unharmed, standing amidst the gleaming appliances. A strange, unsettling knowing flickers in Codcod's eyes. The kitchen is filled with an unnatural quiet. An air of mystery hangs heavy, promising a hidden truth. Codcod's gaze pierces the silence, hinting at newfound awareness. Bathed in the kitchen's gentle light, Ruby's eyes gleam with newfound resolve after Codcod's miraculous survival. Before her, the cake awaits, a silent promise of change and challenge. She cautiously bites into the cake, a moment suspended between anticipation and uncertainty. A visible surge of strange energy courses through Ruby, an unseen force altering her very being. Ruby stumbles, a hand blindly reaching for support, fatefully knocking against a gleaming knife on the counter. A sharp cry pierces the silence as the blade finds its mark, slicing into her palm. Darius watches, transfixed in horror, as the cut spills not blood, but a thick, viscous sap. The oozing sap glistens unnaturally, a grotesque parody of lifeblood, solidifying the impossible reality. Eerie green vines burst from Ruby's wound, a horrifying spectacle against her pale skin. The strange vines recede swiftly back into Ruby's flesh, leaving no trace of their eruption. Mrs. Heartchild enters the kitchen, the linoleum cold beneath her feet. Mrs. Heartchild's face is a mask, unreadable as she surveys the unsettling scene. The silence hangs heavy, broken only by the faint hum of the kitchen appliances. The Heartchild kitchen is warm, filled with cinnamon and magic. Mrs. Heartchild gently applies an earthy poultice to Ruby's hand. The strange herbs emit a pungent, magical aroma. Mrs. Heartchild warns, "You must keep your nature a secret, Ruby." "Not everyone will understand," she adds, her eyes filled with concern. The town square bursts with color as banners flutter above stalls laden with pies, cakes, and cookies. Neighbors animatedly chat, showcasing their culinary masterpieces at the annual bake sale. A sweet aroma of sugar and spice fills the air, enticing passers-by. Laughter and chatter blend with the cheerful atmosphere of the bustling bake sale. In the bustling town square, Mrs. Heartchild meticulously arranges her vibrant pastry stall. Each pastry, a unique masterpiece, bursts with color and tempting aromas under the bright daylight. Ruby lingers near the stall, her eyes darting nervously as she subtly hides her bandaged hand. A shadow of pain flickers across Ruby's face as she tries to conceal her injury. The colorful pastries stand in stark contrast to Ruby's hidden wound, creating a silent tension. In the bustling town square, Ruby and Mrs. Heartchild approach Mrs. Gable's meticulously arranged stall. The cupcakes are a colorful display of Mrs. Gable's skill, each one a tiny masterpiece. Ruby surveys the treats, her smile forced, masking her true feelings. Mrs. Heartchild nods, her approval evident, but a subtle tension lingers. The air is thick, with unspoken words between the neighboring women. A delicate dance of pleasantries hides the underlying currents of their true relationship. In the bustling town square, they approach Mr. Abernathy's stall, the aroma of apple pie filling the air. A golden brown, prize-winning apple pie sits temptingly on display, promising a taste of autumn's sweetness. They sample the pie, savoring the blend of cinnamon and baked apples. Mr. Abernathy watches them, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. His gaze lingers, assessing their interest in his prized creation. The town square buzzes with activity, a stark contrast to the fighter's isolated stall. Fighter's stall, sparsely decorated, reflecting his gruff and intimidating demeanor. With a glint in his eye, Fighter offers, "Try a sample of my Truth Serum lemonade. It's the real deal," he adds, his voice a low rumble promising potent secrets. Fighter leans on the stall, his eyes locked on Mrs. Heartchild, an unreadable expression clouding his sharp gaze. Ruby nervously shifts her weight as the pastry's sweetness mocks her unease in the vibrant town square. The pastries, once a comfort, now symbolize a hidden danger as their colors seem to pulse with a sinister glow. Fighter's voice cuts through the air, a deceptive calm masking the tension. "These pastries, they're quite unique." He presses, his words laced with an undercurrent of threat. "What's your secret ingredient?" In the bustling town square, Mrs. Heartchild expertly deflects Fighter's persistent questioning. Her practiced grace conceals a flicker of unease as Fighter presses on. Ruby, ever watchful, notices a subtle shift in Mrs. Heartchild's demeanor. A fleeting glimpse of fear betrays the carefully constructed facade. The tension thickens around Fighter's stall as the silent exchange unfolds. Ruby's keen observation becomes a pivotal point in the unfolding drama. In the bustling town square, Ruby and Mrs. Heartchild weave through the crowd, their presence attracting unseen eyes. A palpable sense of unease settles, the air thick with suspicion. Ruby pauses, her expression shifting as she confides, "I can't shake the feeling that we are being watched." The hairs on the back of her neck stand on end, a primal warning echoing in the vibrant square. Unseen eyes linger, scrutinizing their every move from the shadows. The town square basks in the sunset's glow as the bake sale nears its end, shadows stretching long and distorted. Across the square, Fighter's intense gaze is fixed on Ruby and Mrs. Heartchild, a silent predator observing his prey. A subtle, sinister glint ignites in Fighter's eyes, hinting at the dark intentions simmering beneath the surface. Unaware, Ruby laughs with Mrs. Heartchild, their figures silhouetted against the vibrant, fading light. Fighter remains motionless, an ominous figure cast in shadow as the last of the sun's rays disappear. The cheerful atmosphere of the bake sale contrasts sharply with the growing sense of foreboding in the square. Under the Heartchild kitchen's sterile lights, Ruby and Mrs. Heartchild face the aftermath of the bake sale. Flour dusts the countertops, a sweet scent mingling with unspoken tension. Ruby scrubs at a sticky bowl, her movements sharp, betraying her inner turmoil. Mrs. Heartchild cleans stainless steel appliances, her face a mask of polite neutrality. The fluorescent lights hum, amplifying the heavy silence between them. The TV's flickering light paints Darius's face as he's lost in the game. His fingers dance on the controller, oblivious to the storm brewing. Across the living room, Ruby and Mrs. Heartchild lock eyes. A silent battle wages, the tension so thick it could be cut. Darius, remains absorbed, a world away from their conflict. The Heartchild living room is a stage for unspoken words. In the Heartchild kitchen, Mrs. Heartchild offers a glass of chamomile tea, its steam a gentle, inviting dance. The delicate glass reflects the soft kitchen light, promising warmth and solace. A faint, soothing aroma fills the air, a silent invitation to tranquility. Mrs. Heartchild smiles, her eyes crinkling, a beacon of maternal comfort. "This will help you relax, dear," she says, her voice a soothing balm. Ruby looks at the tea, a silent question in her eyes, seeking a moment of peace. Ruby sips the tea, unaware of the subtle shift within her. Her eyes flicker with a strange, growing heaviness. A wave of drowsiness washes over Ruby. She grips the cup tighter, fighting to stay awake, her brow furrowed. Her eyelids grow heavy as Ruby struggles against the encroaching darkness. Reality begins to blur around her. The cup slips from Ruby's grasp, clattering softly as her head nods, succumbing to the overwhelming sleepiness. In the Heartchild kitchen, Mrs. Heartchild observes Ruby intently, a subtle tension filling the air. Ruby sips the tea, unaware of the subtle shift in Mrs. Heartchild's gaze. A growing unease washes over Ruby as the tea's effects begin to manifest. Mrs. Heartchild's expression hardens, a silent anticipation in her eyes. Ruby visibly succumbs, her strength waning under the influence of the brew. A cold triumph flickers across Mrs. Heartchild's face as her plan unfolds. Inside Heartchild's living room, Darius notices Ruby's slumped posture, a silent question forming in his eyes. Darius's face expresses concern as he leans slightly forward, his gaze fixed on Ruby. The soft light in the room casts long shadows, accentuating the tension of the moment. Darius's voice breaks the silence, a gentle inquiry. "Ruby?" In the Heartchild living room, tension hangs thick. Mrs. Heartchild moves with swift purpose. She gently steers Darius away. "Herhan is fiam jettinda." Ruby watches, a silent observer. The air crackles with unspoken emotions. Night descends on the Heartchild kitchen. Shadows stretch and dance in the dim light. Fighter enters, his silhouette a stark contrast against the pale moonlight filtering through the window. His presence casts a long, ominous shadow, engulfing the room in a cloak of mystery. The kitchen seems to hold its breath as Fighter's shadow deepens. A silent tension fills the air, heavy with unspoken words and veiled intentions. Inside the Heartchild kitchen, Fighter carefully supports Ruby's limp form, his brow furrowed with concern. Mrs. Heartchild, her face etched with worry, assists Fighter, guiding them towards the exit. Together they navigate through the kitchen, the weight of Ruby's unconscious body a palpable burden. A silent urgency fills the air as they carry Ruby out of the house, seeking immediate help. In the Heartchild living room, suspicion darkens Darius's face as he peers through the curtains, his eyes narrowed. Outside, a dark van idles ominously, its presence casting a long shadow over the otherwise quiet street. Ruby, looking distressed, is carefully assisted into the waiting van, a silent drama unfolding before Darius. Darius watches, a mix of fear and determination hardening his gaze as the van doors slide shut. Darius, panicked, fumbles with his phone, desperate to call for help. Out of thin air, Mrs. Heartchild appears, her smile serene yet unsettling. She gently blocks Darius's escape, an unnerving calmness in her eyes. Mrs. Heartchild offers a delicate porcelain cup, a gesture of false comfort. "Darius, dear, you seem stressed," she says, her voice like honeyed poison. "Have some chamomile tea. It always helps calm the nerves," she adds softly. Darius sips tea, a strange warmth invading. The room's edges blur. Reality begins to softly fray. A chilling dread washes over him. He feels a cold betrayal seeping into his bones, a silent scream. His vision swims, the once familiar living room now, a distorted canvas of deceit and fading light. The cup falls, shattering the silence as the poison takes hold, his world shrinking to a pinpoint of fear. Ruby startles awake in the dark van, the sudden movement throwing her against the cold metal. A throbbing pain explodes in her head, a disorienting wave of fear washing over her in the darkness. Her eyes dart around the dimly lit space, desperately trying to make sense of her terrifying situation. Panic rises as she struggles to understand where she is and how she got there. Each bump and turn of the van intensifies her fear, trapping her in a nightmare on wheels. The cold metal walls seem to close in as she fights to regain control in the unsettling darkness. Inside the dark van, an atmosphere of unspoken tension. Mrs. Heartchild sits beside me, a silent figure. Her face, etched with regret, hints at a difficult decision. Determination flickers in her eyes, a resolve taking hold. Inside the dark van, Fighter's intense focus on the road ahead fills the space with an unnerving silence. His grip tightens on the wheel, knuckles white against the dim light as tension builds. Each shadow that flickers across his face hints at the heavy thoughts weighing on him. The van speeds on, a vessel of unspoken fears hurtling into the unknown. Inside the dark van, Ruby's struggles are weakened by the drug, her movements sluggish and desperate. Her eyes dart around, trying to find a way out. Mrs. Heartchild's hands are surprisingly strong. Gently but firmly, Mrs. Heartchild restrains Ruby. Ruby's breath hitches as panic sets in. Each failed attempt at escape leaves Ruby more vulnerable in the confines of the van. In the dead of night, a van swerves violently off the road, its headlights slicing through the inky blackness. The vehicle plunges onto a narrow, winding path, venturing deep into the dense, silent forest. The tires struggle on the uneven terrain, kicking up loose gravel and scattering small stones. Each rotation crushes twigs under the van's immense weight, the sounds echoing eerily in the night. The forest looms, an oppressive presence, as the van pushes further into its shadowy depths. A van grinds to a halt before a cabin, its silhouette stark against the dense, looming woods. The isolated cabin sits shrouded in night, ominous and deeply unwelcoming. Shadows dance ominously around the cabin, promising secrets best left undisturbed. The silence of the woods is broken only by the van's engine, a mechanical intrusion. Inside the isolated cabin, shadows dance in the dim light, revealing the rough-hewn logs and dusty corners. Ruby is gently carried into the cabin, her face pale against the gloom. She's carefully laid upon a rickety cot, the springs groaning softly under her weight. The heavy air is thick with the odors of mildew and decay, a testament to years of neglect. The cabin exudes an aura of abandonment, each creak and groan a whisper of forgotten stories. Inside the isolated cabin, a stark cot stands under a dim light. Fighter moves with cold precision. Fighter expertly ties Ruby to the cot, his face an impassive mask. Ruby's eyes widen, a silent scream trapped within. Inside the isolated cabin, Mrs. Heartchild's face is a canvas of deep worry. Her eyes reflect a storm of inner conflict, torn between duty and despair. The dim light casts long shadows, mirroring the uncertainty in her heart. Every line on her face tells a story of unspoken fears and heavy burdens. In the isolated cabin, a kerosene lamp throws long shadows, illuminating a tense confrontation between Fighter and Ruby. Fighter looms over Ruby, muscles coiled, his face etched with grim determination. Ruby sits on a rickety chair, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. Trapped, the air crackles with unspoken tension, heavy with the weight of secrets and looming danger. Fighter demands, his voice a low growl. "Tell me the truth, Ruby. What are you? What is the furnace cake?" Inside the isolated cabin, Ruby's silence hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the warmth of the fire. Fear gives way to defiance as her gaze hardens, locking onto Fighter with unwavering intensity. Her eyes blaze, reflecting a fierce, untamed anger that threatens to consume her. The cabin air crackles with unspoken tension, the silence amplifying the emotional storm within Ruby. Fighter meets her stare, the challenge accepted in the heart of the isolated cabin. Inside the isolated cabin, Fighter looms, casting a long, ominous shadow over Ruby. His voice rises, each word a sharpened blade aimed directly at Ruby. Mrs. Heartchild watches, her face etched with deep worry and concern. Her hands are clasped tightly together, knuckles white with anxiety. "Please, stop," Mrs. Heartchild cries out, her voice trembling with fear. The tension in the small cabin becomes almost unbearable. Inside the isolated cabin, Fighter's intense gaze remains fixed on Ruby, ignoring Mrs. Heartchild's presence. His voice, a low, menacing growl, fills the room as he relentlessly interrogates Ruby. Each word is a calculated strike, designed to break Ruby's resolve in the stark cabin. The tension in the cabin is palpable, hanging heavy as the interrogation continues. In the dimly lit cabin, Ruby strains against her restraints, her eyes darting wildly, seeking any glimmer of hope. Panic tightens its grip as she tests the coarse ropes binding her wrists, each tug a desperate plea for freedom. The rough hemp bites into her skin, a stark reminder of her vulnerability and the peril she faces. Every muscle screams in protest as she struggles against her bonds, her life hanging precariously in the balance. Her breath hitches as the reality of her dire situation sinks in, fueling a surge of adrenaline and raw determination. Inside the isolated cabin, silence is shattered by a sudden, violent crash from the darkness outside. Fighter and Mrs. Heartchild, frozen in place, exchange a quick, startled glance, fear etched on their faces. The echo of the crash hangs in the air, amplifying the isolation and vulnerability of the cabin. Paranoia fills the room as they wonder what is coming for them. Night's silence is shattered as Darius explodes from the isolated cabin, face a mask of grim determination. He grips a broken chair leg, a jagged, makeshift weapon, poised for desperate action. Splintered wood gleams under the dim light, the sharp edges reflecting the tension in Darius's eyes. His sudden appearance signals the immediate start of a deadly confrontation. The cabin door hangs open, a stark frame to Darius's silhouette against the dark unknown. Sunlight streams into the Heartchild kitchen, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air, thick with the scent of apricots. Ruby, ethereal and calm, carefully arranges vibrant apricots into a wicker basket, a picture of serene focus. Elara Heartchild, warm and with a twinkle in her eye, hums a folk tune, her hands deftly kneading dough nearby. The air is heavy with the comforting scent of fresh fruit and baking bread, a symphony for the senses. Ruby completes the first basket, a vibrant symbol of renewed tradition, gleaming in the golden light. The sun beats down on the bustling town square, where Ruby and Elijah Heartchild walk, carrying an apricot basket. Townspeople eye them with a mix of curiosity, suspicion, and a glimmer of nostalgia, their whispers following like shadows. Elijah, earnest with dirt smudged on his cheek, walks beside Ruby, oblivious to the murmurs about the ghost girl. Silas, a stern firefighter in an impeccable uniform, watches from his truck, a deep frown etched on his face. His gaze, hard and unwavering, follows Ruby and Elijah as they navigate the judgmental stairs of the town. Ruby, with gentle hands, sets a brimming basket of ripe apricots on Mr. Henderson's sun-dappled porch. The door creaks open, revealing Mr. Henderson, his frail frame illuminated by the daylight, his eyes widening. A soft, grateful smile touches Mr. Henderson's lips, a silent acknowledgement of the unexpected gift. Elijah watches, a quiet understanding dawning in his gaze as he witnesses the tender exchange. The simple act of giving and receiving speaks volumes, a profound moment of human connection. The scene lingers, a testament to the quiet power of their compassionate gesture, resonating in the warm air. Under the soft glow of a single lamp, Ruby intently sketches intricate botanical patterns in a worn notebook, her brow furrowed. Elara enters the kitchen with quiet grace, her presence a gentle shadow in the dim light. A comforting hand lands on Ruby's shoulder, and she looks up, a small smile gracing her lips. Elara asks, "How were the deliveries today? Any interesting reactions?" Ruby pauses, reflecting. "Mostly good. A few surprised faces, but nothing out of the ordinary. The town feels different, though," Elara reassures. "Perhaps it's just the stories starting to circulate again. Don't let them worry you." The morning sun casts long, dramatic shadows as Ruby and Elara approach the Golden Spoon, a bustling local restaurant. The air is thick with the tantalizing aroma of freshly baked goods, promising warmth and comfort. The chef, a man in his 50s, with a gruff demeanor that can't quite hide a friendly twinkle in his eye, emerges from the kitchen. He hands them a sturdy box, heavy with surplus bread, a gesture of quiet generosity. A slight smile plays on his lips, acknowledging the new tradition, a bridge between old memories and fresh beginnings. This exchange marks their first official food donation, cementing a new, hopeful partnership in the crisp morning air. In the Heartchild kitchen, Elara, Ruby, and Elijah move with focused energy, sorting a variety of freshly baked breads. Their hands skillfully arrange loaves into woven baskets, each shape and size handled with gentle care. Elijah listens intently as Elara and Ruby softly discuss which neighbors would best appreciate each type of bread. He observes the unique textures of the loaves, absorbing the quiet lessons of generosity and community. The kitchen hums with purpose, a symphony of quiet dedication and shared stories behind every loaf. Ruby and Elijah walk along dusty town streets, their arms laden with wicker bread baskets, children's laughter echoing nearby. As they approach, the children's games halt, their eyes fix on Ruby, and a small child points a finger. A hushed whisper cuts through the air, accusing, "She's got plant blood." Ruby's shoulders stiffen almost imperceptibly, but her gaze remains fixed straight ahead, unwavering, as they continue. In the Heartchild kitchen, Ruby's face is bathed in the flickering glow of a laptop screen, deep in online research. Her fingers dance across the keyboard, a relentless search for local folklore about plant spirits and human-plant hybrids. Obscure texts referencing ancient traditions of Earth-kin fill her screen, a tapestry of forgotten knowledge. Elara enters, carrying a steaming mug of tea, a silent gesture of support for Ruby's quiet quest for self-understanding. The warm steam rises, a gentle counterpoint to the intense glow of the screen, as Ruby continues her profound search. In the sun-drenched community garden, Ruby and Elijah kneel, their hands tenderly tending to the vibrant green shoots of young carrots. Ruby's touch is almost magical, her fingers caressing the tiny sprouts, coaxing life from the rich, dark earth. A faded pickup truck rumbles slowly past the garden, Silas at the wheel, his gaze unwavering on Ruby and Elijah. A flicker of unreadable suspicion dances in Silas's eyes as he observes the pair, a silent, unsettling presence. The Heartchild kitchen buzzes with the vibrant energy of a family united in purpose, preparing baskets of fresh, orange carrots. Elara's hands move with a practiced ease, a dance of generations as she deftly fills the baskets. Her voice, warm and resonant, paints vivid pictures of ancient community harvest festivals. Elijah's gaze drifts, lost in the vibrant tapestry of Elara's tales, envisioning a connected past. He sees the joyous echoes of old celebrations, a rich history woven into every movement of their hands. Their shared efforts become a living bridge, connecting the present to a legacy of communal spirit and bountiful harvests. Under the warm sun, Ruby approaches Mrs. Chen's house, a woven basket overflowing with fresh carrots cradled in her arms. Mrs. Chen, her sharp, knowing eyes softened by a gentle smile, accepts the basket. As her gaze falls to Ruby's hands, Mrs. Chen subtly offers a small, intricately carved wooden charm. "For protection, dear," Mrs. Chen murmurs, her voice a soft, knowing whisper. In the warm kitchen, Ruby turns a small, intricate charm in her fingers, a faint warmth emanating from its ancient surface. Her eyes, filled with a silent question, meet Elara's. Ruby asks, "Why would Mrs. Chen give me this? What does it mean?" Elara ponders. "Some of the elders in town. They remember the old ways." Elara concludes, "Perhaps they see something special in you, Ruby." Silas, a firefighter, stands before the grand town hall, his stern expression unwavering. He confronts a nervous council member, who shifts uncomfortably under Silas's piercing gaze. Silas's voice cuts through the air. "I'm here to discuss the Heartchild's food distribution." He continues, "There are serious health code violations and unregulated activity taking place." The council member, flustered, replies, "Silas, we appreciate your vigilance." His tone shifts, "But your growing interference is becoming a concern." Sunlight streams into Heartchild kitchen, illuminating a cryptic notice on the worn wooden table, a stark warning. The official seal of the town council on the notice warns of unlicensed food distribution, a clear challenge. My eyes meet Silas, a silent understanding passing between us as we acknowledge the orchestrated hurdle. Instead of wavering, my resolve hardens, ready to face this bureaucratic battle head-on. At the bustling local market, Ruby, Elara, and Elijah gather, their faces etched with purpose. A jovial market owner, a man in his 40s, slyly hands them an extra carton of milk, a conspiratorial wink. His voice, a low rumble, offers words of encouragement. "Don't let the busybodies get you down." The small gesture, a silent pact of support, speaks volumes in the vibrant market chaos. A quiet understanding passes between them, a shared resolve in their mission. Sunlight floods a bustling kitchen, illuminating Elijah, and other volunteers as they meticulously package dairy items. Elijah, with a gentle smile, carefully places dairy into an insulated container. His fingers move with purpose, drawing simple yet charming pictures of cows onto a basket label. He adds a tiny milk bottle to the label, each stroke a testament to his dedication. A close-up reveals the heartfelt artistry on the label, a small detail with big meaning. Each carefully packed item, each drawn picture, reinforces their shared dedication and warm purpose. Ruby, with a dairy basket balanced on her hip, approaches an apartment door, a beacon of fresh sustenance. A tired but kind mother opens the door, her small child peeking from behind her leg, eyes wide at the milk bottles. The mother gratefully exclaims, "Oh, thank you, Ruby. You're a lifesaver, truly. We were almost out." Ruby, with a gentle smile, replies, "My pleasure. Enjoy the fresh milk," as she hands over the basket. In the Heartchild kitchen, the air is thick with the warm aroma of simmering spices. Ruby, her hands expertly preparing food, feels a profound connection to those they serve. She turns to Alara, who chops vegetables with a serene, practiced ease. Ruby confides, "I feel it, Alara. A genuine connection with everyone we help. It's more than just providing food. It's something else." Ruby muses, her eyes distant. Alara's voice, calm and steady, responds, "Every act of kindness, Ruby, creates ripples." Silas leans against the ornate park fountain, his posture relaxed, yet his eyes hold a sharp, calculating glint. A driven reporter, in her 30s, diligently scribbles notes, her ambition palpable in the crisp air. Silas speaks in a low, conspiratorial tone, his words carefully chosen, aiming to subtly manipulate. He gestures subtly, his movements precise, emphasizing key phrases about unverified sources. His gaze intensifies, hinting darkly at potential health risks, sowing seeds of doubt with every word. The reporter's pen pauses, a flicker of intrigue in her eyes as Silas's insidious plan takes root. In a bustling kitchen, Ruby clutches a crumpled newspaper, her knuckles white with distress, the headline screaming in bold font. Alara stands beside her, a calming presence, her hand gently resting on Ruby's arm, offering silent reassurance. Ruby's eyes dart across the sensationalized article, a flicker of pain crossing her face as she reads the veiled accusations. Her voice trembling with indignation, Ruby exclaims, "They're twisting everything. Look at this. A ghost. Plant-like. They're talking about me." Ilara's voice is firm and unwavering. "Ignore them. We know the truth. Our program helps people. Genuinely. That's what matters." A local farm basks in the warm, golden sunlight as a family arrives, their faces alight with anticipation. A weathered farmer, his eyes kind, steps forward to greet them, a welcoming smile on his face. He begins to speak, his voice resonating with pride, sharing tales of his grandmother's legacy. "My grandmother, bless her soul, was a part of the very first food basket program," the farmer recounts. He gestures towards a bustling coop, then turns back, a generous bounty of fresh eggs already in his hands. "It's a tradition I'm honored to continue. Here, a little extra for your family, in her memory," he says warmly. Sunlight streams into the Heartchild kitchen, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air like tiny golden secrets. We carefully place eggs into baskets, each one meticulously cushioned with straw, a ritual of delicate preservation. Elijah's brow furrows in deep concentration as he handles an egg, his touch a silent testament to its fragility. The unspoken lesson of the egg's vulnerability hangs heavy in the air, a potent metaphor for our mission. The kitchen is alive, with the soft, comforting sounds of imaginary chickens clucking, a gentle hum of life. A quiet tension underlies the soothing sounds, a subtle reminder of the delicate balance we strive to maintain. Ruby and Elijah, bathed in sunlight, carry baskets overflowing with fresh eggs toward the senior center. An elderly woman, with eyes that sparkle with a 90-year history of mischief, observes Ruby. A warm smile spreads across the woman's face, a silent acknowledgement of a shared past. She utters softly, "You have your grandmother's hands," her words a gentle echo of memory. Ruby looks at her hands, a blend of surprise and recognition dawning in her eyes. In the dim kitchen, the soft hum of the refrigerator is the only sound, a silent witness to the unfolding magic. Ruby, her brow furrowed in deep concentration, approaches a wilting houseplant, her touch a whisper of hope. Her fingers, almost imperceptibly, brush the drooping leaves, a tender caress that seems to awaken life within. Slowly, miraculously, the plant begins its revival, leaves lifting, regaining their vibrant, verdant green. Ilara watches from the doorway, a knowing, gentle smile gracing her lips, her eyes reflecting deep understanding. Her gaze reveals an unspoken appreciation for Ruby's unique and profound connection to the very essence of nature. Under the dappled sunlight of the town park, Silas, jaw tight, reaches for a fruit basket, his eyes narrowed with purpose. Elijah's grip on the basket tightens, a defiant furrow in his brow, as Silas declares, "That fruit is uninspected. I'm confiscating it." Ruby steps between them, her calm posture, a stark contrast to the rising tension as she asserts, "This fruit is a donation. We have every right to distribute it." A small crowd gathers, their murmurs growing louder, drawn by the escalating conflict over the simple basket of fruit. Sunlight streams into the cozy kitchen, illuminating dust motes dancing, as Ilara's brow furrows with worry and pride. She whispers to Ruby, "I'm worried about Silas, but I'm also incredibly proud of your courage, Ruby. You handled yourself well." Ruby's voice is firm. "He won't deter us. We need to find a way to counter his harassment without compromising our mission." Father suggests, "Perhaps we can use his own tactics against him, not with violence, but with wit." As they lean in, hushed, Mother adds, "We must stay focused. Our work is too important to let him distract us." Their resolve unyielding. The morning sun bathes the bakery entrance as Mr. and Mrs. Heartchild, with quiet resolve, meticulously gather grains from burlap sacks. The baker, his apron dusted with flour, observes their dedication with a knowing smile, then approaches, wiping his hands. He praises their commitment. "Your dedication, it's truly something. I'd be happy to offer you a discount on any future donations." The baker reflects on the past. "You know, the old tradition, it saved my family during tough times. A lot of people forget that." Golden sunlight streams into the Heartchild kitchen, bathing the space in a warm, inviting glow. I meticulously sort and package various grains, my hands moving with practiced care, labeling each bag with precision. The air hums with the comforting rustle of grains, a subtle symphony of nourishment. Elijah, a young boy with eyes full of wonder, stands beside me, observing my every move with keen interest. I gently explain the different types of grains, sharing their nutritional secrets with the curious boy. Under the cool morning light, Ruby and Elijah approach the community shelter, their arms laden with woven grain baskets. A homeless man, his face etched with weariness, yet softened by kindness, steps forward. With gentle reverence, they place a basket into his outstretched hands, a silent offering of sustenance. His tired eyes, now holding a faint glimmer of hope, reflect the quiet, profound impact of their simple act. In the Heartchild kitchen, Ruby stands amidst the comforting symphony of gentle chatter and clanking pots. She observes the community, each face a tapestry of needs and untold stories, a quiet understanding dawning within her. Her past, a familiar ache, softens into a distant echo, mended by the vibrant present. A small, knowing smile graces Ruby's lips, a testament to the healing power of selfless giving. The whispers and rumors of old, once sharp, now fade into insignificance, their power utterly diminished. Silas moves with grim determination through the bustling market, a dark shadow amidst the vibrant chaos. He distributes stark flyers, accusing the Heartchilds of spreading disease and defrauding the public. Distorted, ghoulish images of Ruby emblazon the papers, fanning the flames of malicious rumors. A palpable tension hangs in the air, the public's suspicion visibly intensifying with each flyer Silas hands out. The town's whispers turn to murmurs, a growing tide of fear and animosity, fueled by Silas's insidious campaign. The Heartchild kitchen, once a bastion of warmth, now suffocates under a heavy, sorrowful silence. Crude flyers, scattered across the worn wooden table, shout harsh accusations, shattering the homey atmosphere. Ruby's shoulders slump, her gaze fixed on a flyer, her face a canvas of raw hurt and disbelief. Elara, visibly pained, stands tall, her eyes sweeping over her family, radiating quiet, unwavering strength. Silas's words are just that, words. Our actions, our commitment to this community, they speak volumes more. The butcher shop hums with the scent of fresh meat as a family gazes at the display, their eyes filled with quiet desperation. The butcher, a man weathered by years, eyes the family, a flicker of hesitation in his gruff demeanor. Elara steps forward, her voice a passionate plea for the community, a beacon of hope in the quiet shop. The butcher's hardened expression softens, a silent acknowledgement of her words as he turns to a large slab of meat. With a resonant thud, he places the weighty cut on the counter, a profound gesture of support echoing through the space. Inside the Heartchild kitchen, the air hums with focused activity, a dedicated team meticulously preparing food. Hands clad in gloves carefully portion and wrap meats, each movement precise and hygienic. The importance of food safety is palpable in every detail, a silent lesson learned through action. I absorb the crucial role of responsible distribution, understanding the journey of each wrapped package. The kitchen transforms into a model of efficiency, a small operation fueled by a powerful sense of purpose. Every corner of the kitchen reflects dedication, from the gleaming surfaces to the organized workflow. Under the scorching sun, Ruby and Elijah move with determination through the low-income housing complex. They carry baskets laden with meat, their steps purposeful and unwavering. A single mother, her face etched with weariness, steps forward, a flicker of hope in her eyes. Relief washes over her as she embraces Ruby tightly, tears welling up, a silent testament to profound gratitude. The weight of her unspoken thanks hangs in the air, a powerful acknowledgement of their life-changing impact. In the Heartchild kitchen, Ruby's hands glow with a faint, ethereal green light as she touches baskets of delivered meats. Under her touch, the dull, raw cuts of meat transform, radiating with a vibrant, renewed freshness. Elara watches, her eyes wide, with a mixture of profound awe and dawning, unsettling understanding. Her expression is a complex tableau of wonder and a chilling realization of Ruby's mysterious power. In the bustling town square, Silas, gaunt and intense, stands defiantly. His hand-painted sign, "Stop the Fraud," held aloft, sparks a fiery glint in his eyes. Around him, a small, agitated group clutches signs declaring, "Protect our town." Their faces, etched with suspicion and anger, reveal a community fractured. Once unified, the town now stands divided, a palpable tension in the air. The stark signs underscore the deep chasm carved into their once peaceful lives. In a bright kitchen, Ruby's hands tremble, clutching a letter, as Elara stands beside her, a calm presence amidst unspoken fear. Ruby's voice trembles. "They want us to stop. These letters, they're getting worse." Elara's gaze is unwavering as she states, "True change always faces resistance, Ruby. This means we're making an impact." With quiet resolve, Elara declares, "Then we escalate our openness. We'll continue our work, and we'll do it even more publicly." Under the warm sun, the Heartchilds select fresh nuts from a bustling fishmonger's vibrant display. The jovial fishmonger winks at Ruby, a knowing smile playing on his lips. His booming laugh fills the air as he teases, "Still haunting the living, eh, Ruby? Heard you've got quite the ghostly reputation around here." He hands her a gift, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Here, take this. On the house. Gotta keep those spirits fed, right?" Sunlight streams into a cozy kitchen, illuminating a large wooden table piled high with an assortment of nuts. Elijah sits among others, hands busy shelling nuts, sorting them into baskets. He learns about the various types of nuts, their distinct textures, and their health benefits. The air is filled with the rhythmic cracking of shells and the gentle murmur of light-hearted chatter. The late afternoon sun stretches long shadows across the silent, empty school playground, hinting at the day's end. Ruby and Elijah laboriously unload woven nut baskets from the back of a weathered, beat-up pickup truck. The school principal, her face a blend of sternness and kindness, approaches them with a knowing air. A small, knowing smile plays on her lips, a silent acknowledgement of their efforts and the basket's significance. "Thank you both. These baskets make a real difference to the children's nutrition after school," the principal says warmly. This humble delivery, a small gesture, feels like a monumental victory against an unseen, persistent adversary. In the Heartchild kitchen, Ruby paces restlessly, the lantern's soft glow casting long, dancing shadows around her. Her eyes are drawn to the dark, looming forest outside, an undeniable, unsettling pull in its depths. I feel it again, Alara. A shift, like the forest is calling to me, but not in a friendly way. Ilara sips her herbal tea, her gaze knowing and calm as she watches Ruby, a quiet understanding in her eyes. She offers a cryptic thought. Perhaps it's the old magic, dear. This town has always hummed with it, preparing for something, perhaps. Under the glaring sun of the bustling town square, Silas's face contorts with frustration as he steps forward to block Ruby. He gestures wildly at the basket she carries, his voice rising in a desperate plea. This is a public health emergency. A crowd quickly gathers, drawn by the escalating tension, some murmuring support for Silas, others defending Ruby. The air crackles with animosity as Silas declares, "You can't deliver that," his voice echoing the mounting conflict. In the Heartchild kitchen, pots and pans gleam under fluorescent lights, yet a palpable worry etches the faces of the family. Eileen, arms crossed, absorbing the escalating conflict with Silas, the tension thick in the air. A somber realization settles, our current efforts proving insufficient against the looming threat. We must make a grander statement to truly unveil the immense value of our tireless work to the community. An idea ignites, a flicker of hope, blossoming into collective determination, reshaping our path forward. We plan a massive food distribution, an open invitation, a powerful declaration to everyone. Colorful banners flutter vibrantly as the community center lawn buzzes with lively activity. Long tables groan under the weight of a diverse potluck, from casseroles to exotic dishes. The Heartchilds beam, arranging food baskets, their smiles radiating warmth and generosity. Townspeople linger at the periphery, their expressions a mix of curiosity and apprehension, observing the scene. The festive atmosphere slowly draws them in, a buzz of chatter replacing the earlier quiet. In the Heartchild kitchen, golden light bathes Ruby, a portrait of focused determination. Her hands move with a quiet purpose, meticulously arranging the last of the baskets. Each yam is carefully placed, a symbol of completion and the promise of a fresh start. The kitchen hums with a quiet energy, alive with the warmth of the sun. Ruby's gaze is unwavering, her concentration absolute as she finishes her task. A sense of accomplishment settles over the scene, a new beginning in every basket. The community center buzzes with the vibrant sounds of a potluck, a tapestry of laughter and lively chatter. A sudden hush falls as Yam enters, their striking presence and knowing eyes commanding immediate attention. A subtle aura of magic clings to Yam, instantly calming the lingering tension in the air as they move. All eyes in the gathering turn, drawn by an unseen force, as Yam approaches Ruby. Yam speaks to Ruby, their voice low and resonant, carrying a profound sense of wisdom and reassurance. As Yam speaks, the food baskets on the tables subtly shimmer, casting a warm, almost magical glow. Community members, their faces illuminated by an inner warmth, feel a renewed sense of hope and connection. Yam's words echo, a gentle affirmation. Your dreams have taken root, Ruby. The last festive lights of the community event flicker out as an unsettling tremor vibrates through the ground. The sky deepens to an unnatural black, swallowing the stars as a strange, cold wind whips through the town. Silas watches from a distance, a grim satisfaction playing on his features as the unsettling tremor intensifies. His eyes gleam with dark anticipation, a man who has waited for this moment to unfold. Ruby stares out the window, her face illuminated by the ominous darkening sky. Ilara's comforting hand rests gently on Ruby's shoulder, a silent promise of support. The carved charm from Mrs. Chen pulses with a faint, mysterious glow against Ruby's chest. Ruby's eyes harden with resolve, knowing the fight for their community has just begun. Together, Ruby and Yam face the unknown darkness, their spirits united against the encroaching shadow. Sunlight streams into a cozy, cluttered kitchen, illuminating dust motes dancing in the morning air. Ruby, a vibrant spirit with a leaf unfurling in her hair, meticulously wipes down the counters with graceful, fluid movements. Her brother Darius, disheveled and pragmatic, enters the kitchen with a yawn, his eyes drawn to a long chore list. The extensive list, penned in Mrs. Heartchild's neat hand, hangs pinned to the fridge, a daunting task for the morning. In the kitchen, Darius groans, his finger jabbing at a chore list, a look of utter dismay on his face. His finger lands on a dreaded line item. Dust the dragon figurines. a mundane task in an extraordinary life. Ruby chuckles softly, a tiny, vibrant flower blossoming from her earlobe, then wilting into nothingness as quickly as it appeared. She gestures to the laminated chore list, a stark symbol of their surprisingly normal, domestic existence. With a knowing smile, Ruby declares, "Looks like we have a full day, brother," her voice light with playful challenge. In a sunlit living room, Ruby meticulously dusts a collection of menacing dragon figurines, her movements precise and deliberate. Her fingers brush against a cold, sculpted scale, a fleeting touch of life amidst the inert figures. A tiny, almost imperceptible vine briefly extends from her fingertip, a silent, startling revelation. Her eyes widen, a flicker of concern crossing her face as she examines her hand, the vine now retracted. The dragon figurines, silent and foreboding, seem to watch her every move, their stone eyes full of unspoken secrets. Darius, a phantom in a cloud of flour, his hair and face dusted white, pores over an ancient cookbook. He mutters, "Seriously? A heaping teaspoon? What even is a heaping teaspoon?" Ruby enters, a secret smile playing on her lips as she observes his flour-dusted culinary struggle. With amusement, she teases, "Looks like you're having fun, chef." In the warm kitchen, Ruby takes the ancient cookbook from Darius, her fingers delicately tracing the faded script on its worn pages. Her eyes narrow, focusing on a smudged section of the recipe, almost illegible, a secret hidden in plain sight. As Ruby concentrates, the smudges on the page shimmer with an ethereal light. Beneath the faded text, faint, arcane symbols begin to emerge, glowing faintly. Darius leans in, his expression a mixture of intrigue and wonder as he peers over Ruby's shoulder. The mysterious symbols pulse, hinting at a magic yet to be fully revealed. In a cozy kitchen, Ruby meticulously deciphers the hidden text, her brow furrowed in concentration. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes the true nature of the words. A powerful transformation spell. The spell is cleverly disguised, embedded within the innocent-looking banana cake ingredients. Darius leans closer, a mischievous glint dancing in his eyes, sensing the unfolding revelation. A playful smirk tugs at his lips as he utters, "A transformation spell in a banana cake recipe?" He pauses, his gaze locking with Ruby's, before adding, "That's unexpected." Ruby and Darius huddle in the kitchen, heads bent over an open cookbook, whispering conspiratorially in the dim light. On the counter, a banana cake shimmers with an unnatural glow, its aroma subtly off, hinting at unusual ingredients. The air around them crackles with an almost imperceptible energy, a silent hum of anticipation. They exchange a look, their faces a blend of eager anticipation and nervous apprehension, eyes wide with a shared secret. In the quiet kitchen, Darius cradles a small, desiccated cat toy, a poignant reminder of their beloved cod. Ruby, her breath held, carefully places a tiny, shimmering piece of the magical cake onto the toy. Their eyes, wide with a fragile hope, fixate on the toy, every muscle tensed in anticipation. A heavy silence hangs in the air as the magical cake lies inert, nothing stirring. In the quiet kitchen, the cat toy, once still and lifeless, suddenly twitches with an eerie, unbidden movement. A faint, ethereal glow spills from the toy, painting the kitchen in an otherworldly light, a sign of the impossible. Ruby and Darius gasp, their faces frozen in disbelief, eyes wide with the sudden, shocking spectacle before them. The toy begins to subtly reanimate, a translucent, shimmering ghost of Cod's form taking shape around it. It is not a full resurrection, but a spectral awakening, a shimmering outline of the beloved cat. The ethereal form of Cod flickers, a ghostly echo of life, leaving Ruby and Darius breathless with awe and wonder. Mrs. Heartchild, impeccably dressed and beaming, bustles into the living room, a stack of flyers clutched in her hand. Ruby and Darius exchange a look of mild dread, their eyes conveying a shared, silent apprehension. Oblivious to their silent communication, Mrs. Heartchild beams, her face alight with enthusiastic anticipation. She presents her news with gusto. "Good news, darlings. I've signed us up for the community bake sale." Her smile widens, completely unaware of the looming culinary challenge she has just presented. The kitchen fills with the sweet scent of baked goods as Mrs. Heartchild beams, her hands gesturing emphatically. Mrs. Heartchild explains, "And that, children, is precisely why this bake sale is so vital." She continues, "It's not just about raising funds, it's about helping us to integrate into the fabric of our wonderful community." Ruby and Darius stand beside her, offering polite nods and forced, strained smiles. Unseen by Mrs. Heartchild, a spectral codcod drifts silently past them, its ethereal form a bizarre contrast. Ruby asserts, "Absolutely, Mrs. Heartchild. So important." Darius echoes, "Couldn't agree more." In the kitchen, Ruby, radiating newfound confidence, stands before a bubbling cauldron. Her hands move with precise grace, meticulously measuring ingredients into the simmering brew. A soft rhythmic chant escapes her lips, a powerful incantation focused on stabilizing Codcod's spectral form. Darius watches, a genuine fascination for magic now clearly visible in his attentive eyes. He offers occasional suggestions, his voice a low murmur, completely absorbed in the magical process. The air hums with anticipation as Ruby's spell weaves its intricate magic, her focus absolute. Under the bright sun, MRS, Heartchild, Ruby, and Darius stroll down a quaint suburban street, baskets overflowing. Mrs. Heartchild beams, her face aglow with charming anticipation, eyes sparkling with delight. Ruby shifts uncomfortably, a clear picture of discontent, her reluctance hanging heavy in the air. Darius, however, is lost in thought, his mind consumed by the lingering echoes of a powerful spell. A perfectly manicured lawn stretches before a house, an immaculate green carpet framed by bursting flower beds. Mrs. Henderson, prim and sharp-eyed, opens the door, her smile a tight, almost brittle line. Her gaze, filled with subtle disapproval, lingers on Ruby's slightly wild, untamed hair. Mrs. Heartchild extends a plate of cookies, an offering that seems to bridge an unspoken gap. The vibrant colors of the flowers stand in stark contrast to the tension in the air. In Mrs. Henderson's pristine living room, a palpable tension hangs in the air, thick with unspoken judgment. Her delicate hand gestures, her words like velvet-covered thorns, hint at veiled warnings about unruly elements. Ruby shifts in her chair, a flicker of discomfort crossing her face as Mrs. Henderson whispers of dragonfire. Beneath Ruby's sleeve, a small, vibrant green vine subtly coils and uncoils, a secret pulse of life unseen. An old, weathered house stands against the bright daylight, surrounded by an overgrown garden. Mr. Grumbles, with a long white beard and perpetually annoyed, emerges onto the porch as Mrs. Heartchild approaches, beaming. He grunts in response to her cheerful greeting, his eyes narrowing slightly. He takes a cookie, scrutinizing it like a suspicious device, searching for any hidden dangers. Sunlight streams onto Mr. Grumble's porch, illuminating dust motes, dancing in the air, a stark contrast to his mood. Mr. Grumbles, hunched in a worn armchair, a perpetual frown etched on his face, mutters to himself. His gaze drifts towards Ruby, who stands a respectful distance away, her face a mask of polite apprehension. A prickle of unease washes over Ruby as his words hang heavy in the air. The good old days. Things aren't what they used to be. Mr. Grumble's voice lowers to a bitter murmur. Those blasted dragons and the mess they left behind. Ruby shifts uncomfortably, the old man's words creating a palpable tension on the sunlit porch. Darius and Ruby stroll along a quiet suburban street, the ordinary houses a stark contrast to their whispered conversation. Darius leans in, his voice a conspiratorial whisper. "Did you catch that? Dragonfire. What is that about?" Ruby shrugs, a subtle shift in her demeanor as an ancient, faint energy hums around them, tingling her plant-like senses. The mundane neighborhood street now seems to vibrate with an unseen force, hinting at a hidden world beneath the surface. A flicker of intrigue crosses Ruby's face as the faint, ancient energy intensifies, drawing her deeper into the mystery. Ruby paces her small kitchen, a whirlwind of agitated energy amidst ancient texts and glowing laptop screens. Her fingers fly across the keyboard, a frantic search for dragonfire, illuminating her determined face. The screen reveals fragmented accounts of ancient conflicts and the unsettling mention of plantkin. A spectral codcod materializes, its translucent form nudging Ruby's hand with playful, ethereal affection. Darius enters the kitchen, his eyes immediately drawn to Ruby, who is visibly distressed amidst scattered papers and books. His brow furrows with concern as he moves to her side, sensing the gravity of her unsettling discoveries. He picks up a document, his gaze scanning the ancient script, a profound realization dawning in his eyes. The dragon conflict is no mere tale, but a profound, unresolved historical event, its weight settling heavily upon him. In a dimly lit study, Mrs. Heartchild stands by the window, her back to the door, a small desk lamp casting long shadows. Her voice, usually vibrant, is a hushed, anxious whisper on the phone, a stark contrast to her confident posture. Ruby, passing by, pauses, catching fragments of the conversation, her brow furrowing with a prickle of unease. Mrs. Heartchild whispers, "Yes, Fighter is back, and he's talking about old debts. I'm worried, truly worried." In a bustling kitchen, Mrs. Heartchild moves like a phantom, her hands a blur, arranging trays of banana bread and cookies. Ruby and Darius, lost in thought, assist with automatic, disengaged movements, their minds elsewhere. Their gazes drift, fixed on an unseen world of dragon conflict. A profound preoccupation with the elusive transformation spell consumes them. Their expressions betray a deep internal struggle, far removed from the morning's domesticity. The kitchen hums with a focused energy, yet their spirits remain distant, entangled in a looming magical war. The community hall pulses with life, a vibrant tapestry of chattering townsfolk, the air sweet with baked goods. Mrs. Heartchild, a vision of effortless charm, glides through the crowd, her laughter echoing, greeting everyone by name. Near the entrance, Ruby and Darius stand, their discomfort palpable amidst the festive buzz. Mrs. Henderson and Mr. Grumbles appear, their eyes darting suspiciously, a stark contrast to the joyful atmosphere. The wariness in Mrs. Henderson's gaze betrays an unspoken tension as she surveys the hall. Mr. Grumbles, equally wary, scans the crowd, a shadow of suspicion across his face. A charismatic man, Fighter, with an intense, watchful gaze, approaches the table. His smile widens as he praises Mrs. Heartchild's baking, especially the banana cake. Fighter's eyes linger on Ruby, an unsettling intensity in his gaze. A sudden chill washes over Ruby, a prickle of unease at his prolonged stare. The air thickens with unspoken tension as Fighter's interest in Ruby becomes unnervingly apparent. With a wide, disarming smile, Fighter extends a plate of cookies, a seemingly innocent offering. He declares, "A little something from my own kitchen," his voice smooth as silk, yet with an underlying current of mystery. Mrs. Heartchild, a picture of refined grace, accepts a cookie with a polite, almost regal nod. Ruby's eyes flicker, a primal instinct of caution stirring deep within her, a silent alarm ringing. Darius, ever the gentleman, takes a cookie, his actions driven by an ingrained sense of politeness. The scene hums with unspoken tension, the cookie's a catalyst for an unfolding drama. Mrs. Heartchild takes a bite of Fighter's cookie, a smile gracing her lips, unaware of the impending danger. Her eyes glaze over instantly, a vacant stare replacing their warmth as a chilling transformation begins. She sways precariously, a silent battle waged within her, before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. A collective gasp of horror ripples through the assembled crowd, their faces mirroring shock and disbelief. Ruby's face contorts in terror, her eyes wide with fear as she witnesses the sudden collapse. Ruby screams, her voice piercing the stunned silence. "Mom!" Darius, having taken a bite of the contaminated food, begins to feel a profound dizziness, his eyes wide with alarm. He fights against the encroaching sensation, his vision blurring, the world spinning around him. Fighter, a blur of motion, swiftly moves to grab the now unconscious Mrs. Heartchild, a silent, urgent rescue. Ruby, sensing the imminent threat, her resolve hardening, prepares for battle. Powerful vines briefly lash out from Ruby, forming a sudden green defensive barrier, a living shield against danger. The air crackles with tension as the scene unfolds, a dance of danger and instinct. With surprising agility, Fighter effortlessly dodges Ruby's surging botanical attack, a blur of motion against the community hall. From his pocket, he produces a small, glowing amulet, its soft light pulsating with an otherworldly power. As the amulet glows brighter, Ruby's once vibrant vines recoil, withering into nothingness in a gasp of defeated magic. Fighter seizes Ruby, who struggles fiercely against his unyielding grip, defiance etched on her face. Fighter, a menacing figure, brutally drags MRS. Heartchild, her face a mask of terror, and the limp, shocked Ruby towards a waiting van. Darius, disoriented by drugs, lurches forward, his movements uncoordinated, desperate to intercept the kidnapper. His legs give way, and Darius stumbles to the ground, his futile attempt ending in a helpless collapse. The small crowd watches, stunned and frozen, in a mixture of disbelief and fear, too slow to intervene. Fighter shoves the two women into the van, slams the door shut with a final, chilling thud, and screeches away. A cloud of dust hangs heavy in the air, leaving behind a profound and stunned silence in the wake of the van's escape. Bound and gagged, Ruby and Mrs. Heartchild lie helpless in the van, the air thick with tension. Mrs. Heartchild remains still, her unconscious form a stark contrast to Ruby's frantic struggles. Ruby's eyes blaze with a furious mix of anger and fear, her muffled cries echoing her desperate fight. She strains against her restraints, a raw surge of power attempting to break free. But Fighter's amulet pulses, a dark magic dampening her every effort, rendering her powers useless. Frustration twists Ruby's face as she realizes the futility of her struggles. Trapped and vulnerable, in the dimly lit hideout, ancient maps and strange artifacts are crammed around scientific equipment, creating a makeshift laboratory. I secure Ruby to a chair, her eyes wide with fear, as the chilling silence of the hideout presses in. Then, Mrs. Heartchild is bound, her frail form stirring as consciousness slowly returns. Her eyes flutter open, revealing a glimmer of confusion and terror as she takes in her surroundings. In the cramped hideout, Fighter paces, his brow deeply furrowed, a pulsating vein visible on his temple. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, locks onto Ruby, a silent challenge in his eyes. Ruby stands firm, her posture radiating an unwavering defiance that meets his intense stare. Fighter's voice cuts through the tension. "I know what you are, Plantkin, and I know about the dragons." He takes a step closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, demanding answers. His piercing eyes bore into Ruby as he presses. "Tell me about the past conflict. What was your part in it?" In the Fighter's hideout, Mrs. Heartchild awakens, her senses still clouded by grogginess. Her eyes, heavy with recognition and dismay, fixate on Fighter, trying to grasp the unfolding reality. Fighter remains oblivious, his entire being consumed by the presence of Ruby, his gaze unwavering. Mrs. Heartchild's voice, laced with a plea of confusion and sorrow, barely escapes her lips. "Fighter, why?" The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air, a chasm of misunderstanding separating them. In the Fighter's hideout, a detailed map unfurls across a rough wooden table, hinting at forgotten battles. Fighter's finger traces vast swathes of land, marked with symbols of Dragon's fiery wrath. He points to a specific, isolated location, his gaze fixed on Ruby, a silent challenge in his eyes. Ruby's previously distant eyes snap wide, recognition dawning like a harsh, unwelcome light. A flicker of fragmented memory registers on her face, a ghost of something she's seen before. Fighter's voice cuts through the tension. "Do you recognize this place?" In the Fighter's hideout, the air crackles with unspoken tension as Fighter leans forward, his gaze burning with intensity. He gestures vaguely, hinting at unseen forces and unnatural imbalances that plague the world. His calm voice, heavy with conviction, declares, "Ruby, she holds the key." Fighter reveals the ancient prophecies and their profound implications for their time. He unfurls ancient drawings onto a dusty table, brittle parchment revealing faded ink and secrets. Intricate plant-like beings, leafy forms entwined with dragons, emerge from the aged paper. Some depictions show peaceful coexistence, while others are fraught with the conflict of dragons and plant beings. His intense gaze locks with Ruby's, gesturing at the drawings as a profound truth is revealed. "Your lineage, Ruby, is tied directly to the origins of this conflict," he states with a grave tone. In the Fighter's hideout, Ruby's eyes fixate on drawings, triggering a sudden, vivid flashback. Her mind is swept away to a lush, ancient forest, glowing plants illuminating the verdant canopy. A colossal dragon silhouette dominates the horizon, its immense form casting a shadow over the magical landscape. Ruby gasps, a wave of forgotten memories washing over her, overwhelming her senses with their intensity. Her expression contorts with the struggle to process these powerful, re-emerging visions. In the fighter's hideout, a menacing intensity fills the air as Fighter leans in, her eyes burning into the woman before her. Her voice drops to a dangerous whisper. "Tell me what you know." Fighter's gaze sharpens, demanding answers. "Your family was involved, wasn't it?" Mrs. Heartchild steps forward, a tentative hand reaching out, as if to intervene. But Fighter's head snaps up, her glare a sudden, fierce warning that silences Mrs. Heartchild instantly. The unspoken threat hangs heavy, a chilling testament to Fighter's absolute control. In the Fighter's hideout, Ruby clutches her head, overwhelmed by a torrent of fragmented memories. Her skin begins to shift, plant-like features emerging with an eerie organic grace. Tendrils subtly weave through her hair, her transformation accelerating. A silent, unsettling spectacle. A small, luminous flower unfurls in her hair, its glow pulsing with a delicate, otherworldly light. Just as quickly, the glowing bloom retracts, vanishing as if consumed by her very essence, leaving a haunting absence. In the dim, tense hideout, Fighter's face is a mask of cold frustration as he begins to meticulously set up a device. Its metallic components gleam ominously under the sparse light, hinting at its sinister purpose. Mrs. Heartchild, her eyes wide with terror, lets out a choked cry of protest, her fear palpable. Fighter's voice cuts through the air, chillingly declaring, "This will extract the information from her memories." Ruby's eyes, fixed on the device, burn with a fierce defiance, a silent battle waged against her captor. She strains, her plant powers struggling to surface beneath the crushing weight of the oppressive amulet. Unseen by Fighter, a tiny, vibrant green sprout defiantly pushes through the floorboards at Ruby's feet. A hidden flicker of hope, small yet potent, emerges from the very ground beneath her. Darius, reeling from the drug's effects, frantically scans the community hall for help, his eyes wide with desperation. Community members mill about in shock, their faces etched with disbelief, some on phones, others trying to grasp the chaos. His gaze darts from face to face, a silent plea for assistance in the disoriented crowd. A desperate urgency propels Darius forward, his senses overwhelmed by the unfolding pandemonium. Darius stands outside the community hall, his mind consumed by the spectral Codcod, a creature of legend. He closes his eyes, a deep furrow in his brow, attempting to pierce the veil between worlds. He strains, his senses reaching out, desperately seeking the Codcod's ethereal presence to guide him. A flicker of hope ignites in his eyes as he feels a faint, almost imperceptible shift in the air. Before him, a shimmering begins to coalesce, a ghostly outline forming from nothingness. The air itself seems to hum, revealing the spectral form, a silent promise of guidance. Against the moonlit woods, Darius moves like a shadow, his urgency silent and swift. The ethereal Codcod, a shimmering spectral cat, glides beside him, its eyes glowing faintly. They reach a clearing where a beat-up van sits, its windows dark and menacing. Muffled thumps and grunts emanate from within the van, a chilling sound in the night. Darius's jaw tightens, his resolve hardening as he knows he must act quickly. In the fighter's hideout, a small sprout, born from Ruby's foot, begins its silent, ominous growth. It quickly thickens into a thorny vine, snaking stealthily across the floor, unseen by the engrossed fighter. Fighter, back turned, remains oblivious, meticulously adjusting his device, unaware of the approaching botanical threat. The thorny tendrils creep closer and closer, a silent, living danger about to ensnare its unsuspecting prey. Darius bursts through the door of the hideout, his voice a thunderous echo, instantly seizing Fighter's attention. Fighter spins around, startled, his eyes wide with a mix of surprise and alarm at the sudden intrusion. Despite his apparent weakness, Darius lunges forward, a desperate diversion, his movements sharp and unexpected. In a blur, the spectral Codcod darts past Fighter, a fleeting, ghostly distraction amidst the chaos. In the chaotic hideout, Ruby seizes her desperate chance as a thick vine snakes into action. The powerful vine, now robust and strong, lashes out, ensnaring Fighter's arm with surprising force. Fighter is violently yanked away from the pulsing device, his momentum broken by the living tendril. Ruby struggles against her bonds, her eyes burning with resolve and locked on a single target. Her intense gaze fixates on the glinting amulet around Fighter's neck, a beacon of her desperate hope. Darius and Fighter grapple intensely, locked in a desperate struggle, the weapon in Fighter's hand a deadly glint. With a strained grunt, Darius fights to disarm him, muscles bulging with effort. A glimmering amulet slips from Fighter's neck, clattering to the concrete floor with a sharp, metallic ring. The moment it hits, Ruby's plant powers surge with an otherworldly force, the air crackling with energy. Thick, emerald vines explode from the floorboards, snaking up the grimy walls, engulfing the hideout in a verdant, suffocating embrace. Ruby, now free, extends her hands, and thorny vines erupt from the ground, twisting into an impenetrable barrier. Fighter struggles, trapped within the botanical prison, his efforts futile against the unyielding growth. Ruby swiftly unties Mrs. Heartchild, who blinks in a daze, unharmed by the sudden chaos. Darius stands panting, his eyes wide with shock at the chaotic, sudden growth of plants engulfing the hideout. The air crackles with newfound power, and the scent of earth, as the hideout transforms into a living cage. Ruby, her face a canvas of relief and disbelief, retrieves the amulet, its power now hers. Her grip tightens, and the ancient artifact crumbles into dust, leaving only echoes of its former magic. Her gaze shifts from the still ensnared Fighter to Mrs. Heartchild and Darius, their faces a mix of awe and apprehension. The immediate threat has dissipated, but unsettling truths about dragons and her mysterious past begin to surface. A spectral cod, translucent and graceful, purrs softly against Ruby's leg, a silent comfort amidst the burgeoning chaos. In a subterranean cell, the air hangs heavy with ozone and despair, as Ruby is chained to a cold, unforgiving metal wall. Her grime-streaked face reveals eyes that burn with unyielding defiance, refusing to surrender to her grim fate. A flickering fluorescent light casts monstrous, distorted shadows dancing across the rough-hewn walls, deepening the dread. In the gloom, barely visible, her companions stir restlessly, their restraints clinking softly, a haunting symphony of captivity. In a stark, oppressive control room, Fighter's cold, calculating eyes scan a wall of flickering screens. Each display pulses with biometric data, meticulously tracking Ruby and her group. The room, a testament to chilling efficiency, hums with unspoken threats. Fighter raises a comms device, his voice flat and devoid of emotion as he issues a chilling order. Extraction preparations, he commands, the words hanging heavy in the tense air. A sweeping view reveals the decaying grandeur of a disused power plant, its massive turbines now skeletal giants. The air hums with a low, unnatural energy, a palpable vibration clinging to every rusting surface. Ruby and her group, now free but cautious, navigate treacherous catwalks with silent, precise movements. Each step is measured, a perilous dance across decaying metal as they venture deeper into the plant. A stark, industrial power plant looms under the harsh daylight, its grim structures dominating the landscape. Near the cold perimeter fence, a small cluster of children huddle together, their faces etched with raw terror. Their innocent eyes, wide and fearful, betray the stark contrast between their youth and the menacing surroundings. Ruby, a distant figure, spots the vulnerable children, her gaze sharpening with a sudden, fierce intensity. A flicker of determination ignites in her eyes, a silent promise to act against the looming threat. The grim industrial backdrop amplifies the children's terror as Ruby's resolve hardens into unwavering purpose. In the vast turbine hall, Ruby extends her hand towards a security camera, her face a mask of intense concentration. A faint, sapphire aura shimmers from her fingertips, and with an almost imperceptible flicker, the camera lens goes dark. Nearby, Kai, with incredible agility, scales a towering wall, his movements fluid and precise. His ascent is a display of effortless power, a silent dance against the industrial backdrop. In the cavernous generator room, the air crackles with anticipation as the group confronts the Fighter's guards, weapons raised. A tense standoff hangs heavy in the metallic-scented air, then energy blasts erupt from the guards. Lila steps forward, a mask of calm determination, as a shimmering force field deflects the incoming blasts with ease. The fight ignites, a brutal, fast-paced ballet of raw, untamed powers filling the room. In the dim power plant, Ruby, a small figure in a hard hat, works with intense focus. She pries open a false panel, revealing a hidden passage, a secret door to the unknown. Weak light filters through cracks, illuminating dancing dust motes in the air, revealing hidden secrets. The passage, dark and mysterious, stretches into the gloom, an ominous path to the facility's depths. Ruby pauses, her gaze fixed on the hidden passage, a silent determination etched on her face. The hidden passage beckons, a silent invitation to an uncertain journey into the heart of the power plant. The tunnel opens into a sterile, brightly lit reception area, a jarring contrast to the grime of the power plant. Stark white walls and polished floors gleam under the harsh artificial light, hinting at a hidden world. Above a sleek, empty desk, a digital sign glows with the chilling words, Project Chimera. The ominous words confirm the darkest suspicions about clandestine genetic experimentation. A cold, unsettling silence hangs in the air, broken only by the hum of unseen machinery. In a sterile observation room, the cold light reflects off Jasmine, whose beauty is eclipsed by her chilling composure. Her gaze is fixed on holographic projections, shimmering and shifting with intricate DNA strands and ancient draconic symbols. The air crackles with anticipation as Jasmine's smooth, sinister voice fills the silent room. She declares, "The resurrection protocols are progressing as expected." A chilling smile plays on her lips as she adds, "We are on the verge of something truly extraordinary." In the sterile gloom of the secret laboratory, Ruby and her companions move through a corridor, shadows stretching long. The incessant hum of fluorescent lights overhead pierces the eerie silence, amplifying the tension. They halt before a row of glass containment cells, each holding a child with pale face and desperate, fragile hope. Ruby's heart aches, a familiar pang of sorrow twisting in her chest at the sight of the imprisoned children. A fierce resolve ignites in her eyes, burning brighter than the dim lights of the laboratory. She glances at her companions, a silent, powerful understanding passing between them, a shared vow. In a secret laboratory, a horrifying machine hums with an eerie glow, its intricate mechanisms focused on a child. The child is strapped to a cold, metal table, mouth open in a silent scream, eyes wide with terror. DNA is extracted through a raw mechanical process, deeply disturbing to witness. The air is thick with the metallic scent of fear, a chilling testament to the horrifying scene unfolding. In the secret laboratory, the air hums with machinery as Kai's fingers fly across the keyboard, a blur of intense motion. Screens around him flash with cryptic data, lines of code scrolling at an impossible, mesmerizing speed. Suddenly, intricate and terrifying schematics of dragon-like creatures materialize on the monitors. A chillingly detailed timeline for their creation appears, counting down to an unknown, ominous date. Kai's face is illuminated by the eerie glow of the screens, reflecting a mix of shock and grim determination. In Jasmine's office, ancient artifacts and intricate tapestries clash with the low hum of unseen machinery. Glowing scientific equipment casts an eerie light on mythical beasts woven into the tapestries. Ruby confronts Jasmine, who sits calmly behind a massive, ornately carved desk, her posture unnervingly relaxed. The air crackles with tension as Ruby demands, "What is all this, Jasmine? What are you doing?" Jasmine's gaze is unwavering, a hint of ancient power in her eyes as she responds. "Reclaiming what was lost, Ruby. Ancient power, dormant for too long. The dragons are merely the key," Jasmine reveals. The group enters a vast, sterile laboratory, the air thick with an unsettling, low hum. Along the walls, immense cylindrical incubation pods glow with viscous fluid, revealing nascent wings and scales. Embryonic dragons pulsate within, their bioluminescent forms a terrifying testament to Jasmine's ambition. The sheer, terrifying scope of her creation is laid bare, an awe-inspiring and horrifying sight. Covered in grime and sweat, Ruby meticulously studies a cracked tablet, tracing a convoluted escape route through the lab's ventilation. The air in the narrow duct is thick with dust and the metallic tang of old machinery as she squeezes into the opening. She crawls on her stomach, breath-catching, as the metal groans in protest around her. Distant, blaring alarms echo through the shafts, a constant, chilling reminder of her perilous escape. The group bursts onto the power plant rooftop, the hazy city sprawling beneath them. A momentary reprieve washes over them, but the looming threat is palpable in the wind. The wind whips through their hair, a fierce current against the vast, gritty skyline. They take in the expansive, gritty view, a silent moment before the storm. The suffocating jungle, a wall of shadows, presses in on Ruby and her companions as they move with practiced efficiency. A small fire flickers to life, a desperate beacon against the oppressive darkness, casting dancing shadows on their weary faces. The humid air is thick with the scent of vegetation and the unspoken tension of their perilous mission. Huddled around the flames, their gazes intense, they discuss their next move, the weight of their fate heavy upon them. Sunlight pierces through the dense jungle canopy, illuminating dust motes dancing in the ancient temple ruins. My team and I navigate the crumbling stone pathways, an old map clutched tightly in my hand. Intricate hieroglyphs cover the temple walls, depicting majestic dragons soaring with human-like figures. These figures manipulate elemental forces fire, water, earth, and air with mesmerizing power. The ancient depictions feel eerily familiar, a profound connection to our own burgeoning powers. The air hums with untold secrets, hinting at the very source of our growing abilities. In the sacred chamber, Ruby's fingers gently graze the ancient altar, a touch that seems to awaken dormant energies. A visible surge of liquid light courses through her, making her body arch with a sudden, profound intake of power. Her form begins to glow with an intense golden light, emanating from her very core. The golden light pulsates, a rhythmic dance of newfound power radiating from Ruby. A moment of profound self-discovery is etched onto her radiant face, eyes wide with wonder and understanding. She stands bathed in the golden glow, transformed, the ancient power now hers, visibly pulsating around her. The tranquil jungle shatters as fighters' forces unleash a devastating attack, pinpointing our exact location. Energy blasts tear through ancient trees, shredding foliage and sending splinters flying in a chaotic frenzy. The once serene jungle transforms into a hellish battleground, echoing with destruction. The very ground trembles violently beneath our feet from the concussive force of powerful impacts. The air fills with the acrid scent of burnt leaves and ozone, a symphony of chaos engulfing us. Ruby and her group move stealthily through the vast generator room, the air thick with the hum of powerful machinery. Flickering overhead lights cast long, dancing shadows, creating an eerie, unsettling atmosphere. They head towards the plant's primary power source, their mission clear. Their goal, to disable it and disrupt Jasmine's operations. The power plant's control room pulses with the harsh, cold glow of computer screens, an urgent symphony of beeps and flashing lights. Kai's fingers become a blur across the console, a frantic dance as he attempts to seize control of the plant's systems. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shatters the silence, echoing ominously off the concrete walls, a stark cry of detection. The air thickens with a palpable pressure, a suffocating weight settling heavy on Kai's shoulders. His face, illuminated by the flashing lights, shows a desperate resolve, battling against the systems. The relentless blare of the alarm screams a warning, amplifying the tension in the charged atmosphere. The power plant's reactor core pulses with a dangerous, raw energy, filling the night with a terrifying glow. The air crackles and hums with an ominous power, the intense heat radiating from the volatile reactor core. Lila extends her arms, her face set with fierce determination, as a shimmering energy shield begins to flicker into existence. The massive, ethereal barrier envelops the group, its light reflecting the core's dangerous glow. They inch forward, protected by Lila's shield, drawn inexorably towards the glowing heart of the plant. In the heart of the power plant, Ruby unleashes a focused energy blast, a torrent of raw power aimed at the reactor core. The blast strikes with immense force, a brilliant spear of light piercing the very heart of the machinery. A blinding flash erupts, engulfing the entire room in an ethereal, all-consuming glow. A deafening roar tears through the air, vibrating through the very foundations of the plant, a sound of overwhelming destruction. Sparks fly, and alarms blare as the reactor core begins its violent, forced shutdown. The immense structure groans, shuddering under the strain of its own imminent demise. The massive power plant, a beacon of light against the night, pulses with an eerie mechanical hum. Suddenly, an abrupt, deafening silence descends as the plant plunges into complete darkness. The surrounding area, once bathed in its glow, is now swallowed by deep, oppressive shadows. The unsettling quiet replaces the familiar thrum of machinery, chilling the air with its sudden absence. Figures move with swift, silent purpose, disappearing into the dense, encroaching jungle foliage. Only the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of night creatures break the profound, terrifying stillness. Jasmine's sanctum, once a haven of arcane machinery, now pulses with an unsettling, ominous energy. Her face, usually serene, is twisted in a snarl, a malevolent green light emanating from her eyes. Her fingers fly across a complex console with furious precision, activating emergency protocols. Alarm lights flash, bathing the room in a stark, crimson glow, as a new, terrifying power takes hold. In the secret incubation chamber, an unseen energy crackles, hinting at a powerful force stirring within the transparent pods. Suddenly, hairline fractures spiderweb across the pods, delicate and ominous, foreshadowing the imminent birth of something extraordinary. The cracks widen, splintering into jagged shards that peel away, revealing the nascent life concealed within. Within the shattering pods, nascent dragons, no larger than a human arm, stir, their scales shimmering with iridescent colors. A low growl echoes. Then a series of piercing roars reverberate through the sterile lab, growing in intensity. The dragons rapidly expand in size, their powerful forms filling the chamber, their roars shaking the very foundations of the lab. Under the jungle's green canopy, Ruby and her companions move with practiced grace, their forms blurring in motion. Each movement is fluid and coordinated as they hone their powers, a symphony of focused strength. Their training intensifies, a vibrant display of agility and power amidst the dense foliage. Rescued children watch in awe, their eyes wide with a renewed, fragile hope as they witness every move. The children's gazes are fixed, absorbing the power and determination that promises a brighter future. Elite forces, armed with advanced weaponry, move through the dense jungle, a green battlefield. Sunlight struggles to penetrate the thick canopy, casting long, shifting shadows on the jungle floor. Every rustle of leaves, a potential threat, echoes through the humid air. A twig snaps underfoot, a sharp sound in the otherwise quiet, tense environment. The soldiers move with calculated stealth, their eyes scanning the oppressive foliage for danger. The jungle breathes around them, a living entity, concealing both beauty and deadly peril. In a jungle clearing, elemental energy crackles, vibrant hues of fire and ice streaking through the dense foliage. Ruby unleashes a torrent of power, her form alight with furious magic, dominating the battlefield. Kai moves in a blur, disarming enemies with precise, swift movements, a whirlwind of controlled chaos. Lila's shimmering force fields deflect attacks, a protective barrier around the vulnerable children huddled together. In the command center, Jasmine, flanked by loyal guards, watches the chaotic battle on large screens, her face a mask of cold resolve. The screens flicker with explosions and desperate struggles, reflecting in Jasmine's steely eyes. With a deliberate motion, she activates a failsafe, a chilling smile playing on her lips. A red light pulses on the control panel as Jasmine's finger presses the activation button. The ground trembles as experimental creatures are unleashed, their monstrous forms surging forth to aid her forces. Jasmine's cold, determined gaze follows their destructive path, a silent testament to her unwavering will. The once vibrant jungle is now a chaotic battleground, its lush foliage torn and scarred by relentless conflict. Grotesque experimental creatures, a horrifying fusion of animal and machine, emerge from the shadows, their forms menacing. Ruby and her team fight with desperate ferocity, their unique powers flickering and strained against overwhelming odds. Each movement is a brutal struggle for survival, their faces etched with grim determination amidst the chaos. The air crackles with energy and the desperate cries of battle as the team is pushed to their absolute limits. Sunlight dapples the jungle floor, casting shifting patterns as Ilara navigates the dense undergrowth. Suddenly, Ilara stumbles, a flicker of raw power igniting in her. An unseen energy erupts from her, swirling leaves and branches into a miniature, furious vortex. Ilara's eyes widen in stark surprise, reflecting the chaotic dance of nature around her. The other children stare, their faces etched with astonishment, mirroring Ilara's shock. A profound shift in the journey is sensed by all, an unspoken acknowledgement of the incredible event. In the heart of the jungle, Ruby's eyes are transfixed, witnessing Elara's raw, untamed power. A profound realization dawns on Ruby, her gaze shifting from awe to a fierce understanding. These children are not mere victims. They are powerful allies, a truth etched into Ruby's face. Ruby turns to her companions, her face alight with a newfound urgency, her voice about to break the silence. The weight of their destiny settles upon her, compelling her to act with unwavering resolve. Her voice resonates, a desperate plea echoing through the dense foliage. They must protect the children at all costs. The group scrambles into the ancient temple, its crumbling stone walls a silent testament to forgotten ages. Overgrown foliage, like nature's embrace, offers a natural barrier, concealing their desperate flight. Behind them, fighters' forces surge forward, a relentless wave of determination, their shadows stretching long and menacing. Their intent is chillingly clear, to seize the group and the innocent children they protect. The temple's entrance becomes a desperate choke point, a fragile line between safety and capture. The air crackles with tension, the hunter and the hunted converging on ancient ground. Within the heart of an ancient, crumbling temple, dust motes dance in shafts of sunlight, illuminating the ruins. Shadows stretch long across broken altars and fallen pillars, perfect for setting traps and defensive positions. Figures move with purpose, their faces grim and determined, preparing for an unseen enemy. They utilize every piece of debris, every shadow, to fortify their position against the coming onslaught. Sunlight streams through gaping holes in the ceiling, highlighting their concentrated efforts amidst the decay. Each face, etched with resolve, awaits the next wave of attack, ready to defend their ground. In the sacred chamber, an ancient energy hums, a palpable force filling the air. Guided by Ruby's touch, Elara's trembling finger extends toward the altar, a moment of profound anticipation. A soft blue light emanates from Elara, a mystical aura beginning to envelop the chamber. The blue light intensifies, forming a protective barrier that shimmers with ethereal power. Elara's eyes, once clouded with doubt, now burn with an intense, unwavering focus. Her telekinetic powers stabilize and intensify, a testament to her awakening strength. From the depths of the ancient temple, a creature of myth emerges. The first dragon, a majestic and terrifying beast, its scales shimmering like obsidian, fills the frame. With a thunderous roar, the dragon unleashes its power, the sound echoing through the jungle. The very foundations of the ancient jungle tremble as the dragon's primal scream shakes the earth. From the vast, endless sky, Jasmine descends, a silhouette of power atop her obsidian dragon, eyes gleaming with triumph. The massive obsidian dragon, a creature of myth, glides gracefully towards the ancient temple, its scales shimmering. Jasmine's face, etched with fierce determination, looks down upon the ancient ruins, her victory palpable. With a commanding gesture, Jasmine directs her colossal beast, its form a shadow against the sun-drenched temple. The dragon's maw opens, a terrifying inferno building within its depths, ready to consume the ancient stones. Fiery breath erupts from the dragon, a torrent of destruction engulfing the ancient ruins in a blinding blaze. Ruby's eyes blaze with ethereal light, her body humming with the amplified power of the ancient altar. She stands defiantly, facing Jasmine and the massive, snarling dragon. A beam of pure white energy erupts from Ruby's outstretched hands, a beacon against the looming threat. The dragon unleashes its ferocious, fiery breath, a torrent of destruction. The two powerful forces collide in a blinding flash of light and fury. Shockwaves rip through the air, a testament to the colossal clash of powers. Under a clear sky, the ancient temple, weathered by centuries, stands as a silent sentinel. Kai, a blur of incredible speed, darts around a monstrous dragon, a whirlwind of motion. The dragon's massive head snaps and lunges, its jaws narrowly missing Kai with terrifying force. Each pass is a calculated risk, keeping the beast's attention firmly on him, a tantalizing target. Kai's agile movements protect the sacred structure, drawing the dragon's fury away from its ancient stones. Lila stands, arms outstretched, as a massive, swirling vortex of wind erupts from her hands, tearing at the ancient temple. The air crackles with elemental energy, dust, and debris flying as the wind funnel attempts to ensnare the dragon. Their forces collide in a spectacular display, a maelstrom of raw energy and destructive might. The ancient temple trembles under the impact of the ferocious, elemental battle between Lila and the dragon. In the sacred chamber of an ancient temple, Ilara stands, her eyes glowing with newfound confidence. She extends her hand, a surge of power radiating from her. Ancient stone fragments from the crumbling temple floor begin to lift, defying gravity. The fragments hurtle through the air with astonishing speed and force. They strike the formidable dragon, a shower of debris erupting upon impact. The dragon, momentarily stunned, reels from the unexpected assault, its roar silenced. Ruby, seizing a fleeting opening, channels her immense energy into one singular, devastating strike. A blinding white light erupts from her, an ethereal surge of raw power. The brilliant light engulfs the monstrous dragon, its scales shimmering under the intense glow. A guttural shriek of agony tears from the dragon's throat, echoing through the ancient temple. The dragon writhes, consumed by the agonizing radiance, its reign of terror momentarily halted. A magnificent dragon, a beast of scales and power, crashes to the ground with a guttural roar, critically wounded. Jasmine, violently thrown from its back, lands hard on the ancient temple grounds. Her once vibrant aura flickers and diminishes around her, like a dying flame struggling against the wind. The wounded dragon struggles, its roar echoing the profound pain and the desperate struggle for life. The colossal dragon, defeated, crumbles to the ground, its reign of terror ending in a cloud of dust. The fighter, seeing his chance, turns to flee, a desperate terror etched upon his face. But Kai, a blur of motion, anticipates his every move, a hunter poised to strike. With a swift, decisive blow, Kai intercepts the fleeing fighter, the impact echoing through the ancient temple. The fighter collapses, defeated and incapacitated, his escape thwarted by Kai's relentless pursuit. At the ancient temple, Ruby stands over Jasmine, radiating an overwhelming aura of formidable power. Jasmine lies defeated on the ground, her body broken, but her eyes ablaze with defiant fire. With a grimace, Jasmine utters a chilling prophecy. This is just the beginning. Ruby raises a hand, a focused burst of raw energy erupting from her palm, crackling with intensity. The powerful energy blast surges forward, striking Jasmine with overwhelming force. Jasmine's defiant gaze is extinguished as the raw power silences her, leaving an ominous quiet. The ancient temple's grand entrance frames the children, their faces transformed from terror to burgeoning empowerment. Sunlight bathes the group, highlighting their newfound resolve as they step into the day. Ilara, now standing taller and radiating confidence, surveys the world with a changed perspective. Her eyes, once filled with fear, now hold a quiet strength as she seeks out Ruby. Ilara turns to Ruby, a silent question in her gaze, seeking guidance on their path forward. Ruby stands amidst the jungle's lush foliage, her gaze sweeping over the damaged yet tranquil landscape. Ilara and their companions stand beside her, their faces etched with a shared, profound understanding. The immediate threat has vanished, but the world around them is irrevocably altered, a silent testament to their struggle. A new, quiet resolve settles upon each of them, a profound sense of purpose emerging in the aftermath. The group, faces etched with determination, embarks on a new, overgrown jungle path. The air, thick with damp earth and exotic foliage, hints at the untamed wilderness surrounding them. Their footsteps echo a shared resolve, a rhythm of unity against the encroaching jungle. As the sun descends, long, distorted shadows stretch across the jungle floor, foreshadowing the challenges ahead. Golden morning sunlight floods the sugar and spice bakery, illuminating a dance of dust motes in the warm, inviting air. The intoxicating aroma of cinnamon and freshly rising bread envelops the cozy space, promising sweet delights. Ruby, vibrant and focused, expertly kneads dough, her movements a mesmerizing ballet of culinary art. A subtle, ethereal glow emanates from her hands as she works, a hint of botanical magic at her fingertips. Herbs and spices, vibrant and aromatic, swirl into the soft dough, infused with an unseen, mystical power. Ruby's intense concentration reveals a deep connection to her craft, a baker's soul intertwined with ancient magic. In the warm glow of the sugar and spice bakery, a small orphan child peers into the bustling kitchen, eyes wide with awe. Ruby, her face radiating warmth, approaches the child with a freshly baked slice of apple strudel. The child's eyes grow even wider, reflecting the golden brown crust and sweet filling of the pastry. A moment of pure, unadulterated joy washes over the child's face, a rare treasure in their difficult life. The simple act of kindness illuminates the child's world, a beacon of hope in the bakery's sweet embrace. Ruby, clad in protective gear, moves with silent urgency through the dense, ancient forest. Her eyes dart, scanning every detail, every shifting shadow within the whispering woods. Towering trees lean in ominously, their gnarled branches forming a forbidding canopy above her. Leaves rustle with a chilling sound, as if the ancient forest itself is whispering warnings. Ruby pushes deeper into the dense undergrowth, her senses on high alert, anticipating danger. The forest breathes around her, a living entity watching her every move with silent intensity. A thunderous roar rips through the whispering woods, shaking the very ground beneath the ancient trees. Ruby's eyes narrow, her jaw tightening as her expression hardens with fierce resolve. Her hand moves with practiced grace, pulling a small, intricately carved wooden flute from her satchel. The flute, a silent promise of battle, rests firmly in her grasp. She raises the flute, a warrior, preparing for an unseen, powerful adversary. Her gaze pierces the dense foliage, ready to confront whatever monstrous force lurks within the woods. The grand arena pulses with the excited chatter of spectators, their faces aglow with magic. Ruby, focused and determined, stands before a gleaming silver workstation laden with exotic ingredients. Ilara, a flamboyant wizard, gestures grandly to the crowd, commanding attention. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the annual Arcane Culinary Challenge. I present to you the Enchanted Eclair. In the magical competition arena, Ruby meticulously pipes a delicate custard, her concentration absolute. Her botanical magic begins to infuse the cream, a shimmering ethereal glow emanating from her fingertips. The custard swirls with an otherworldly light, transforming under her touch into a magical confection. Competitors watch from across the arena, their faces a complex mixture of awe and simmering envy. One competitor's eyes narrow, a hint of dark determination replacing their initial wonder. Ruby finishes her creation, the glow softly fading, leaving behind a masterpiece of magic and culinary art. In the orphanage garden, Ruby kneels, her gentle hands coaxing shimmering magical herbs from the rich soil. The vibrant garden buzzes with an unusual energy, a stark contrast to its usual quietude. Orphan children, their faces once etched with sadness, now glow with unbridled joy. Their small hands eagerly pluck ruby red berries from the bushes, a sweet reward for their efforts. Laughter, bright and clear, echoes through the air, filling the garden with a symphony of happiness. Ruby smiles, witnessing the children's transformation, a testament to the magic of the garden and her gentle touch. In the orphanage kitchen, the air is thick with the sweet aroma of ripe bananas and the fine white mist of flour. Ruby, her apron dusted with flour, guides older orphans with a kind smile, their hands working together. Sunlight streams through a grimy window, illuminating the domestic scene with a soft, ethereal glow. The children's faces, once marked by hardship, now show a flicker of joy and concentration. The simple act of baking banana bread creates a comforting sanctuary amidst their difficult lives. Ruby, with a determined gaze, pushes a section of the bookshelf, revealing a hidden room bathed in soft, ethereal light. Ancient tomes and scrolls are strewn across a large wooden table, while ornate maps depicting fantastical lands adorn the walls. Glowing crystals of various sizes and hues illuminate the space, casting dancing shadows across the arcane artifacts. Ruby, brow furrowed in concentration, pores over an open book, her fingers tracing the faded, ancient script. In Ruby's secret study, a holographic dragon shimmers in the air, its scales catching the dim light. The dragon's eyes burn with a malevolent red glow, casting an ominous aura over the room. Ruby watches the beast intently, her gaze unwavering, a silent challenge in her eyes. Her finger traces a map of the surrounding region, plotting potential routes of attack against the holographic threat. The air crackles with tension as Ruby plans her strategy, her mind a whirlwind of tactics and risks. The dragon's fiery gaze meets her determined stare, a silent battle of wills playing out in the flickering light. The harsh sun beats down on a desolate village, casting long skeletal shadows across crumbling houses. Ruby and Leo move cautiously through the wreckage, their footsteps crunching on debris that litters the ground. The skeletal remains of homes stand as silent witnesses, speaking of a recent destructive event that scarred the land. A palpable sorrow hangs heavy in the still, hot air as they investigate, the silence amplifying the tragedy. In the abandoned village, the wind whispers through the skeletons of burnt-out homes, a chilling symphony of desolation. Leo kneels amid the ash, his fingers brushing against a hidden object. He pulls it free, revealing a small wooden dragon toy, a stark contrast to the grim surroundings. His brow furrows with deep concern, the toy a chilling premonition of the horrors that lie ahead. The magical competition arena crackles with anticipation as the next challenge, the crystallized croquembouche, is announced. Ruby's eyes narrow with fierce concentration, her gaze fixed on the task ahead. A soft, ethereal green glow emanates from her fingertips as she extends her hands towards the confection. Her botanical magic takes hold, subtly manipulating the sugar, guiding its crystallization with unseen force. Intricate, glowing structures begin to rise from the croquembouche, a testament to Ruby's focused power. In the magical competition arena, Vex, a rival baker, extends her hand, a dark, swirling cloud of magic erupting from her palm. The ominous magic surges forward, a terrifying dark force aimed directly at Ruby's creation. Ruby, anticipating the treacherous attack, swiftly raises her hands, her eyes burning with fierce resolve. A shimmering shield of spun sugar materializes, a beautiful, delicate barrier against the encroaching darkness. The dark magic collides with the sugar shield, its power deflecting and dissipating harmlessly against the arena floor. Ruby stands victorious, her creation safe, as the lingering wisps of Vex's failed attack vanish into the air. Under the cloak of night, Ruby, Leo, and Seraphina cautiously approach the cavernous entrance of a dragon's lair. Thick, ominous smoke billows from the dark maw of the cave, swirling into the night sky. The very ground beneath their feet trembles, a rhythmic pulse from a distant, heavy breath. Seraphina, an agile warrior, her keen eyes scanning the dark, prepares for the perilous journey ahead. Footsteps echo eerily through the cavern, navigating a treacherous maze of towering stalagmites and stalactites. The air hangs heavy, thick with the acrid, suffocating scent of sulfur, clinging to every surface. Seraphina's glowing sword casts an ethereal, otherworldly light, cutting through the oppressive darkness. The sword's light illuminates ancient, intricate markings, etched deep into the rough cave walls. These mysterious carvings depict epic legends, their silent stories unfolding in the flickering glow. The legends of dragons etched in stone seem to breathe in the cavern's eerie, pulsating light. A bone-chilling cold pierces the cavernous dragon's lair as I follow them into the formidable chamber. Huddled together, a group of lost children, eyes wide with terror, stare at the massive, dormant dragon. Ruby, with graceful movements, produces a small, ornate bottle, its contents shimmering in the dim light. She sprays a calming botanical mist into the air, its fragrant tendrils drifting towards the slumbering beast. The dragon's heavy eyelids flutter, then settle even deeper into a peaceful sleep, its monstrous form finally at rest. Sunlight streams into the bustling orphanage dining hall, illuminating a scene of tender reunions and new hope. Rescued children, their faces still etched with bewilderment, are enveloped in the tearful embraces of their families. Ruby, a kind-faced woman, moves through the hall, offering warm chocolate chip cookies from her tray to hopeful children. The sweet aroma of cookies mingles with the soft sounds of sobbing and laughter, a symphony of poignant emotions. The room overflows with tears of joy, a powerful tableau of comfort and the promise of new beginnings. The once desolate town square now teems with life, a vibrant tapestry of rebirth under the bright sun. Ruby's hands glow with soft green light as she touches the parched earth, instantly coaxing life from barren ground. Seedlings erupt, vines unfurl, and flowers burst forth, transforming the wasteland into a verdant oasis. Leo, brow furrowed, directs workers laying foundations, while Seraphina, ever watchful, scans the horizon for danger. In the bustling town square, the faces of townspeople, once etched with skepticism, now soften with newfound purpose. Inspired by Ruby's unwavering dedication, they begin to work alongside her, planting and tending with shared resolve. The spirit of community once dormant, blossoms anew, mirroring the vibrant growth of the plants around them. Hands work in unison, tilling the earth and nurturing new life, a testament to collective effort. A tapestry of green emerges, a living symbol of unity and hope in the heart of the town. The magical arena hums with anticipation, a palpable tension in the air as Ruby meticulously crafts her dessert. Her volcanic pavlova sits before her, a delicate marvel awaiting its transformation. With a graceful flourish, Ruby casts a series of heating and cooling botanical spells, her focus unwavering. The dessert begins to pulse with an ethereal glow, hinting at the magic within. A soft sizzle, an edible lava erupts from its center, followed by wisps of sweet-smelling smoke. The audience collectively gasps, their faces alight with delight and astonishment at the magical spectacle. The grand arena pulses with magic, its lights casting an ethereal glow upon the competitors. Elara, the enigmatic host, observes Ruby with a knowing smile, her eyes sparkling with unspoken understanding. A subtle shift in Elara's gaze hints at the unique power she perceives within Ruby. The air crackles with anticipation, as Elara's silent acknowledgement elevates Ruby in the glittering arena. Elara's expression is a silent testament to Ruby's extraordinary magical essence. Moonlight pierces gnarled branches, casting eerie, dancing shadows across the ancient, crumbling ruins. The air hangs heavy with a palpable silence, broken only by the crunch of dry leaves underfoot. Ruby, Leo, and Seraphina navigate the crumbling stones, their breath misting in the cool night air. Their eyes intently scan the oppressive darkness, searching for a sign of the elusive lost artifact. An otherworldly chill descends upon the ancient ruins, as a spectral guardian shimmers into existence, blocking the path. Drawing my sword, its steel hums with latent magic, preparing for a desperate, silent duel. My blade clashes against the guardian's ethereal energy, sending sparks of light scattering through the dim ruins. The silent duel rages, a desperate dance of steel and spirit within the haunted ruins. Ruby's eyes glow with an otherworldly light as she extends her hands towards a towering stone guardian, an ancient power stirring within her. Verdant vines, thick and thorny, erupt from the ground, coiling with furious speed around the imposing guardian, trapping it. With practiced agility, Leo dashes towards a hidden alcove, his movements swift and purposeful. His fingers close around a pulsating, glowing crystal within the alcove, the heart of the forest, radiating an ethereal light. The crystal throbs in his grasp, its vibrant glow illuminating the ancient ruins with a mystical, urgent light. In the common room, Ruby stands with outstretched hands, a soft emerald light beginning to emanate from her palms. The light intensifies, coalescing into a shimmering, translucent barrier that expands to encompass the entire orphanage. Within the radiant barrier, the heart of the forest pulsates gently, its soft glow illuminating the space. A warm, comforting glow washes over the children's faces, their expressions now calm and serene within the light. The protective emerald light surrounds the orphanage, a beacon of safety and tranquility. Ruby watches over them, her power bringing peace and security to the once troubled children. The orphanage common room now echoes with the joyful sounds of children, their fears banished by a newfound security. A warm, protective glow bathes the children as they play freely, their laughter a symphony of hope. One child, perched on a stool, meticulously colors a drawing, lost in a world of vibrant hues. The drawing reveals Ruby, Leo, and Seraphina, their hands intertwined, a powerful symbol of their unbreakable bond. The grand arena, once filled with cheers, falls into a hushed reverence as the final challenge is announced. Ruby stands before a pristine workstation, her eyes wide with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. The announcer's booming voice echoes through the vast space, revealing the challenge, the celestial souffle. Ruby takes a deep, steadying breath, the air around her humming with magical energy. Her gaze sweeps over the ingredients, selecting shimmering, stardust-like components to infuse her batter. In the grand arena, Vex watches Ruby with an intense, newfound respect, his past animosity replaced by awe. The glint of malice has vanished from Vex's eyes, replaced by a deep, genuine curiosity. His gaze is fixed on Ruby, intrigued by her unique and undeniable magical abilities. A silent acknowledgement passes between them, the air now thick with unspoken admiration, not rivalry. Ruby's souffle, a masterpiece of culinary magic, rises majestically, shimmering with edible constellations. It is a miniature galaxy, contained within its delicate form, pulsating with an otherworldly glow. The judges, including Elara, lean forward, their faces illuminated by the souffle's ethereal light. A collective gasp ripples through the arena as they witness the souffle's breathtaking beauty. Their expressions are a mesmerizing blend of awe and wonder, captivated by the magical essence. Elara's eyes widen, a silent testament to the undeniable power emanating from Ruby's creation. Under the cloak of night, a colossal dragon with obsidian scales descends from the ominous sky, a harbinger of doom. Its eyes, twin infernos of malevolent fire, pierce the darkness, radiating an ancient, terrifying power. A guttural roar rips through the air, a terrifying sound that echoes across the distant, unsuspecting town. From its gaping maw, torrents of fire erupt, casting a terrifying orange glow over the landscape. The fiery deluge rains down, illuminating the scene in a horrifying display of destructive might. Ruby's hands ignite with a verdant light, swirling botanical shields forming a translucent, living barrier. Leaves unfurl with an ethereal glow, protecting all within their reach. Leo, brow furrowed in fierce concentration, meticulously knocks an enchanted arrow onto his bowstring. The arrow's tip shimmers with an otherworldly light, ready to strike. Seraphina's movements are fluid and precise as she runs a whetstone along her blade's edge. The soft, rhythmic rasping sound of the whetstone foreshadows the imminent conflict. In the heart of the town square, the orphanage glows, a beacon of fragile hope against the encroaching night. Townspeople huddle inside, their faces etched with a shared fear of the unseen threat lurking just beyond their sanctuary. Children press against the shimmering barrier, their small faces a poignant blend of terror and desperate hope. Their wide eyes peer into the impenetrable darkness, searching for signs of danger or salvation. The glowing barrier offers a temporary reprieve, a fragile shield against the unknown terrors of the night. Seraphina moves with a blur of grace and power, her form a dynamic streak against the looming shadow of the dragon. Her every movement is a calculated dance, a deadly ballet performed to the roar of the monstrous beast. The air crackles with raw energy as Seraphina directly engages the dragon, a tiny figure of immense courage. Her eyes are fixed, a burning intensity, as she dedicates her entire being to this perilous confrontation. She twists and parries, her focus unwavering, her sole purpose to keep the beast's destructive attention. A fierce determination carves her face, a silent vow to protect the town from the dragon's fiery wrath. Perched on a rocky outcrop, Leo surveys the chaotic scene below, his face etched with grim determination. He nocks an arrow, its fletching glowing with arcane energy, a beacon of power in the fading light. The enchanted projectile streaks through the air, striking the dragon with a blinding flash of light. The massive beast recoils, its mighty roars turning into confused, disoriented growls. This brief opening allows Ruby to maneuver closer, her weapon glinting, ready to seize the moment. Ruby's hands glow with an ethereal emerald light, botanical magic surging forth. Massive, thorny vines erupt from the earth, coiling and twisting with terrifying speed. The vines attempt to ensnare the struggling dragon, their woody stems tightening around its colossal form. The dragon roars, its immense strength testing the magical flora as scales tear at the thick, woody stems. Suddenly, a ferocious roar rips through the air, and the dragon's eyes glow with malevolent intent, fixing on Ruby. The dragon unleashes a torrent of fire, searing the very air as it melts the encroaching vines. Flames engulf the surroundings, casting an eerie orange glow on Ruby's face as she recoils in terror. Ruby stumbles backward, her heart pounding, the intense heat forcing her to retreat from the dragon's fiery assault. The ground trembles under the dragon's power, leaving Ruby breathless and desperate to escape its wrath. Ruby stands at the town outskirts, her eyes wide with a dawning realization that a direct confrontation is futile. Her mind races, a whirlwind of thoughts and memories, searching for a path forward. A vivid flashback engulfs her, transporting her to a simpler time. She sees the yellow cake from the ABC book, a symbol of warmth and comfort. The image of the cake represents hope and nourishment, starkly contrasting with the barren world around her. A poignant symbol of forgotten joy, the cake's memory ignites a spark of determination within Ruby. Amidst the cacophony of battle, Ruby begins a precise, deliberate dance. Her hands, steady and sure, gather arcane ingredients for a yellow cake. This is no mere dessert, but a magical confection, a beacon of calm in the storm. Potent botanical essences, infused with ancient magic, are meticulously blended. Her focused movements stand in stark, beautiful contrast to the surrounding turmoil. The air, thick with the stench of smoke and burnt offerings, chokes the ravaged town outskirts. Suddenly, a sweet, intoxicating aroma cuts through the chaos, an impossible fragrance. The magical cake scent drifts toward the dragon, a surprising and alluring note amidst the destruction. The dragon, previously a whirlwind of destruction, pauses mid-rampage, its fury momentarily quelled. Its massive head, crowned with sharp horns, tilts slightly, drawn by the unfamiliar, pleasant fragrance. The dragon's fiery eyes lose some of their aggressive glint as it inhales, captivated by the sweet scent. Ruby closes her eyes, a soft green glow emanating from her hands as she projects a vivid vision into the dragon's mind. Lush, vibrant green pastures unfold before the dragon's inner eye, teeming with abundant, succulent food. Her botanical magic, a luminous green light, washes over the beast, soothing its primal hunger and fierce anger. The dragon's tense, rigid posture visibly softens, its massive body beginning to relax under Ruby's calming influence. A profound sense of peace settles over the formidable creature as Ruby's powerful magic takes hold. On the desolate town outskirts, the colossal dragon's fiery eyes, once blazing with fury, begin to soften. Its massive head, previously poised for destruction, slowly lowers, a shift in its terrifying demeanor. The beast no longer attacks, but observes Ruby with an intense, newfound curiosity. A profound silence descends, replacing the roar of battle with an unexpected watchful stillness. Ruby, a tiny figure, bravely offers a piece of yellow cake to the immense dragon looming before her. The dragon's colossal head lowers, its initially wary eyes softening with a flicker of curiosity. With a tentative movement, the dragon takes a bite, the crisp crunch echoing in the silent, tense air. A visible wave of calm washes over the magnificent creature, its previously tense muscles visibly relaxing. The dragon, now at peace, gazes softly at Ruby, a silent testament to the power of a simple offering. The massive dragon, now a figure of gentle might, casts a long shadow over the quiet town outskirts. A soft, deep rumble emanates from its chest, a sound of profound contentment, not a hint of aggression. Its colossal head lowers, moving with an astonishing delicacy towards Ruby. The dragon's vast snout gently nudges Ruby, a tender gesture of newfound peace and trust. Ruby looks up, her face reflecting a mixture of awe and profound relief at the dragon's affectionate touch. The air hums with a quiet, powerful understanding between girl and beast, a moment of magic in the fading light. Instead of departing, the immense dragon begins to gently coil its massive, shimmering body around the town, a silent guardian. The dragon's colossal scales, once a symbol of menace, now gleam softly, reflecting the light with an unexpected tenderness. Its vast form settles, an unexpected, protective embrace surrounding the town. Its presence, a comforting weight. A profound aura of peace emanates from the creature, transforming its fearsome image into one of serene guardianship. The town sleeps, unwitting beneath the benevolent shadow of its new, magnificent protector, a silent promise in the night. In the grand arena, Ilara silences the buzzing crowd with a raised hand, their eyes fixed on her in anticipation. The air crackles with excitement as Ilara declares Ruby the champion of the magical baking competition. A thunderous roar erupts from the arena, a symphony of cheers, applause, and shouts of pure joy. Vex claps with genuine delight, a warm smile spreading across his face. His gaze, filled with admiration and pride, is locked solely on Ruby amidst the jubilant chaos. The arena pulses with an electric energy, celebrating Ruby's triumph in a dazzling display of magic and baking. Sunlight streams through arched windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the warm, joyful atmosphere of the orphanage dining hall. Ruby, Leo, and Serafina share a meal with a dozen smiling children, their faces alight with contentment. The air is filled with the clatter of plates and the soft, comforting murmur of conversation, a symphony of shared joy. Grateful townspeople mingle, their presence weaving a tapestry of community and support around the long wooden table. A true community blossoms in the orphanage, a vibrant scene of shared laughter and abundant gratitude. The town square teems with vibrant life, a testament to its miraculous rebuilding and thriving new beginning. Ruby's gardens, once fragile seedlings, now burst forth in a riot of color and fragrant blooms. Butterflies dance in the sun, their delicate wings fluttering among the blossoms, while hummingbirds dart through the air. The majestic dragon, a former symbol of dread, now rests peacefully, a gentle guardian bathed in sunlight. Its scales shimmer softly, reflecting the peaceful sky, embodying a newfound harmony. The square buzzes with joy and activity, a vivid picture of enduring peace and prosperity. Golden sunlight filters through the lush leaves, dappling the vibrant, magical plants of the orphanage garden. Ruby, with gentle hands, guides eager children, their faces alight with curiosity, around a glowing bloom. The children's small faces are radiant with joy as they absorb Ruby's wisdom, their eyes fixed on the wondrous plant. A soft, happy tune hums from the children, a melody of innocence and wonder filling the enchanted space. Ruby smiles, her heart reflected in the children's blissful faces as they learn the secrets of the magical garden. The sky ablaze with fiery hues, painting a golden glow over a quaint town nestled in the valley below. Ruby, Leo, and Seraphina stand on the hilltop, their faces illuminated by the setting sun, gazing at the vibrant town. In the distance, a majestic dragon soars gracefully, a powerful silhouette against the fading light. Ruby clutches a small, leather-bound book, its cover shimmering with an ethereal glow. The title, ABC of Magical Desserts, is embossed in elegant script, hinting at untold secrets within.